What's going on, family? How you doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trev, pretty intellectual, Miss Pearl, Willie, Savage, Bo, Ella, True, me myself, Lapeef Jr. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Y'all good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
For this Thursday energy.
Yeah, you said Thursday energy.
Yes,
I'm doing
sir.
good. How are you?
Okay. All right, shout out to Hendrix. See, we got Hendrix in the house. As you guys come in, make sure you hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you're catching this on the replay, hit that like button and also make sure you subscribe. Well, what's going on, Savage? First time. Good to see you, man.
First time. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Okay. All right. So you got that Lakers hat on, huh? Yeah, the Lakers colors at least. But I can't hear you, though. You're on mute. I don't know if you're talking to me or not. Anyhow, can you hear me?
Yankee hat,
Yeah,
man.
we
No
can hear
Lakers.
you. We can all hear you.
Yeah. I mean, I see the Yankee. It was just the color. Got a great show here for you guys. How important are women to society? So this should be a very interesting discussion. Make sure you mute in between them. We have some feedback from someone. So, might be you, Savage. So if I mute you, it's only to reduce the sound, not to silence you. Just want to make sure we don't talk over each other. Everybody flush out their complete thoughts tonight. Make sure y'all keep it like 1 minute, 20 seconds, 1 minute, 50 seconds. That way, the people who don't have patience, they can jump in and always come back around. So I'm going to open it up with this clip. So, do we have any Muslims on the panel? Anybody? Okay. Well, a lot of the rhetoric is coming from Louis Farrakhan. You know, he has some messages that apply to a lot of folks, whether you're Christian, Muslim, or not. So we're going to unpack it and see what it do. Here's the first clip.
Any society that increases the knowledge, the wisdom, and the understanding of a woman is a society that's on its way up. Any society that denies knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to the female is a society that's on its way down. Because a woman of knowledge, a woman of wisdom, a woman of understanding, when you see her, you'll see that she's refined in her manners, in her morals, in her speech, in her actions. She's refined. She represents the highest of culture. And she will open the door to the pursuit of happiness if she herself is granted the pursuit of real happiness. Sisters, you are not really happy. Brothers, you are not really happy.
All right, that was the first clip from Louis Farrakhan. She would open up the doors to the pursuit of happiness. Go ahead and kick it off. How important are women to society? Feel free to give your own perspective and address what Louis Farrakhan had to say. Go ahead and start with you first, Trev.
Contrary to popular belief, women are equally important to society as men, right? They're the other half of the equation, to be honest. Although things don't go as well as they do, I think it's a lot more of what the people who are in charge, how they're contributing to society and how they want things to be ran in today's society. And I think that there are some agents of chaos who are in charge today, and they find it relatively easy to manipulate society. And as you see today, like how social media is it's been influenced. There've been plenty of ways for us to have that negative influence. The society, the societies who don't allow outside sources into their families, they prosper the most. They are more harmonious. Whereas if we're looking at over here, you can see us falling first right now. So to answer the question in short, yes, women are extremely important to society.
All right, go ahead, Savage. How important are women to society?
I agree. I feel like women have the ability to set the tone. And I believe that if a woman is confident in her stance and the example of integrity, accountability, and morals, that discipline can make a huge difference in society. But if a woman is lost and boisterous, disrespectful, angry, hateful, provocative, it can leave society also in a way where it encourages poor decisions and the emotional standard. I think women, we have the ability to have the emotions to be able to shift the environment around us, because a man, he can walk and instill it in a way of it being physical, but it will feel like it's so direct that it's harsh. But women have a way of bringing like that spirit into it that makes you either want to keep going or feel like you want to give up. I think women have the voice of the nation that brings it to life. Like when you carry a baby, the men can bring all the nutrients like the blood and the DNA and the gender and all that, but the mother brings the life. She brings the spirit. She brings the tone. So I think women are extremely powerful. Like the chess piece itself is self-explanatory. Yes, the man is powerful, but the queen is, she's dynamic.
Hmm. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead, Freddie.
Hello. I wonder if y'all ever asked this question about men. Like, I wonder if you ever asked this question about how important men are to society. I think it's really interesting, and this conversation might be a little bit challenging for me tonight because the question of how important are we or how essential are we to society is just kind of ridiculous. We quite literally give birth to society. So I wonder how society would even go on without women. In addition to that, oftentimes the rhetoric is that women are the carriers of the culture, women are the first educators. So once again, like there's all these important roles assigned to women and womanhood and femininity. However, we end up asking these questions. So as we evolve it throughout this live, I am interested in finding out what society would look like without women, so that we can kind of veer into that, because it is kind of a ridiculous premise, because we understand that without women there would be no society, and none of you guys to even be having this conversation since you all came from a woman.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ella. How important are women to society? Your own perspective and what Lewis had to say. You on mute just so you know.
I mean, I think everybody answered the question pretty well. I mean, it's the other half of reality. You know what I'm saying? We definitely need women. I think the question is, what aspects of them do we need that we think that we need versus what they think? I think in the modern time we haven't really, outside of the obvious. I think it's kind of like different. What value is more important than others as far as modern women? But hell yeah, we need women. You know what I mean? Women are the nurturers of society. It's like I like the answer that Savage gave. You know, very she's the inspiration. She's the spiritual temperament. You know, she's the moral code. She keeps things in line with her spirit. Not saying she just made just for that, but that's her superpower. Like she has the ability to bring shame and rewards just from her countenance and how she responds to you. You know what I'm saying? So I think the woman is extremely, extremely needed. You know what I'm saying? She's the life giver.
All right. Go ahead, Bo.
I agree. I don't want to be contrary, but the thought that I have is, if in fact women are so important to society, which I agree that women are equally as important to society, all of that. I just want to state that again. But if we're so important, I don't understand when we are told that we don't matter. So like, I hear that a lot. I hear men don't need us, all of that. And I'm not talking about the men on this panel. I'm just talking about like messages that I've received in general. Um, when we are resting in our feminine, when we are, being soft spoken and agreeable and all of that, um, how we're not treated that way. But I do agree. I just wish that women would be handled better. And I wish women would be handled the way that I heard Illa and Trev speak, because oftentimes we're not. I think that if that happens, it might encourage more women to be nicer and more agreeable, because we're often not met with such reverence, even when we deserve it.
Can I say something? Or no,
Go ahead.
it's my turn. Sister Bo, why must you? Yo, that goes for everybody. Like we're talking, I think it's kind of mad early to go that route. It's like we know that. Like we know that. Like men can say that too. Like especially as male content creators, there's people posting on our walls all the time about not appreciating each. I just think it was a great time to just show the positive aspects of what women show instead of talking about how they're not appreciated. It's like we can do that every show. Everybody can do that. I can state off. I can write a letter, an essay about how many negative comments I've got over the years that women say about men online. Like it's a contentious energy online for both sides. I just think that every time the conversation goes there, you take this to this place. It's like women are appreciated still, and men are too. It's just a lot of the negativity is loud on both sides. I just thought that was a great opportunity for you to just talk about something positive about women, and just went to Brewster Street again. I don't know why you be doing it like that. You
Well,
did, Bo. I ain't got to lie, sweetheart. You did. You literally just took us to dun. It's like we can go there, but that quick, damn. Let's get to the second segment. Like we go right to Brewster Street, which.
well, fortunately and unfortunately, we're talking about women. We're not talking about both sides right now.
Yeah, but it could be a positive thing.
So
You went to the dark part.
I didn't interrupt you.
No, you're right.
And I said I don't mean to be contrary, but that's the thought that came up for me. I
It's
answered.
always the
I
thought,
did.
though.
I agreed with all of you. Like me saying the same thing you all were saying. That's redundant. I just said I agreed with all of you. However, that's the thought that came up for me, and you can't, like, I don't understand
But
how
it's
I'm wrong
always the
for
thought.
bringing it. Well, if it's always the thought, let's talk about how to change these things.
But it's
I don't
your thought. We can't
understand
change your
how.
mind.
I don't know why I'm the one that keeps getting.
Because you say it.
No, I think she was
I
getting
respect
interrupted.
you enough to not interrupt you. I
I'm
really
sorry.
wish you
I'm
would
sorry,
respect
bro.
me enough to not interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
But I didn't. I wasn't trying to take it there, but the fact that that thought came up for me absolutely means something. And for you to sit up here and say you always do this, it's still a problem. And unless it's not going to, like, if these feelings didn't come up, then it wouldn't be a problem. And then we'd be good. But
Bo,
unfortunately, you
Hold on,
all
let her finish, Ella.
you wanted to bring up the fact that men go through it too. Cool. Once we have that conversation about men, let's stick to men. But for right now, we're having a conversation about women and how women are treated. And if women got the same reverence that was stated here, even the one, I'm not talking about the women who y'all call hyenas and all of that. I'm talking about the women who were they're very soft spoken, they're very agreeable, and all of that. Y'all still mistreat them as if they don't matter, as if they are socks that you just shove your thing into and dispose of your your DNA. Like literally. And if that wasn't a problem still, I would not have brought it up. But I'm so sorry for that being the thought that I had.
Oh, okay. Can I respond respectfully?
Yeah, you
Like,
go to respond, and then we got to get to the.
all right, y'all go ahead. I ain't gonna say nothing. She got it.
All right, go ahead, True.
Which part do you want me to respond to, JR? The video or what's just being discussed right now?
You could respond to both. You can start with the video and then transition into what they was discussing.
Okay. I agree with Minister Farrakhan's delivery commentary. Pretty much we do need to feed our women knowledge, direction, leadership, all those things that are very positive and progressive. So it makes sense that right now
I kind of hate when they put me in this situation.
It makes sense right now. What's being showcased is that a lot of misinformation is being delivered. And so that has been something that we've been dealing with because of the propaganda machine. And that's the battle that exists currently right now. I personally don't think women are mistreated as they may often comment to or convey. I think that there's things that sometimes are individualized to where they may believe that it's supposed to be more of what they assume it to be, instead of doing a fair analysis. I find oftentimes, especially being in this Americas, that we are very spoiled people, which is okay. That is the privilege of being American. But there is so many people, human life across the board, that don't get to live the experiences that we live. And American women, in my opinion, are some of the most entitled women on the planet. Your mere infrastructure, what you get to experience on a daily basis, often would combat the fact that there's mistreatment, in my opinion. Major holidays, commercialization, all of those things combined, I don't see women to get mishandled, mistreated in mass. And I think that if you are a woman who is showcasing the very things that do bring positivity, if you're somebody who is humble, soft, positive, works on assisting and giving true value, I don't see those women to be mishandled. I don't see those women to get mistreated again in mass. I don't see that. And then I'll leave it there.
So essentially what he just said is, if you are a woman who performs, if you're a woman who does all the things that men deem to be appropriate, desirable, then you don't get treated a certain way. And that goes back to exactly what the point of the prompt is. How important are women to society? The question isn't how important are women who perform the way you perform. I mean, the way you desire. How important are women who appeal to your sensibilities, who appease your ego? It is women in general. And because there's so many women on this planet, like 4 billion, one would think that when we're talking about women, we're speaking about the masses, not just the ones who perform. So I think exactly what you just said. You said, if they do this, then I don't see them being mistreated. If they act this way, then I don't see them being. That does not kind of encompass the idea of all women. It encompasses just the specific set few who perform the way you want them to perform.
May I?
I think that that's what you heard, and that's fair. So let me try to do a better job, because I believe I started my commentary by saying that if you feed women with the things that are positive, you will typically get somewhat of an outcome that is, progressive. That's how it started. My commentary about the fact of performing, yes, I'm speaking more so to the exchange that Bo and Illa was having, that women in mass, in my opinion, are just not mistreated. They are extremely valuable. We know that, just like Illa stated, and I think myself and other men have stated, our society, in a sense, wouldn't exist without you guys' contribution. We know that, but I think that there is a brokenness that is existent now. I would almost say it's a spirit of sorts that the women of today have to overly commercialize, that they're not given reverence. I don't even hear men say that they need reverence. I think I hear men say they need respect and support. But there's something that is in the female psyche and emotional realm that still needs a prompting of sorts. And it's kind of sad, especially women in this country. Now, if we were somewhere off where you have to walk miles or you was really fighting for your life, I could probably understand that. But American women, in my opinion, can't say that in mass, not with the infrastructure that you have, not with the abilities that you have. It doesn't even really make sense to me. And I'll land.
What I got from what you said, my understanding of it was, if you act with basic humanity of respect and selflessness, consideration, and be kind, and if you were to just pretty much treat people how you want to be treated, with not so high expectations like the other person has to be perfect and I don't, and act like accountability exists and that there's repercussions for your actions, for how you treat people or what you do to somebody, or if you choose not to listen or talk over them or make them feel less than, that there is consequences to being treated like that and people won't stand for that. I felt like he was just simply saying, if men have to conduct themselves a certain way to receive certain things in life, women have to have that same accountability too, and not to say that they are a victim because they're putting out something and receiving the repercussions of their actions. That's what I got from what he said.
Jared, if you talking, you muted, big dog.
My bad. Can you hear me? Go ahead.
I think women are very important to its overall. Do I think women birth society? No. I think women birth people and men who tend to then go build society for women to live and thrive in. I don't think that women are equally as important as men are in the building of a society. I think they're more important in the sustainment of that society, though. I think that women don't build anything substantial. I don't think that men nurture anything substantial. So where we're weak is where they tend to be stronger at. However, we have to be strong first before then we allow them to be weak. So I have no issue with that. Women add so much value to so many things. You can forgive a woman a house, she'll make it a home, all of those things. So I have no issue with that. And for the second part, women are treated accordingly. If men are treating you or dogging you, it's because you give them the energy. Men in mass aren't mistreating women just because. We handle women accordingly. And if you're one we have to handle, we treat you as such. I have no issue with that. I think that it should continue, and I think that it should actually be worse. I think that if you give men the energy that causes them to treat you a way you don't like to be treated, I think you deserve it, and I don't feel bad for you. The same thing goes for men. I think a lot of times men get given passes for being the same things we say women shouldn't be, masculine or disrespectful, argumentative, and all that stuff. And we have to understand at the end of the day, the energy that we have needs to be the same energy we'd have in person. The same conversation Illa and I would have online needs to mirror what we would have in person, because we understand that there is a force multiplier that can be added to that conversation if it goes left. And again, I don't feel bad that women's force multiplier a lot of times is being handled aggressively when they behave aggressively. When they behave poorly, men choose to treat them badly. I've never in life seen a good woman, a wifely woman, have any of these talking points about being disrespected by men or having issues like this, because good women aren't treated that way. Good women aren't treated the way that the these what do we say, hyenas are treated, and they shouldn't be. You know, good women treated like domesticated women. You can't treat the wild women like you would those, because you get two different outcomes.
Did you want to respond, Pretty? I seen your face expression.
Yeah, I do. You know, I think it's interesting that on one side of the token, men will say nonsense like that, and on the other side of the token, they'll tout around that 70% of divorces are filed by women. I don't think those 70% of women who leave those relationships for different reasons are just leaving because they can't, they got to come up and they're just trying to dip out. No, oftentimes those women are being mistreated. Some of them, yes, they may or may not be the best woman on the planet, but others, I am pretty sure they were good women who were mistreated. The idea that only bad women get mistreated would quite literally ignore how much harm we do to kids, how much harm we do to the disabled, how much harm we do to the elderly, how much harm we do to the members of our society who cannot protect themselves and who are innocent. And we harm innocent people as a society all the time. So to think that like that just completely skips over just women and that there are good women out there who get harmed by men is ridiculous. A lot of the stuff you said at the beginning, Will, was true, but like to end it, I don't understand you sometimes. Like you'll say some things that make sense. You'll just wrap it up in like a crap sandwich. Like you'll just wrap it up in a whole bunch of nothing. Because to say all of that and then say, I don't know, not one good woman out there, a wifely woman, not one, who was mistreated by a man. Seriously. Not one?
Well, there's two places where your argument fails. One, again, as you being a non-American black woman that's caping for black women, you're not going to ever have the moral high ground of talking about the dangers of how we harm children when you guys kill so many of them. So there's one. And then two, I didn't say that no good women are mistreated. I said I haven't seen women being mistreated in mass. The majority of wifely women, the ones that are feminine, kind, non-combative, nurturing, the ones that are worth men's chivalry, they get it. And then those of y'all that don't. And it's just, I think that it becomes off nonsense to you because you only identify with the latter part of the conversation, and that's not my fault.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Pearl. You want to respond real quickly, Pretty? 28
Yeah,
seconds.
I would, because that was pure deflection. I'm sorry, Pearl, and it's going to be a second, because that was pure deflection, and that was quite embarrassing. You literally said, as a non-Black American woman who's trying to keep for Black American women, you're going to speak about harm because of AB. How does AB manage to enter every conversation? Like, I was actually being very direct to what you specifically said, and you deflected again, as usual. Go ahead, Pro. Jesus hell.
To respond to JR, he had his hand raised for a minute.
Who?
Illa.
Oh, all right. Come back to you, Illa. Go ahead, Pearl.
Of course, I think women are important to society. Mother Earth, Mother Nature, just saying. Willie, I think when you say like we're not as valuable or as important in terms of society, I think you mean infrastructure. We know we don't build and contribute to the foundation of the structure.
I made that clarification too when I said it.
You did? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't hear that part. But that's what I was going to say. We're not as valuable in terms of infrastructure, but in terms of like a structured group, cultures and social institutions, norms, relationships, collective behavior, of course, we're important. In terms of the video, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, it's funny because I was on here with Picking and Choosing and Will, and he asked what value could a woman bring to a relationship. And I had literally mentioned wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and we kind of like had a debate about that. So it's just funny that Farrakhan had mentioned that. The point that I want to make to that is even if that was true, we have to have men to have an understanding that women bring that knowledge wisdom and understanding. And then we as women have to hold ourselves accountable and see if we're even bringing that wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So I think it's just subjective. It should be concrete and it should be mandatory for everybody. And maybe that's why we're having this discussion, because everybody doesn't align with these values. But I definitely feel like we bring wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. It's just a matter of who the person is and how much they're developed. So
Can I
I'll
ask you a
land my
question,
plane
Ms.
there.
Pearl?
Sure.
Ms. Pearl, someone asked you a question. Go ahead.
I'm good. Yeah.
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I was just wondering, just for myself to better understand, can you give a couple examples of wisdom and knowledge that a woman brings to the relationship?
I think a woman is wise in the way that she can observe her partner. I think that she can be wise in the way that she can speak to him, or the way that she thinks, the way that she can support him. There is a understanding that we have, a clarity that we have, and it's based on the way that we think, that is different from a man, and it allows us to have a unique perspective. And I think that's where our wisdom comes from. It should also come from our lineage of females in our family, women of great stock who have taught us how to move, how to think, how to walk, how to talk, how to interact. The knowledge that I would bring is my knowledge of self, and in turn helping him to develop his knowledge of self if he doesn't have it. I mean, they're just different conditions in your relationship, but once a woman is in tune with herself, she's walking knowledge, and the way that she interacts and the wisdom that she brings will help her man have a natural understanding of himself and the way that he operates in life.
Okay. What I got from that, I don't feel like that is completely true. Because when I think of awareness, for example, I think about a woman walking down the street and she's all about herself and in the moment and living in the feelings of everything's all good, while the man is watching the surroundings and being aware of everything that's going on around her and seeing the details and things that she's not seeing and hearing the voices that she's not hearing. I believe that a man is also able to teach a woman how to be able to have better discernment, to pay attention to detail, to see the small things, to listen, to understand, and how to maneuver through emotions and use the logic. I believe that men are very capable when it comes to giving stability and bringing balance. So when things are going wrong, his command, but not his demand, will have the room be still. Because sometimes when I think about mothers having control over certain things, some things get out of hand. So you need the father's strong voice to bring that structure in, that can bring wisdom to the house, to give the understanding of listen to your mother, listen to your father. I believe that men are able to give that understanding where a man can also save a woman from herself. That our emotions will have us feeling like, I hate you, I don't love you, I don't care about you. You make me feel like you don't love or care about me. But his actions of, I'm still having this hard conversation with you. I'm still here with you. I'm still providing for you. I'm still showing up for you. I'm still here to be around your rear end, even though it's pissing me off. That his actions say I love you, but your emotions say that he don't. So he has to explain his actions to the woman and say, you feel like I don't love and care about you, but my actions say that I love and care about you. So sometimes a woman can be confused. That I think that when you have a good man and a good father in your life, that a man has the ability to bring clarity. So I just don't picture a woman teaching so much of this when men are actually known for this. This is just my opinion.
Appreciate
like
that,
that.
Mr. Savage. Go ahead, DJ. No, Aaron. It's on Aaron. Go ahead, Aaron. My bad.
Yeah, greetings, Mr. Lapeef. Thanks for allowing me on your show. Shout out to the panel. Peace to the chat. So, I think women do bring a tremendous value to society, assuming that they perform, right? If you're going to report yourself to be a value proposition, then you have to give value. You can't do that by simply existing. I think the value that women bring is emotional sophistication and perspective. I wouldn't say clarity. I think that's something that men bring, but that's not I don't think what the question's asking. I think kind of perspective that women bring is in emotional sophistication. When I think about children at birth, the only way to communicate with them is through emotion. They don't understand language yet. So the baby responds to the mother's emotion, be it good or bad, and then models its behavior based on that. And then the mother reads the same thing in the baby. Emotion is the first form of communication. So I think that transcends throughout, society and civilization in um, a more dynamic way than just the relationship between mother and child. But I think it starts there. I think that's kind of the perspective that women bring, which is counter to the clarity that men bring. You know what I mean? But that's part of the divine dichotomy. But you have to perform, and you have to be a benefit to society if you're going to claim to be valuable to it.
All right. Go ahead, DJ.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, appreciate it. Yeah, I think women are extremely important to society. If we are to be the ones that are to hold the line on the outside, they provide the energy to sustain the inside. And so when we come back inside, they help sure that we are energized to go back outside and do what it is that we do. I think uh, in a comparison, women would be a fire and a man would be like a stove. As long as you are able to harness that energy, you can feed, keep things warm, you can sustain a household. If you cannot harness that energy, you just burn the whole damn house down. So,
All right.
damn, bro, what I do?
That face was not for you. I'm still thinking of the nonsense I heard a minute ago. No, you're great.
I just want to say I like that analogy. That was dope.
I got a million of them. Appreciate
Keep
it.
it coming.
Go ahead, Ella. You're on mute, just so you know. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. I just think it's so sad that we can have conversations like this, and it's like, while we're trying to get to the bottom line, there's so much condescending things said, that just undermines everything that we're doing. Because it's like, if women have so much to offer, you would think that women could at least have a conversation without name calling, without being, having ad hominems. You don't have to agree with somebody's talking points, but to minimize what people say as if, what they're saying is not accurate because you don't agree, calling people silly and it's just childish. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a horrible example of anything you're going to say about women if you're leading that way, because a real woman doesn't have to do that. I think Savage gave a great example of how she made her points, whether she defended men or not. The way she made them, it wasn't really insulting to anybody. I don't think you have to insult people to disagree with them. I think the points that Willie made were very clear. And I think sometimes we conflate mistreatment with disappointment. Just because when Willie said good women never aren't treated bad, that doesn't equate to not being divorced. That doesn't equate to not working it out in a relationship. And I think a lot of women like to conflate that as if, since the relationship didn't work out, then that's evidence of mistreatment, and that's not always so. Even good people don't work out with other good people for a myriad of reasons, but it doesn't always have to be because someone was disrespected or mistreated. Sometimes people grow apart. Sometimes people's interests change. It just happens. You can end relationships amicably as well, because just because we understand people divorce, we don't have the data oftentimes on why they always divorce. It's all sometimes the most worst situations are what's reported. Some people just come to a conclusion like, listen, the children are older. I want to live my life. You want to live your life. And we separate. So I think not being with someone isn't always evidence of mistreatment. And I think that was conflated in the conversation today. And I just think that we could disagree with each other, but I don't think we have to insult people and say their mindset is dumb. And that's just not necessary. We just don't agree. You don't agree.
Go ahead. Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna do better. I shouldn't have said nonsense, but I definitely disagreed with what was said earlier. I had to take some notes because my brain don't be working like that no more. But I would just like to say what was described earlier about women's level of awareness sounded like a child walking aimlessly through the street. Women, by default of being a woman and carrying a vagina everywhere we go, we have to be aware of our surroundings in general. Otherwise, we would be in trouble everywhere we went. We have to be aware of what is going on, who is around us, how close people are, what we have, how fast we're walking. Don't walk too close to the door. Don't pass through this place because you could get snatched somewhere. Like, we have to have a certain level of awareness. However, what I will say is men have a different level of awareness because biologically their brains work different than us. So they see things that we do not see, and that I agree with. But women, we in theory would love to turn our brains off when we are with our men and just go through the world as if everything is everything and nothing will happen to us because that man got us. But it is by reflex alone that we are just aware of things because we have to be to protect, like just literally for survival. I do not want that to be put out there as if women just don't be thinking about nothing and men just protect us from everything. And I don't want to discredit men. And I do not, and I want to acknowledge the biological difference in our brains alone. There's a part of their brain that works different than us in that way. But women are absolutely aware of their surroundings and are able to protect themselves on a certain level.
Bo,
Can
do
I?
you know the number one way men will protect women? It's via our restraint. That's one of the biggest ways we protect y'all. We protect you guys because we don't enforce the consequences of your actions at the same rate and same level that we do on other men. I think a lot of women forget that because, again, look at how people talk to each other on this panel. When you know that in real life, that conversation would never be had this way in person, there wouldn't be any name calling, it wouldn't be in disrespect because the consequences of those things would be able to be applied directly to that person. Everybody has the restraint that we have tends because of the venue that we have this conversation in. So just remember that a lot of men protect women by our restraint and saying our ability to not want to do anything to you. And just understanding that sometimes, women are just weak-willed and emotional and they just have temper tantrums.
And can I say
Okay.
something real quick, please?
One
Real
second.
quick.
One second, guys.
I mean, just real quick, 2 seconds. I
No,
want
but
to jump in.
no, because your real quicks aren't really quick.
But see, yours
So
ain't either. But see how you do
so
it? You
yeah,
just
but I
trying
was
to
actually
put
next
out
in
there.
the
Go,
order,
go ahead,
Ella.
sweetheart. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So so here's the thing. Miss Pearl, would you mind clarifying the three words you said? You said wisdom, understanding, and there was a third word.
It was knowledge.
Knowledge. Okay. All right. So wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. The response that Miss Savage gave to that was what I would consider to be awareness of your surroundings. Not necessarily what we understand as wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Right. So, in my opinion, as I listened to her talk, it was a lot of her trying to veer from the words that were used, creating kind of a new definition for what she deemed wisdom to be, which I guess you could call spatial awareness, looking around, looking, "Oh, what's going on? Left turn, right turn, across the street. Oh, there's a guy right there with a hoodie on. He got his hands in his pocket. Might be a pew pew. I guess that's wisdom. Or would that be like street smarts, right? So for me, like when I was listening to you talk, I didn't see the part that disagreed with what she said. I didn't hear the part of the argument that disagreed with the words that she actually used to describe what a woman can contribute to a relationship. And that is not to discredit what you explained as what a man can contribute. I did not see the disagreement. So you framed it as a disagreement. That's not how I took what you said at all. You were just kind of adding on some other things that a man may be able to contribute. So I think sometimes, like, when we are deep rooted in our like male centeredness, is important to kind of zoom out a little bit and understand, like, not everything has to be tied back to a man. And sometimes you can just give women their flowers and say that women are some wise. Women do teach children. They do have understanding and empathy. They're often the ones who are counseling. We are often in service roles. Like, that's just a part of what we do, right? But anyways, or what we've been conditioned to do. I also think it's interesting that we're calling out name calling for what the women have said to the men, but you didn't call out the fact that Willie was calling women hyenas, Ayla. I think it's interesting that you only kind of pointed out
Can I respond
the
to that?
women saying, yeah, I know.
I'm a rebuttal
One second,
her
one second,
when she
Willie
one
doesn't
says.
call
second.
women
My time is
hyenas. He
almost going to
calls
be
Hold on,
done.
hold on, y'all. Hold on, hold on, hold on,
Gonna
y'all.
be
Hold on, y'all. Let's let Pretty finish, then Ella, and I come to you, Savage.
relax, friends.
Thank you.
Relax, guys. We've always been waiting our turn. Let's keep it cutesy. Anyway, so I do think it's interesting that you are saying, oh, Will, he said something that was
I
very
heard you.
succinct and very logical. However, he called women hyenas. That was name
I
calling.
heard you.
And
Okay.
what women said was, that was ridiculous. That did not make sense. We did not say, Willie, you are stupid. Willie, you do not make sense. That's not what was said. So I think when you're saying name calling, be specific about that.
Okay, you finished. It's like I was saying. He was describing a hyena and called it a hyena. He didn't refer to any of you guys as anything negative. You specifically referred to him and his perspective with derogatory terms. He described a person that I guess you personified with, but that's a choice. He didn't call anything that. Hold on,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
You talk, right? So, but that's neither here nor there. We all know what you're here to do. But back to the point, Bo, you brought up something that you brought up how basically women's awareness get ignored, just like men's emotional intelligence. Just women always say that men are not emotionally intelligent, but our reality actually requires to do that more than you, because men can't afford to act up anywhere. We can't act up at work. We can't act up in the street. We can't act up at home. We can't act up in a place of business. Women can really act a fool in certain places. That's kind of like, I wouldn't say allowed, but kind of forgiven. But you often, and other women often, ignore the fact that men are so emotionally intelligent, but at the same time, we're required to be such. So all I'm just want to say is, the same ignorance that you swear that men have for women, we can both play that tit for tat game all day long. Because just like you swear that women are more aware than just what people expect, people say they are, we can say that for us. Because men are very emotionally intelligent. We're not just mean asshole guys. We can't afford to, we have to know how to talk to everybody, because we're on thin ice in society and in many realms of interaction. We don't really have that leash like that. So the same allowance you want from women, you have to have that for a man, for us to take you serious in these conversations. Well, for me.
May I
go ahead, Savage? Yes.
Okay. There was so many points that were thrown at me, and even some that don't even belong to me. So I'm going to address the ones that don't belong to me first. I am not responsible. I have nothing to do with what Willie said. I answered Miss Pearl. You're absolutely right. I did not go against her point. I added to her point. I didn't want it to make it seem like, oh, women teach men these things. I said men are known for these things. And I gave examples of how he does these things. I never discredit the woman. I just made it out there that, oh, you might come with these things, but he has these things too. He's able to teach these things too. He's able to be these things so well that he can also polish a woman how to be these things better. I never said she didn't have. Your partner is supposed to enhance you. Your partner is supposed to polish you if he's capable of being so, but your discernment will decide that when you pick the person that you want to be with you. So when you're dealing with an alpha man, he's gonna make you better. You ought to hope that he's more aware than you if you want to be on point times two. But if you got a man that's hindering you, then that says a lot about the simp that you chose. I never said a woman didn't have. I just said what also he can do.
That part.
All right. Go ahead, Willie.
it's the again, Mott taught me. He said just let people talk, and a lot of times you don't even have to respond to the point. And with some of these conversations, when you see who, like I say that people's boos don't matter to me when I see what they cheer for and who cheers for them. And it's just like we have the conversations, and Illa highlighted that Bo turned it into something negative based on her experience. Everybody sees what PI is trying to do. And I just want to say I appreciate the fellas and the ladies on the panel for not falling into it this time. Like, and then for the guy, Illa, you seem to interact with her. I appreciate how you're doing it and staying in frame, because at the end of the day, we all understand what happens on this panel. And again, the rage bait, the I hate man feminist stuff that's going on. None of you guys are digging into it, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely not. Like I said, man, I love women. Like, what would life be without y'all? I like being around them. They ain't even got to talk. Not saying I don't want them to talk, but I like women's energy so much. You just make the vibe better. So the fact that we on these shows to try to find a way, not saying that we got a way, not saying that we got the answers, but to at least try to find a way to meet a respectful middle ground in dialogue, and for people to just sit and laugh like children. It's like, if your goal is to show the value of women, you're doing a horrible job, because you can't even show us how to have a conversation without childlike antics. It's like we're just talking. Like, we not. I would doubt that when you talk to people in real life while they're speaking, you just just like, I don't think you would do that in real life. Like Willie said, why can't we speak the way we do offline or online? Like, I would not just laugh in somebody's face if I don't agree with them, if we just having a civil conversation. You know what I mean? I just think it's just the behavior undermines all the talking points. Like, if you can't just behave in the conversation, I don't care how smart you are, I don't care how intellectual you are, I don't care how sharp your points are, it really doesn't hit the same, because you don't even have the awareness to read the room, to just know that you're talking to grown ass adults who you don't have to do anything theatrical with. You don't have to agree with us, but you don't have to patronize us and do all this silly shit either. Like, it's like, it just undermines everything that you might say, and always looking for the most negative aspect of women's treatment to bring to every conversation every week. It's just like, it just screams that you need a hug and you need some help. Like, every woman don't feel how you feel. Every woman don't feel this abyss of energy when men come around. Like, that's your personal experience, and you can't turn that into every woman. And it's really pathetic to hear that shit every week. Like, I'm sorry, it just is.
We should just remind women that majority of women have a man that they're representing when they're up here, whether it's their husband, their father, or someone who tried to guide or mold them at some point in their life. And when you come on these public panels and you act the way you act, it's really sad, because it reflects, if you're a married woman, it reflects poorly on your husband. It tells the rest of the men on here who conduct themselves in a certain way, who are leaders in their homes, that the man that they married is either one, weak, trash, or gay. And it's unfortunate that a lot of you guys don't think about that. Like, when you come on the panel and do things, because one, it's embarrassing. You guys want to be respected. Men as well. We all want to be respected, but we don't conduct ourselves in a respectable manner. And then we embarrass those that we love. Like, for a guy to be up here, acting crazy or talking, about whatever, he's a father, he's probably said something about his kids. A woman's married and she's up here arguing with men, being disrespectful and doing things that in real life would probably get her and her husband beat up. It's unfortunate, but you see it on every one of these panels.
Respond, Pretty.
I think it's really funny. I have a hard time with you guys. Like, you're being absolute jokes right now. Like, you're getting overly upset, and then you're mad that I'm laughing at you because your response is not worth it. You're being disingenuous, and then when I call it out, then you respond with deflection. And so when people deflect from conversations, I have a hard time taking it seriously. Also, I'm gonna tell you something about my husband. He also thinks y'all are jokes. So I don't really see the aspect of you're gonna get beat up. You don't know what my husband looks like. Like, what are we talking about? Like, the whole aspect that you can threaten random men you've never met as, oh, you're gonna get beat up. You have no idea. Like, this is the part of the conversation that it just gets a little bit ridiculous. You don't know what he looks like. You don't know how he feels. You don't know his opinion. You don't know who he is as a man or what he represents, nor do you know anything about me because you make a bunch of assumptions about who you think I am. And I don't plan on beating the allegations. Just like last time when homeboy assumed I was a baby mama with a ring on my finger, I don't plan to beat the allegations, dude. Like, you can think whatever you think, and I will laugh in your face because you're making assumptions about my character. The last time, Willie, on the back end, you called me the R word. I don't respect you. I don't respect you as a person at all.
What's the R word?
The R word that you call for people who are disabled.
Oh, retarded?
Correct. I'm not going to say that word because it's disparaging. So I'm not taking people like you seriously. Like, I will laugh in your face every single time. Every time you say something to try to act like you want to make sense, I'm gonna laugh in your face. But when there's people who are worth talking to and they make a point, when I make a point back, they actually respond to my point, I will engage. But when you deflect with talking about ABs, when we're having a conversation about what women are in society, no, I don't take you seriously, friend. And I'm sorry, you're just going to have to deal with that. Run it off on the treadmill. I don't know what to tell you.
You have to remember that we're not making assumptions based off that are baseless. We're based on how you conduct yourself. So the fact that a man chose you as his wife is how we know that his standards are probably lower than ours and that he's not a leader in his home. Because anybody who their wife loved them, respected them, they wouldn't be interacting this way.
All right, let's go ahead and get back to show y'all a couple super chats. Massey Face God, $12, Ella Highness, only understand victimhood mentality. Stay tuned, PI gonna explain how you don't know what you are saying.
Got it.
Lastly, Freedom Flow TV files. Being intellectual is not pretty, nor is she intellectual. I feel bad for her husband and daughter. They both deserve better. I thank everybody that's contributed to the files. Make sure we hit the like button. Hit the like. That's all I'm asking is just the like button be hit. Let's go ahead and move on to our next topic, which is still with Louis Farrakhan. Men have to learn how to listen to women.
It is a struggle where a man and a woman with different natures, which means that you view things differently. A man and a woman can look at the same object, they won't see it the same way. And this means that a man has to listen to a woman, to look at it from her perspective. Your perspective is your perspective, but it is not the truth. It is absolutely necessary to listen to somebody else. Now, when you learn to really listen to a woman, she already has learned to listen to you. But a man has to learn to listen to a woman in order to really hear what she's saying. And I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, the problem with 90% of the marriages is improper communication between two people. You're not listening to each other. You're not listening to each other. You're not really serving each other's needs.
All right. I want to tackle this one first.
Can I go?
May I? Oh.
We'll go to Ella, then we'll go to Savage.
I think the most important thing he said was you must listen. If she's listening, if you listen to her, then it's because she's already listened to you. I think that's the key part with a lot of women where we find these issues with our women is they're not listening. They just want to be heard. So it puts them in a situation when they feel like they're not being heard. And it's like, no, you're being heard. You're just not hearing me. So I think that if a lot of women show that they listen, not the performative, because a lot of women perform listening. They have to announce it like, I'm listening now. I'm actually giving you, you're not, because listening is a quiet act. You don't even have to announce it. You just do the shit. So I think a lot of women perform listening, but if they actually listen, I think a man will be happy to listen to you. I think a lot of pushback comes because we don't feel like we're heard in the first place. So I think that was the key part of what I heard him say. If she's already listening and have applied, you can tell that she's listening by how she done things in her life. I think you were employed to definitely listen to her because that's the woman who got wisdom, because a good listener is a good learner. And if you can learn, you can definitely lead in some capacity. So I think that's the aspect that stood out to me.
All right, go ahead, Savage.
I have a more positive. What happened? Oh,
Oh,
I have a more positive approach to look at this. I think I can take 2 points. I'm gonna say one way that women can be really powerful in listening to her is that she might be able to see the weak spots that he can't. And she might be able to have access to certain things that he doesn't just because she is who she is. I think of a woman like a hitman sometimes. Sometimes the woman is the secret weapon. I think about my kid's father and my daughter. You see, he might be ready to have a man's approach to it, just be stern, down the throat. No, cut this off, cut that off, blah, blah. But me as a woman, I could be like, no, 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 let mama handle this. She not gonna understand it like she is when it's coming from me. I gotta be the example. I gotta be the standard. I can relate to her. I was once a little girl, so I can get through to her. This me, baby. I got this. It's me. Let me do this. That's one way a woman can be powerful in that area where he can't get to it like that. She gonna be able to hold that baby in ways that he can't. She got that connection like that. She can get to them kids in certain ways. You see, I feel like the woman prepares the children mentally and eternally from the inside of the home, but the man prepares the children for everything outside of that home: protection, life, structure. So there are certain areas that women can excel in that men cannot. But then I also think about, like, a second area is like what the brother before me was saying. If she listened to you so much, she can also put you back on point and hold you accountable to the things you said that you was gonna do because you taught and helped her so much. It's like when somebody been paying attention to your every detail because she been following your every step. You said this, you taught this. Well, then when you start messing up, now she can hold you accountable. Like, hey, you can't do this. Remember, you said this could happen, or you taught me about this. You showed me this. And if you do this and you're not paying attention, well, I was paying attention for you. I'm gonna be your second pair of eyes. I'm gonna be your second mind. I'm gonna keep you on point because you taught me how to pay attention to these things. I listen to you. I listen to you where you can help you have your back. That's just two positive things that the woman can do.
all right. Go ahead, Bo.
Before I say what I have to say, I do think that Savage has had some really good takes tonight. It was just that one thing I disagreed with vehemently. But I think she's very well spoken. I will say that. Now, you can tell when a woman is when a woman respects and feels safe with a man who listens. That woman is much more docile. That woman is a lot more relaxed than a woman who is always tense. A man who listens to a woman knows exactly what that woman needs. A woman who listens to a man knows exactly what that man needs. Both of them have to absolutely listen to each other. I heard this speech a long, long time ago. And I agree with a lot of what he's said, but I think that some of these things are lost in translation. I don't know, from his mouth to some people's ears. There has to be a balance when people are interacting with each other. There has to be both people listening and respecting one another. All too often, people say things to each other and no one wants to understand it. Like, you don't have to accept it, but you do have to work on understanding it. And we can't even get through some of these conversations a lot of times because people do not want to understand. I'm learning to understand a lot of these men, the men that I actually respect. But those who I do not respect, I can't give you that because I don't have you have not earned my respect, so you have not earned me listening to you. But it is very important in these conversations that people learn how to listen to each other to understand.
All right. Go ahead. True.
So I agree with the minister in what he was trying to convey. I do ultimately believe that communication is one of those muscles that you just have to continue to refine and nurture and develop. That's just, in my opinion, common knowledge. I think what happens a lot of times, and again, this is just my opinion, I don't believe most men struggle with listening to women. I do believe, however, women struggle ultimately to listen to men, and I'll explain to you why I come to that like outlook. I think that there's an imposing of wills that happens a lot of times. When learning to communicate with women, I often find that they know how to convey to each other mostly how they feel, just without default. And then that learning how to convey their point, their argument, their vantage point to a man sometimes comes across extremely difficult, because it's like not understanding the process behind how he may receive or see something. I do believe in mass, most men do actually listen to women. Now it may be surface level. We listen to maybe respond or maybe act, maybe perform. As far as listening to her heart, maybe listening to her spirit, the depths of her, that's an interpersonal thing. And I think that that takes maturity. And I also think that the key word between both of them is it requires trust. Neither one person gonna listen to each other if they don't trust one another. And that typically is what I see in relationships that exist. She don't really trust him, or at least to the depth of it. And he don't really trust her for whatever reason. So I think that in the communication, things get lost. But yeah, I agree with Minister that communication is 90% of people's problem in relationships. And I'll land.
All right. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what True said, and to continue, communication is a two-way street. It's a dissemination of thought and, receiving a thought and understanding it. So it's imperative that we both listen to one another and communicate with one another. I will urge men to be prepared to deal with a great deal of frustration when listening to women. It's going to require a lot of patience, a great deal of patience to actually listen to a woman. And I think you're going to have to do more than just listen with your ears, but observe, because she's going to exercise a lot of poetic license when she communicates with you, and you're going to have to combine that with observing her actions to really get the truth and the message out of everything. She's going to leave things out. She's going to add things in. True mentioned, imposing of one's will, and you have to also be prepared to have your words misinterpreted, right? And in the event that they are, ask the question, what did you hear me say? What did you think I meant? And if there's a correction that need to be made, then say, well, then you have it wrong. Maybe let me paraphrase, or this, that, and the other. A lot of times I think chances are they're going to filter what you're saying through their emotions, which may change the context, of what you intend to say. And that can be frustrating. So I'll end there.
All right. Go ahead, Pretty.
I do think it's when it comes to listening, I think it's interesting, because if listening will come from the women first, I always find it funny that men will say that they're the leaders, but then they expect a woman to exhibit leadership for them to reciprocate what she is doing. If you are the leader, then it's incumbent upon you to listen to the woes and the issues of the people who are following you, and then and clearly explain your leadership, right? And give them a vision, something to follow while adhering to their concerns. Like, that's, you would want to listen to the people who follow you if you're a leader. But if you're saying as a leader, hey, I require for you to listen to me first, and then I'll listen to you, they're probably not going to follow, because you're not going to get their buy-in. You're not going to get that investment from them, because they don't feel like their opinions matter, right? So when it comes to the leader follow type of dynamic, I do think that that part is a little bit interesting. I also think it's interesting when Aaron just spoke about emotional responses. That's not something that's specific to women. So I'm going to take your advice and I'm going to spread it and say that that's what I'm going to apply to listening to most of y'all talk. Because most of the time when you guys speak, a woman will say something like, hey, you know what? It's hard for you to be a protector when men are the ones harming women mostly, right? It's hard to say you're the protector when you're largely the predator in society. So what you're saying, all men are bad? You're saying all men are just out here harm? No. What I said was what I said. What you heard was your emotions. So it's not only women who listen from an emotional place. Men listen from an emotional place because we are emotional beings. You cannot say that we're not. You can't say it's just women who listen emotionally. If there's one time you can point to a man, overwhelmingly, especially on these podcasts when y'all crash out left and right, who listen from a logical place and not emotional, I would be glad to hear it.
Go ahead and respond, True, and Aaron can respond.
So, this tends to happen every now and then, Pretty, and maybe that's just your gift. The way the ability for you to hear things and look at things and find a way to introduce propaganda, almost like in a sense of the danger side of life. Two things can be true at the same time. I think we can all agree to that, right? So as you stated, oftentimes the predators are the men, but overwhelmingly the men are also the heroes as well as the leaders. And I like how you dismantle our position. Like this it's a gift. You'll take us and prop us up and tear us down at the same time. This is not me being emotional. This is just what I'm hearing. To state, and this is why I say sometimes with women it's interesting. I wish at times you guys play sports. I wish at times there was more positions of leadership, because a lot of what you respond to, you would understand. It's kind of like being hired as a job. If you're being hired, I'm first instructing. At some point in this exchange, you will have an opinion. You will have things that you garner and gather amongst the transition of our relationship. And I think this is the biggest disparity in common day. Women really believe that their relationship is their relationship. You were only here because I placed you here. No woman runs relationships. It's my relationship. I had to see value in you. I had to, be open, and I'll land JR in a minute, because I think this is important. So I think that's when you respond. That's what I think you leave out. You want to give credence, and then you want to also introduce terror, for whatever reason. I think that's just maybe your gift. You're like the Joker of the panel in a sense. And I'm not being critical. I'm saying from Batman and the characters. But basically, like I said, two things can be true at the same time. What Aaron said, I think, is pivotal. A lot of what the men are saying. Oftentimes, the disconnect for me is what I find is that there is growth on both ends. I would be remiss to say that men are all fully finished when we're introduced to you. That would be a lie. But I can overwhelmingly state that when you guys are in our care, under our leadership, under our tutelage, you are not a finished product. There is so much growth and so much guidance that most women need. For you to even call yourself a balanced woman, you need a man for that to even be true. And I know you may not agree. Maybe you're not there at that developed stage yet to understand what I'm saying, but maybe one day we'll arrive there, and I'll land.
All right, go ahead and respond, Pretty, and then let's go ahead and get Aaron.
Sorry. This is why I laugh at you guys. I'm sorry. This is why I laugh at you. What are you talking about? Tutelage? Tutelage? Come on.
You do understand. You understand.
That's a lie table. It's
you understand the word.
That is
She
not
understands.
table. That is
You
a
understand
lie
the word,
table.
right?
That is
You
a
understand
lie
the word.
table. That's what that
She
is.
understands. That's why she's
So, anyways, let me put this
stretching
on.
it.
No. So when we sit here, we have conversations about
Shot clock.
Okay.
And I'm just waiting for her to start.
Yeah. Sorry. When we have conversations about you're not in this position until I place you there, and you want to refer to employment. I love that you went into that realm, because clearly you don't understand how employment works. See, before any company can even begin to start recruitment or even employee attraction, they have to create an employee proposition statement. And what that would be is them trying to even show and convey why they would be useful to that person in the first place. they would have their benefits. They have, hey, here's all the things we offer as a company, growth opportunities. We have gyms on membership and whatever. Like, please come, please. And they try to sell themselves. So people want to work for them. And then when they hire them or when they interview, both people interview each other, right? That person interviews and says, hey, you know what? I want this. And the company says the same thing back. And oftentimes employees are no-shows because a lot of y'all don't properly recruit and you don't make people want to work for you. And so they don't show up on their first day or they decline the offer. They're non-select, right? And then when you do get some people on to actually get hired, what they leave in the first 90 days because you do a crap job of onboarding and actually getting people excited to be a part of that organization. So there's multiple points in that where my point still lands. But true, I was not speaking about employment. And that's y'all's problem. You consider women to be employees that are disposable. And that is why you lose them often, because you do not consider them to be valuable.
I would love to respond. So
hey, give him my spot. Give him my time, JR.
I use that as an example because I'm operating under the assumption that you are actually intelligent enough to understand the comparison. And so I'll say it again, maybe slower.
I don't need it. It's the same example. It's employment.
I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to those people who are listening to this. Okay, cool, great. So if those women have not grown to understand, because this is the true fact, and most men would probably get this, the relationship is always ours. We have a vision for it. We have an expectation for it. You are part of that process when we decide to choose you, right? Cool. So I do agree, like you said, there's a discussion and whatnot. But what you had said was the fact that a good leader needs to listen. I agree with that. I don't think that that's something that we have to, I guess, showcase or even, comment on. But that's, again, why I say that's your talent. You spend an abundance amount of time trying to make it seem like men are great and limited all at the same time. I would love for you to pick a lane, because it's interesting that you do that. I honestly don't know why. Maybe you haven't had a lot of great experiences with solid men, but I use the word like tutelage because it is a true statement, and you love to talk about the patriarchy and all of those things. But yeah, this is not hard to understand. Communication is a skill. It requires nurturing. It requires constant revisiting. And I think the men on these panels, the men in these spaces are actually trying to do something that hasn't been done for quite some time, because at one time, if I'm not mistaken, we didn't even really talk to y'all, at least not to really dive into the depths of how you think and feel and what you need for us to be of service to you, which would say that we are good leaders because we actually care. We're given the time, we're given the effort. So I'm not going to let you continue to try to make it seem like we as men are not solid in our leadership. I think that there's always room for improvement, but for the most part, I think we're doing a pretty decent job. I'm going to
keep saying it. Every time y'all take shots at my personal relationships, it means you're losing the argument. I land.
Go ahead, Aaron.
He never took a shot at your relationship.
Yes, he did.
A hit dog is always gonna holler.
Yes, he did. You guys say it every single. Oh, your husband.
True didn't say that.
True didn't say that. Said it. It just shows she hasn't had very good men in her life. No, you're trying to take.
He said she as a general person. He didn't say you. You took it personal because you goofy as hell. Let's just call a spade a spade. He wasn't even talking to you. He wasn't even talking to you. You're not even
gaslighting. He is speaking directly to me. Stop gaslighting.
He was talking in general.
Do not
you don't know the difference. You're showing you're a child. Everybody knew he wasn't talking to you. Everybody knew he wasn't talking to you but you.
All right, y'all, let's go to get back on.
I'm just saying, means you're losing the argument.
Pretty and Ella. Hold on. Let's get Aaron and then let's go to Savage for a response, and then let's go ahead and move on. I got to do that.
Yeah, so I think Pretty did a good job at offering this a case study to kind of prove exactly what I was saying. When you said that men also have emotions and we think, using emotions, that may be true. I never said men didn't. I just said women are more than likely going to filter what you say through their emotions. See, the original rubric of the topic was that men have to listen to women. It wasn't the other way. So I was simply giving you advice on listening to women. If it went the other way, women listening to men, I would give you a different set of advice, and that conversation would have been had, right? But I never said that men didn't listen with emotions. That's another conversation. The other thing is when you said, well, a woman will say something and then a man will say, well, what you trying to say? Men are predators. Well, no, that's exactly how men communicate. What the man is doing is asking you to clarify what you're saying. He's not making an assumption about what you're saying. He's asking, is this what you mean to tell me? Is that what you're saying? Because he's allowing you to maintain the autonomy and authority over your thoughts. You're the author of your thoughts. I cannot change that. And if what I'm interpreting differs from what you intend to say, I need to ask, is this what you intend? You just said it yourself. That's how men tend to communicate. It'd be different if a man just said, well, you said this, and just carried on in the conversation under the notion that you called all men, what was the term you used? Predators or whatever the case is. But no, man's going to ask, are you sure is that what you mean? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Go ahead, Savage.
So I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention the question is, why are women important? I didn't see this as an opportunity to complain. I didn't see this as an opportunity to go against my own people. I don't see this as an opportunity to be petty. I thought this would be something inspirational to talk about why women are important. This is an opportunity. If we are so important, we should be proud to say the things that we do that make a difference. I don't have a hurt mind where I need to go cry about all the horrible things that's going on. If I have an opportunity to talk about why we're great, if I have an opportunity to show people reasons and examples of our wonderfulness, I'd rather take that and make something beautiful of it than express a hurt, damaged, victimized, gone through hell mind that has not been healed from nothing, but continuing to hurt people with hurt. I don't want people to look at each other and be like, well, women are better than men, or men are better than women, or men are incapable when women have been hurt from this and this. We have so much of that pain on TikTok all day long. This is an opportunity to say women are wonderful, women are capable, women are strong, women are lovely. It's better to speak from a happy, enthusiastic, healed mind than try to express all the pain and hell that go through it when we deal with that on a daily basis. This is not what I thought this panel was about to be.
All right. Appreciate that, Savage. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, I totally agree that we have to listen to women. I think in order to listen, you have to want to listen, and that means you respect, and that's both ways. Men often listen to solve problems. Most of the things that we talk about online, regardless of how much backlash it will get, most of these things we bring up are out of love and protection because we're trying to solve a particular problem. But sometimes a woman just don't give a damn to get a problem solved because she just wants to talk and just be heard. And since men don't typically communicate in just a chatty way, we normally communicate in a way to 1 + 1 is 2, figure out what the issue is and solve it. Sometimes we can tune, you know, a woman out if she's just talking just to talk, and we are not there to actually serve the purpose of solving the problem. And so it can get kind of annoying, but I mean, if you have love and respect, you will, persevere through just the surface stuff to actually listen to what she's trying to convey. Because she's, like Brother Aaron said, she's filtering things often through emotion. We talk in straight lines, and oftentimes ladies may, take a while and go around the corner, and that's fine. That's just, different speaking styles. But for us, for the most part, we speak in straight lines. So if she's speaking to us in a way that we don't really care to listen to, sometimes we can tune that out. But for the woman that we really love and care for, we will not only endure through it, we'll communicate enough to let her know what's the most effective way for us both to communicate with each other and figure it out. We can figure out, okay, are you just talking just to talk, or do you need me to solve a particular problem? And that way it'll become a little bit more efficient. I land.
Go ahead, Pearl.
I'm gonna be quick. So what I got from all of this is I think the problem with the improper communication when we like try to sort through what's happening, when people are trying to have conversations and get to a common ground and things are not happening the way it's supposed to be happening. We have to start active listening with intention. And then there has to be comprehension and some brevity in there, some cohesiveness. And of course, above all of it, there has to be some emotional intelligence on both parts. And I think if we strengthen those areas, that the conversations will be a lot productive, and then people will walk away with a better understanding of not what just the other person means, but how we're moving forward. So I'll just land there.
All right, go ahead,
Shout
Will.
out to brevity. Oh, my apologies.
No, you good.
I was gonna say the same thing, Big Aaron. But thank you for beating me to it.
Yeah, no, she advised it and performed it. Well done.
Yeah, you got to give Miss Pearl her flowers. I do think that I think that men do have a hard time listening to women sometimes, because the majority of men listen to women to either get something from them or get them to shut the fuck up. Like, they get tired of them talking about the same shit, so we just pretend to listen so we can let her get the shit off her chest, and then we can move on to whatever else our next thing is. I think that I do think though that those are women that men don't have relationships with. In a relationship, I feel that most men try to listen to a woman to solve whatever the problem is they're talking about, or we hear them talk about things, and we listen so we can come with a solution to whatever the problem is. What we fail to realize is that a lot of times our women don't want the problem solved; they just want to be heard. And where we struggle, especially me, I don't want to hear that shit all the time. Like, if you come to me with a solution and you don't want me to fix it, it's inherent to me just to think that you just want to fucking complain to be a victim. And I have to understand that sometimes that my woman is just not like that. She doesn't think of things logically the way that I do. She's an emotional based person. So I have to understand that and stop expecting her to communicate to me the way that I communicate to her or other men. It's something that took me years and years and years to fucking learn. However, at the end of the day, when we're saying that it's listening is imperative, active listening is imperative. Like, listening, it's not just hearing, it's listening. Aaron said the point. A lot of times, if someone's listening to you, if you talk for more than 10 seconds and they don't ask you a question about what you said, they weren't fucking listening to you. They just heard you. They're not asking you, say, what do you mean when you say this, to be clear? Like, a lot of times you guys will see me ask someone, what do they mean by a certain word they use? Because words have definitions that we see on these panels. They kind of get used all willy-nilly. So I need to understand what words mean to that person so we can keep moving the conversation forward in a genuine manner. And a lot of us just don't do that. We'll listen to someone talk for 2, 3, 4, 10 minutes and just be like, okay, like you're at work. The whole time, you don't know why she feels that way, what made her feel that way, or why she's actually interpreting what you said to make her feel that way. So if we lead with curiosity when we're listening to our women or just people in general, I think that we have a bigger or a more sincere chance to have forthright communication.
All right, so I'm gonna just jump in on this real quick.
Where you come from?
I was here the whole time,
man. You had this nigga on a wait list and he wasn't even on cam. Trev got that VIP.
So Will, I certainly agree with you on that one. I think that our biggest issue is, and also Farrakhan, that it was communication. It's almost as if sometimes we're speaking a different language, right? And it requires a lot of patience and a lot of practice and a lot of willpower, because we just don't communicate the same way. There's plenty of times that whole venting thing. A friend of mine told me that a few years ago, because everything that they were saying to me, I'm like, well, why don't you do this? All right. If for this, we could just fix it this way. And they're like, I don't really want advice. I just want you to listen to me. I'm like, what? So wait. And that, to me, I'm not going to tell the homies that I want to be just heard unless I explicitly say that to them. Maybe I'm like, it's almost impossible for me to talk to dudes like that. We always have our ideas. If there's an issue, then we'll sit there and we'll mastermind. But it's very different with females. So you have to figure out that balance of when it is that a female is trying to just vent, or when it is that she really wants you to solve a problem. But us, when we see women, right, most masculine women, I'm sorry, most masculine men, we want to solve problems, particularly for ladies that are in our lives. We don't want to see you suffer. It's nature for a masculine man to try to solve your problems. And sometimes you just don't want us to do that. But I think it's extremely important for us to both, as men and women, to make an effort to understand that perspective, right? And a lot of us, particularly in the beginning of relationships, we don't talk to each other about our communication style. We just talk and expect people to understand us. I think that we do a lousy job of that as men and women, where we don't explain what we mean by certain things. People have to get to know you, and you have to ask those questions sometimes in the beginning. Sometimes, you might be lucky and run into somebody who you can talk to naturally. That's just straightforward. But that's almost never the case. So we have to work extremely hard for us to be able to communicate effectively.
Oh, wait.
Go ahead, Pretty.
Real quick, what are some characteristics? You said like a masculine man. What are some characteristics of masculinity?
Well, I mean, masculine men are protectors, problem solvers, and those are the two main attributes that I was speaking of when I was saying a masculine man, a protector and a problem solver.
Anyone else want to answer?
Um,
A couple people had their hands up.
yeah, I'd like to just take 30 seconds to give you an anecdotal experience. So, Trev said that one thing, feature of masculinity is problem solving. My wife sometimes would come home and would open up a litany of complaints on me. And as she's doing so, I'm going straight into problem solving mode. I'm asking questions strategically designed to try and figure out the problem and solve it. I don't want her to be upset. I want to locate, close with, and destroy the problem immediately. That would frustrate her. One day she comes to me and says, I don't know why talking to you and venting, it just seems to aggravate me even more. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. You said vent. If it's your aim to vent, then you just want to get it off. That's fine. I'll listen. I will you. And genuinely, I won't just tune you out and give you the fake ahas. I'll communicate with you in the way you need me to so that you can get it off. Right. I said, but what you need to do next time is just when you come at me, say, can I vent with you for a minute, or I need your help with something. That way, when she says, I need your help with something, I go into problem solution mode. But if you just want to vent, you just want to come and just vomit on me, that's fine. Now I know how to approach it. But it wasn't for lack of effort or trying. I was really trying to solve the problem, but it was making the problem worse.
Anybody else has something on that? Go ahead, Pretty.
So I like to ask that question because, like when a lot of times when the distinction is made between when a man comes into a situation, then you add a masculine man. I always wonder what the criteria is for you to deem somebody to be a masculine man, because there's plenty of men who are protectors and problem solvers who don't fit the scheme of what you guys deem to be masculine, but they are protectors and problem solvers. They do those things. They just don't perform the way that people deem to be masculine, and they don't get the credit for that masculinity because you would never see that protection, because there wouldn't be an immediate place for you to verify that, and you wouldn't see that problem solving because they wouldn't be trying to solve your problem. So that's the reason why I always ask that question, because people tend to challenge other men when they don't see how that other man shows up with the woman in his life versus how that man shows up with him, like meaning the other man. And I oftentimes find that the masculinity thing is really just a performance between you guys, like peacocking, like what men do,
Yeah.
just to show other men, like, I am a man, instead of like what he does for the people he cares about.
Right. So I mean, you could compare that to somebody that's trying to act like a woman, right? People who pose as women. I would say that that's like someone trying to be feminine, right? But it's like you said, performative. But it would never attract most men, right? We would say like, oh no, that's not it for me because it's not actually what women are attracted to. The performative things is cool. It would bait you into it, but once you actually see what that person is about and you see how they treat you and what it is they're willing to do for you, then you'll find out how masculine they really are. It's not something that we don't just poke out our chest or beat our chest. It's masculinity is so much more than that. Go ahead, Ellen.
I think responses like hers shows that a lot of women's listening is performative. Because we've been telling women what it is for the longest. It's not a matter of how much muscle you have. We oftentimes argue amongst each other, telling other men that that's not masculinity doesn't have a look. You know what I'm saying? So you could just tell that most of y'all are performing the act of listening because you wouldn't even ask those questions because that's not what a man is. A man most of the time will put you in a position where you don't even have to deal with that. So it's really not a peacocking thing. It's more preventative situations. Like, all right, I know if we go to this part of town, this might pop off. I'm not going to even put my woman in a position where I have to even go that far with it. So I think a lot of times in these responses just shows, are you listening or not?
Yeah, I think that it was a good question. I will say that pretty, but because it could speak to the audience. I think a lot of women don't really understand what masculinity is because they've had a lot of bad interactions with characters. A lot of men, a lot of males that don't really identify or have not been under the tutelage and leadership of true masculinity also don't know what it looks like. To like Illa's point, a lot of times it's a cloak of energy that is happening. That we're problem solvers, we're assertive, we're very decisive, but we're also not sharing. Typically, masculine men don't tell you exactly what they're gonna do, with each nook and cranny of a detail. They perform, and then if there's more explanation that needs to be had, maybe, but this is something that I've had conversations extensively with my lady, and a lot of times I think because you guys live in this first world country and truly exist to where most places in America you can walk around and no harm will come to you. You go to the store, it's fully stocked. Wi-Fi is everywhere. There's parks. There's like this is masculinity on steroids, and that's sometimes the disconnect. The fact that we can sit back current day and women are talking about trying to vacate, trying to go experience, what the world has to offer, what places have to offer. That's privilege. Privilege can't exist without masculinity. It just can't. And it's baked into the structure, it's baked into the plan, and it's baked into the execution. I know you're making the faces. Do you have any further questions or concerns, Pretty? You look very confused right now. I would love to have this conversation with you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pretty. You could go ahead for a quick response, but then we're gonna jump right to Savage after you.
Oh, we can go to Savage first because I didn't have a response. I had questions about this grocery store masculinity situation True was talking about.
It more so seemed like the topic was a little bit about communication. I was just going to put my 2 cents. I was just going to say, when it comes to a relationship with anybody, when you're talking to them, the biggest thing is consideration and choosing them. You shouldn't be focused on trying to be right. You should be focused on doing the right thing. If you're having a conversation with somebody, it should be a consideration of, let me see what you're trying to say, because I'm not trying to push you away. I'm not trying to escalate the situation. I'm not more important than you, and you're not more important than me. I do want to see what you're talking about. I do want to understand what's going on. I also want you to hear me. I also want you to understand me. So let me come down to your level. I have to choose you, just like you're choosing me in this moment. I have to understand I'm not more important than you just because I feel like I have a bunch of emotions and things in this moment, vice versa. When you're having conversations with people, you should be looking to be on the same page with them, not run away from them or attack them or bring them down just because you feel like you're entitled to do so. That's all I wanted to say about communication that I feel will solve a lot of problems.
Bo, did you have something on this? No. All right, go ahead, Pretty.
Yeah, True. I just wanted to quickly ask you. You were speaking about like society as we know it is masculinity on steroids, which I actually agree. I think that, claiming that we're in a democracy and gaslighting American citizens into thinking part of a democracy is snatching up a president from another country and stealing him because you don't like his politics. I think that is masculinity on steroids. It's a constant gaslighting. It's a constant fake sense of security. It's a constant, like, I mean, honestly, like, not y'all taking that man out of his bed, like, and saying we're in a democracy. Like, that's a joke, right?
We're
No.
Go ahead.
So, anyways, so all I have to say is that that's kind of funny because when we talk about like we're not in masculinity on steroids. We are in capitalism where what has happened is society has taken resources that were free. They took it, put it in a store that we now pay for. And when you talk about natural resources, I'm not talking about chips because you know what? Charge for the chips. That's completely manufactured. But fruits, vegetables, water that you cannot legally catch water, right? In a lot of states, you cannot get produce. You can't grow it in your backyards. In Florida, they will come and find you if you try to grow oranges. Like you cannot do that just on your own in a lot of places. If you call that masculinity on steroids, yeah, sure, I agree with you. But I do not consider that a good thing. I'm from the country. I like being able to go to a tree and picking a fruit and eating it. I don't want to go to a grocery store and have to pay for it because those were natural God-given resources that we now have to pay for. So if you consider that to be masculinity, then miss me with it. I hate when y'all use terrible examples of capitalism as what men have provided women. Men and women were hunter-gatherers in past societies before agriculture and all of this stuff became a thing. Stop crying, DJ. Lord Jesus. Oh, actually, it's okay. I do the same thing when y'all talking. But anyways, so like the fact of the matter is that like that's not how it's always been, nor is it how it should be. But because your mind is very conquered, you think that's how it should be. I don't.
Go ahead. We're gonna jump into the super chats right after that. Go ahead.
I think that
don't do it, G.
Compared to most people, my mind is a lot more expanded than you may give me credit for. I'm just trying to give an example, and again, you're doing your thing. This is your stick. I understand. It's interesting because I believe we're trying to have a progressive conversation, and you refuse to arrive in good faith. For whatever reason, you have a problem with the way America is run, commerce, all the things that you benefit from. I'm pretty sure you do not go to your job, wherever that may be, and work for free. I'm pretty sure that you appreciate the fact that you have electricity and that your daughter has clothes that you can go to the store that you do not have to.
I appreciate not being a slave, yes.
Oh, let them talk. Let them talk.
I'm pretty sure you appreciate these things, right? So why that's what I'm saying. You have a keen ability of attacking what you don't like, and that's where you let you kind of build your camp where it's macros and micros. There's a majority of things, particularly in this country, and I've been all over the world, but particularly in this country, that are extremely beneficial. Do we want to argue about the fact that there's certain taxes and things? Sure. Do we want to argue about the fact that natural resources that you say may have a tag to it, a tax to it? Sure. But most people in America, I would bet every dollar I have on it, most people in America would probably not want to trade their existence for other parts of the world. That's why we keep populating. I mean, you're a keen example. You're not even originally from here, and somehow, some way, you arrived here. So you're benefiting from the thing that you claim is problematic, capitalism, as you call it. And I think I've asked you once before, what would be a better system? what would you think would run better, more efficiently? That is one that we could scale, because with our capitalistic approach, people keep coming here to the fact that we got to work overtime to boot them out to get some stability going back. And, but I'll land there.
Your stability doesn't happen without slave labor. You need illegal immigration to make this system run. That's how it was built. It was built on the backs of slaves for free. So therefore, there needs to always be someone here working for less than minimum wage to make it continue to run. If you boot all immigrants out, which I hope you do, I truly, as an immigrant, please send me back. I hope that y'all boot every immigrant out of this country, truly. And I want to see how it goes. When you have to pay every American full, at least minimum wage for every single job, especially agriculture, I would love to see how expensive your strawberries are at your local Trader Joe's.
Why do we have to boot you? You could book your own ticket and go back to where you came from.
I don't want to. I want you to take me there.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's,
whenever facts approach, there's always this crazy amount of deflection or going to a different space. The gentleman simply brought up the luxuries of having a grocery store, and somehow it morphed into this conversation about slave labor and all these terrible things. Obviously, we understand we have to take the good with the bad. Men, especially the men on this panel, most men, most people don't want there to be any slave labor. They don't want there to be any terroristic things that happen to those that are vulnerable. Men operate on a series of justice. We literally, like I said before, are having these conversations because men are inherently problem solvers. So we try to discuss in a way that will bring common ground. It's the only reason that we make analogies and metaphors, not for them to be taken super ridiculously seriously and then turned into this dramatic deflection. It's not even a way to really communicate as much as it is to be chaotic. So yeah.
All right, we're gonna jump into super chats real quick. All right, I guess I read them. All right, so we got the 499 from LD244. All right. Yeah, I really think people take relationships seriously anymore. People just smashing now, bruh. Okay. We got Don Macker with the 699. Yo, what's up, Ella? Haven't seen you since whatever pod, man. Been a minute.
You ain't looking that hard, bro, because I've been around. Peace to you, though.
What you been up to? What's up, panel? Pretty still being an op.
Yep.
All right, we got Charleston S or Skater. I don't know. $2. Appreciate you. I'll listen to Bo before Ugly Intellectual. Ooh, okay. This might be risky with the $9.99. Shout out to DJ Hemp. All right. Salute JR. Salute Big Aaron, Ella, Trev, True, Miss Pearl, Bo, Pretty. Haven't met the other brothers or the sister yet. Dope combo. And PH Mac with the $2. SR embodies the commanding strength of femininity. All right, we got Deborah Lee, 6457. I guess I read that right. $5. Appreciate you. Capitalism has brought more people out of poverty than any other economic system on the face of the earth ever. Please don't listen to this woman. All right, we got Caron Lewis, 9125 with the $2. Appreciate you. We lost somebody.
No,
we got another clip coming up though.
No, we didn't.
That was
we got
crazy.
we got
No, we
we got another clip.
God is
Willie,
We got
good.
another
you
clip
see how I
coming
had to
up.
drop it? See
Thank
how I
God.
had to
Yeah.
drop it?
Listen, I was about to, if I no bullshit, I was about to offer you niggas $100 a piece to stop fucking talking to that girl.
I really wanted. I listen. My brother True, good to meet you, brother. Was trying so hard. He really was trying to bring it to a common ground, and I was like, "It's not this difficult. It really is not this difficult. You are making this difficult on purpose, and it's possible because that's the normal way of interacting on other platforms, not when you're in the midst of just a bunch of adults that want
So
to help solve problems. Go ahead, my fault.
nobody felt like she was about to come around full circle.
No. Fuck no.
She came
And now
full circle.
all the hyena bitches in the chat are fixing to be mad because their leader is gone.
Go ahead, Ella.
What's full circle to come around from that? Like she did what she did.
The full circle, Willie. I think full circle. I think I gotta figure out tonight. I hate to tell the FBA conversation personally.
Oh shit.
I do. I don't like it. I feel like I look at Africa as an extension of us, regardless of it. That's what I try to look at it. But women like her, to me, she hates us. I think it's clouded in a lot of feminism, but it's like she hates I think she hates black American men and women, because anytime an American black woman is speaking highly of trying to understand a black man, she speaks adamantly against that. Anytime black men speak about how we try to understand our woman, she galvanizes the women to say no, to prove that that's impossible. So it's like, you don't want us to try to listen to women. You don't want women to try to listen to us. So your bottom line has to be division, because anytime we try to meet in the middle, she makes it damn near impossible for that to happen. So I really think she just has a deep hatred for black people, and the way she expresses it is by talking to them and disguising it in conversation. But you really don't want us to come to some type of solution, because she always brings havoc to it, and women coddle to her because she seems to understand women's side. But anybody that loves you as a woman, she's gonna love your man. You can't do one without the other. If a brother, it's no way I could love my brothers if I hated my women. There's no way I could love my women if I hated the brother. Like one hand wash the other. You have to love one to love the other. So when women galvanize around her for just loving one side, it just shows how much they don't love their men either. So I don't think she loves black people in America, period.
She is the
So hold on.
The city girls are the hoes.
I'll say this, Ella. I don't want to put it on that.
I mean, that's my opinion. I'm putting it on it.
Well, I'm gonna just say, particularly because I fall under the tether by definition.
No, I don't think you. I'm just saying I don't like that conversation. But I'm saying women like her make me understand why it's a conversation, because it's not in my diet. It's not in my conversation. Yeah. She just validates it for people who do have the conversation.
I think that her viewpoints are comprised from what she's learned in feminism, and I've also seen her go against other people. I've seen her say particular things about Caucasians and whatever else. So I don't think
she goes against everything, but what is she actually for? That's the thing. We know everything she's against. But we don't know what she's for.
Feminism.
Exactly.
Extreme,
that has nothing to do with men. That's a one-sided perspective. Yeah. She's an agent of chaos, man.
She's the white man's best friend. His best weapon against black men is her, or women like her.
And a bitter black woman's confidant.
Well, I mean, look at the chat. You see who like when I said your boos don't matter. When I see who cheers for you, look at the chat. Look at the same women who cheer for her, and those are always the same trash women that we have on these conversations doing the same thing. They're just too scared to come on the panel because they know we're gonna cook them, or because their profile pictures are available. So it's not like it's anything new. It's this, you're not reinventing the wheel. Hyena bitches are gonna be hyena bitches. There's some that are feminists, some that are saying they're feminist socialists, and then some that are retarded. She just might be all three, bro. But y'all got it.
Let's go ahead and get into this next video. Here we go.
Keeps your home together is not your good looks or your physical prowess, but it is the knowledge and how you use the knowledge to maintain your home and your wife and your children. And the proper use of knowledge makes women actually act like girls.
you guys think about that? A well-maintained woman. Go ahead, Bo.
I observed when I heard this the first time I heard this speech, I was sitting in a mosque listening to it. And it was women. I was surrounded by women because y'all know they're not like men and women are not in the same space. So like this day was for women, and I'm looking around and I was observing the women and how they acted and how they carried themselves, what they dressed like. And I can understand why a lot of those relationships are really successful. There's a standard that they have in that faith, and I can respect that. And it's well maintained. It's agreed upon, and the women themselves have a specific standard that they go by, and it works for them. And I could admire, like I admired that about them. I agree with that. The men, because the women have this certain standard, take care of them like I've never seen before. Like the way those men respond to those women. And I think more about it now. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But when this conversation came up today and hearing it again, I reflect on that. And I just kind of have to agree. There's a certain standard for those women. There's also a certain standard for those men in those relationships that I have seen. I can't speak on all of them, but the relationships that I have witnessed, those are some of the most solid relationships I've ever seen. Personally.
All right, go ahead, True.
I happen to agree with him. As Bo was talking, I was replaying it in my mind, and I guess the only pushback I have is I would like to know what he meant by girls, mainly because I've grown to understand that just like we're being young boys, we have to grow into men, and there's a certain decorum and maturity that is required to label yourself a man. Being around women, solid women, faith-based or not, I guess I wouldn't know what the difference of when he said they act like girls. I need more context, because when I immediately think about girls and we're talking about maybe youthful, they typically are not poised or, solid or consistent. They're annoying. That's what I took from that part. It's like, well, if we're doing our job, and we're providing what we need to provide, it makes the woman act like a girl. What does that look like? And I'm being serious. I need context. Go ahead, Miss Pearl.
I think what he meant. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My apologies.
Yeah, we did have Pearl and Savage at their hand up too.
Okay, so what it would look like is like the more comfortable that we are with you, the less reserved. Okay, so like if I'm in class or I'm on this panel, there's a certain way that I'm presenting myself, and it's not performative. But when I'm with a guy that I'm really into, there's like another side where it's just like, you know how you kind of were like when you were teenagers on the phone for a long time, like hours, y'all wrapped up. It's like that. It's not like a connection to immaturity, or she's just like without mind. It's just she's like so open and feminine and warm, and it's like, what do you want to do? I don't know, whatever you want to do. It's like that. Don't play my hair, like that type. Like, it's just he's everything. That type. Like, I just can't get enough of him. Like, you just release yourself, and that dominance, that aggressiveness, that I want to be heard, that completely fades, and it's just like you just in your girly zone. Like, it's just, I know y'all have experienced it before. You had to.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you for that. That's why I was asking, but I was posing it because in my thought process, I have a solid mother. So I kind of know what you mean. My mom often says she's very different than a lot of women she comes across. There's a disparity of maturity. So she does act like you're saying when it comes to my dad, she'll get giddy, but it's moments. It's not like all the time.
No, it's not. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's only with him. It's that reservation. Like, it's just for your dad. Like, nobody else is going to catch her necessarily in that mode or those moments necessarily.
She's
like
jovial.
A way that she is with your dad and only your dad.
Yeah, for sure.
Go ahead, Savage.
Oh, that was it. Miss Pearl answered it. I was just gonna let him know what it was, but she got to it first. So
Okay. All right. Did you want to respond to what he said about the well-maintained woman?
Who?
I was talking to Savage. I know she wanted to respond just in general.
to a well-maintained woman.
Mhm.
I would actually have to watch it again, but I can give my definition up. I was letting my I was trying to regain some energy. There was a little bit of a parasite around that was really sucking the life out of me. So as I
Not too
gather,
much.
but it's not too much. I can speak from my experience.
Not enough.
As I was saying, yeah, my energy was being sucked dry from a bit of a parasite. So, but a woman that's well maintained, I would imagine that a woman is, she's healed in the mind. Somebody who is positive and enthusiastic. Someone who has the ability to be taught and led, the ability to keep a good attitude, mainly. Someone who's encouraging and wants to teach. Someone who, depending on who your God is, puts that first. Someone who loves children, someone who is comfortable with herself and vulnerability. I imagine when I think of a well maintained woman, I think one that's not so damaged. That's what I think of.
All right. Go ahead, Aaron. Then we'll go to DJ.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I'm paraphrasing what he's saying correctly. The more you know, the more you can do. If you properly apply what you know, the more you can do, the more you can benefit a woman. The more you can benefit a woman, the more comfortable she'll be. Great, fantastic. I agree. The girl piece, I'm a little lost. I personally find girls annoying to a stratospheric degree. However, I can appreciate Mrs. Pearl's theatrical rendition of said girl. So if that's the case, awesome. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. If you're capable, if you have knowledge and the intelligence to apply said knowledge in a way that's productive and beneficial to a woman, chances are she'll be a little more easygoing. But nothing's absolute, nothing's 100% predictable, but it makes sense to me.
All right, go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, I definitely understood it. It to me seems like a simple way to say, once you are, happy and secure in a particular situation, it allows for, your inner child to come out. I think for a lot of guys, we really don't let a lot of that jovial goofiness come out until we actually deem the woman that we're with to be an actual, true, real friend, somebody that has maybe seen us in a vulnerable position and has didn't switch up. So now it's like, okay, I can truly have fun with you. So I think it goes both ways. It's probably a little bit more easier for a lady because we have to, often maintain frame. But once we get to that point, it's like we are safe enough to be our inner child that sometimes it's like a piece of heaven. So just levels to it.
In a woman, you have to have knowledge because sometimes she may act emotionally out of insecurity. And if you don't have the knowledge of how to upkeep her head, as well as her heart as maintenance. You could be a good provider, you work hard and you bring your money home, but there are times when money can't solve human needs and problems that a man of wisdom who is not emotionally torn apart because the woman in his life is lashing at him for failure to observe duty. Most of our arguments are because somebody failed in a duty.
Go ahead, Ella.
I want to reply to y'all was still talking about the last thing. I think I don't like the word choice girly that he used. I think as far as being goofy and jovial, I think that just comes naturally when just being around somebody. Y'all could have a drink or two and start talking silly. I think with me personally, I think we like receptivity. I think that's the word that I would rather use as a woman who's more receptive. Because I think acting girly doesn't necessarily mean she's in her feminine. Doesn't necessarily mean she's on the same page as you. Sometimes that acting girly is really a manipulative tactic to act aloof, as if she don't know what the fuck is going on. So I think I don't really like the girly term. I'd rather just someone who's emotionally mature and receptive, because they can be girly all they want and do girly shit and still not really be on the same page as you. And I think sometimes that girliness is just a manipulative tactic, in my opinion.
Let me just check with any of the ladies before I go to Willie. Do y'all want to respond to anything? Okay.
I just wanted to look at like the way that Miss Pearl was talking about it. It was almost like kind of an infatuation, an admiration, that kind of thing. Am I wrong, Miss Pearl?
No, you're not.
Okay.
I think you kind of making my point. I think you're making my point though, because that infatuation, that's like a high. You know what I'm saying? That's like when someone likes the idea of you and not who you are. Because the infatuation wears off in real relationships. And then you got to deal with the real person. And then you got to deal with them holding you accountable for things as well. So I think that girly high, I think that doesn't have staying power, because we got to get past the high of what we think we are, and we have to deal with the reality of who we know we are and be grown-ups. So that's why that girly shit is really like some bullshit to me.
It could be subjective. It's the things, if it's going back to kind of like what DJ Freshmaker or some other people were saying, like if it's speaking to the child in you, that's kind of like your emotional foundation. But again, it's subjective. I think everybody is right. Depends on the person or the actual woman. It could be manipulative, but if she's genuine, then that's an actual true side of her that she's displaying. But
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's I could definitely see it being manipulative, because I've witnessed that before, to where you act as if you are so into the situation in order to get what you want, but then there are folks that are actually high on your presence. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you can manipulate somebody if you are, under a high.
I mean, if you're high, you're manipulated yourself because you're high. A high is a manipulation of one's own mind. So it's already a state of manipulation. But sometimes that girly shit, I just feel like it's just very manipulative, because a lot of times they act like they haven't grew up yet. And they still want you to treat them as if they're a child, and you're not a child. So it's a difference between bringing out the youthful vigor in me, but then babying me because I never had that relationship. So now I want to relive my childhood. Like, no, nigga, we grown. You get what I'm saying?
Do you think? Real quick, if you don't mind, do you think possibly that's the same sequence of events just played out in reverse, where she's girly to manipulate you, to galvanize you to do something, but the possible end result is if you don't do something, now she has a fit or tantrum out of disappointment. But up until that point, it seems like the same same chain of events, just played the tape backwards.
I mean, but the point is to what ends? Like a manipulative person what is the result of that? That's why I said I'd rather a woman that's receptive and is emotionally mature, because the end result of that is us growing. You playing these little childish games and trying to get me to treat you like you 8, that's not going to get us nowhere but separated. So I think that we can do a lot of things. The question is, where is it going to take us? Are we going to go to Disney World with you? Or are we going to be grown-ups and grow together and become adults and love each other on this level? But like I said, that's just my opinion, you know, teacher's own.
No, I could dig it.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Bo.
I
don't want to respond real quickly.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I thought Willie was gone. Goodness gracious. So I didn't know so many men had a problem with women wanting to be girly around their men. It's a very positive thing. Unfortunately, sometimes some of the immature ways that women can act with their partner is oftentimes a reaction to something you are not listening to. So when you take the place of a victim and you say, well, why are you acting like that? Why do I get this type of treatment? And she tells you it is something you are not doing. You would rather be defensive about how the woman is acting rather than say, oh, I didn't know that was a response to something. Tell me more about that. That is how problems persist. You must pay attention. Something is different. Why are you acting like this? And instead of asking questions, because oftentimes you don't even have to ask a question. She probably done already said it. But by the time she acts out, you don't want to ask questions. You instead want to focus on her behavior and play a victim to her behavior. So, but that's my response to what was said. But I want us to really focus on what Farrakhan was saying about the fact that women oftentimes, especially a woman in a healthy situation, even healthy situations can cause a woman to act out sometimes in an immature way. And you have to pay attention to that, because even a well-maintained woman, even a well cared for woman can still be neglected. Even the best man can neglect a woman. But we have to focus on the fact that something is missing. Something has caused a disruption for that woman to act like that. That's kind of my point. That's kind of what my point was earlier. Like, men have to care enough to listen to that woman, especially a quality woman, because oftentimes even a woman who deserves the best treatment would still get looked over.
Can I ask you a question? Can the best woman treat a man badly?
No, you can't ask me that question because we're talking about women right now. I told you that earlier.
I thought we were just talking about people. I didn't know we were just talking about women. I just asked you a question. I'm just saying, can the best woman mistreat a man? Yeah, so that you just proved the point.
All right, so I'm gonna jump in real quick.
Children.
I think that we might be pushing back a little bit on the point about the females' behavior, right? When they were talking about acting like a little girl, I think it's kind of like just letting your hair down, right? Like being free, not having to have the responsibility. And I would take that as a sign that you feel safe with me. It doesn't mean that you're going to go around and start, acting a fool. It just means like, damn, I could just be chill. And it's a level of trust that's necessary for her to even be vulnerable with you like that, right? And it could be sometimes a beautiful thing because it's a side of her that nobody else gets to see, right? And it is the ultimate symbol of trust. I don't think that's what he meant when he was saying like she would be throwing tantrums and like that. That's wicked, and we're not dealing with that. But I think just her just being the word Juvia was used tonight, I would say that's a good thing. And I don't see why we should see it as a bad thing. If they're able to give you something that nobody else can, we have to understand how women really are and how they are naturally. And if we want to accept the good with the bad, a lot of times females can't show you a certain type of time because they don't feel safe showing you that type of vulnerability. It's usually been met with disdain. It's usually been met with a misunderstanding. And if we can get past that part to where we listen a little bit and just watch, once you start to figure out women, that's why I say practice is perfect. Once you deal with enough women, this type of shit won't really offend you. It's just a matter of understanding what it is that she means by that, right? If you understand, like how I was saying a little earlier, that sometimes we speak different languages. If you are understanding her and you'll be like, oh, okay. And I will feel good about it if somebody really could show a side that nobody else get to see, no matter what it is. And again, like True explained earlier, you might see snippets of it. It's not like they're just acting like a child around you all day and all night, but they get to be themselves, right? Just like we don't act the same around most women, and we're not vulnerable with most women because we're met with misunderstanding, right? Because they be like, "Oh yeah, you soft," and you can't talk to women sometimes about your problems, right? Because we feel like if once we're vulnerable, we're viewed as weak. So it's the same type of thing. It's just an understanding. So women, you should appreciate just as much if a man is vulnerable with you and he shows you a side that nobody else see, and it should be met with understanding. And if you don't, you could ask. And most of us are mature enough to get that part where if you're seeking understanding and if you have a decent approach, any sensible man is going to explain it to you.
But Trev, I think you're conflating because I'm not going to sit up here and act like nobody want no tough ass girl. Nobody want no tough ass woman. We do want a woman that's soft and jovial and all that, but that doesn't mean she can't use that as a manipulative tactic as well. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we want soft women, but some women, it's a difference between a woman who wants to be vulnerable and the difference between a woman who wants to be treated like a child. And sometimes they can be conflated. That's all I'm saying.
That's real.
Okay.
But us as seasoned vets, that's why I say practice makes perfect, right? Practice makes perfect. Once you start to understand it doesn't take long for a person to expose themselves, right? At least me at my big age now. When in my 20s, I would have got ran over, and sometimes I did, right? Because I ain't had no XP. But at this point right now, my big age, I could sense that type of shit right away, right? And to be honest, the more vulnerable a female is with me, the more comfortable I would feel about that particular relationship, because that means that okay, she's able to trust me. That means that she's probably not damaged. I mean, she's probably, if she, whatever her traumas are, she's been healed from them. And that's
So
what
you
I
mean
that's
to
what I
tell me,
see.
fellas on the panel, you every woman you've been with, you've never been with a woman who was vulnerable and it still was where some weird shit happened after the vulnerability happened? Like that never happened to y'all? Like,
No,
come
it's
on,
happened. No,
all
real
right,
shit.
then.
I'm not
So
saying. I'm
let's
not
act
saying.
like what I'm
I'm
saying
not
is some
saying it never.
weird
I'm not
shit. I'm
saying
not
it never
saying.
happens.
I'm just
I'm not
saying it
saying that it
happened, bro.
never happens,
You
right?
don't know until it happened. She could be
But
all of that shit. That shit don't mean nothing.
it happens, but at the same time, I don't want to go into a situation being cynical either, right? So
It's not
that's all
cynical
I'm
because you
saying.
don't know it. It may not pop like that. It might happen later. It don't always come off like that. We only get comfortable with somebody who we comfortable with. So you don't even find yourself. That's why when we go through things, it'd be a blind side because we already be cool. So it's not like you're dealing with a red flag. You're already cool with the person. You already got established. And then you get blindsided with some shit. Like y'all act like that never happened to y'all. I guess not.
You know how many times I said on this panel that I got ran over and turned into a supervillain, all that shit before I came around to like my understanding right now. All of this has happened. I've learned from those mistakes, but I don't typically make the same mistakes over and over and over, right? So once you learn, you get your XP, you get to sense this type of thing very soon. Most of us say they look at their person right away. A lot of men at least claim, maybe not you, because I don't know you to specifically say that, but a lot of men that say they know their wife right away, like they'll be like, okay, that's what it is. I mean, anybody who sees and they see these type of things, and I understand that women can show you a representative, but if you're asking the right questions and you got some game to you and you be like, okay, you put them in situations, you give them your shit test early. This is stuff you could figure out way before you in trouble with it, way before you in debt with it, way before you dug in with it. And if you give yourself that opportunity and you ask the right questions, you listen and you watch, you're usually pretty good.
Yeah, that shit sound good, but I hear you.
Hold on, OG. Hold on. No, OG. We got to order. Go ahead, Willie.
I understand where Illa's coming from. Well, first, let me address the thing that Buddy said in the video. There's not. He didn't say anything that's unique or profound. It's common sense. If a woman feels safe with you, she's going to be carefree and do all of those things, like turn her brain off, like the lady said. That's a given. Just all she needs to do is just warrant a man providing that safety to her, which is going to take something in return from her. No issue there. But to what Illa is saying, I agree. A lot of times women do these things as performative. But what I think that he's talking about is he's talking about the girls who act like city girls in the club and YNs when they get to the house. It's not like, and those are the women that we shouldn't even highlight, because I know that he wouldn't choose those women. He doesn't date those women. He doesn't tolerate those women. You can just tell from the frame that he's in. But when we talk about as saying that the majority of women are like that, I don't think that the majority of women are going to do things that are performative. And when I say the majority, I'm only talking about the majority of women that I feel men of our caliber would date. I don't think that any of us are going to go out here and seek these types of women. I think that we can all spot them immediately. And then more importantly, I think that we know why we don't want to fuck with them at all. Trev said that he knows a lot of men who has been like, damn, when I saw my wife, I just knew as soon as I saw her. That's probably true, but how many of those men are divorced now? I would say the majority of those men end up divorced the same way the rest of men do. The ones who took a year or 2 or 3 to figure out that a woman was their wife or someone they could marry. So, just the fact that some people are able to identify things they like in a person doesn't necessarily mean it's going to help them have, it's going to add to longevity in their relationships.
That's all I'm saying. It's like I'm not trying to be negative. It's just like people can change their mind. Like you can like somebody for 5 years. Like we see people online. I'm not going to say men or women. I'm just going to say people. You see people just wake up and say, well, I feel different. Like I had a female friend that her favorite quote was, I'm new every day, friend. Like this is somebody who says I'm new every day. So I don't care how you interact with somebody and connect. If they feel differently, it's not always predicated on something you did. And we got to stop pretending that what turns men and women off is always something negative. Sometimes men and women are turned off from accountability and someone putting a mirror up to you like, yo, you be acting like this, and they will bounce. Men and women. It's not necessarily based on bad treatment. That's why I say that little kid shit, it be manipulative, because sometimes people love the fantasy, but when they get real, they get gone.
Yeah, women always have the right to
has a
change their mind.
relationship with a man that is secure, and she is secure. She acts like she did when she was very young. In terms of lack of the burden, her voice reflects youth. Her mannerisms are very girl-like. That doesn't mean to put you down. I'm saying, and if you haven't had that experience, you ain't been in love with a real man in a long time. In fact, maybe you've never had that experience. And I think it's a wonderful one for you to have, especially if you're 80. And let me tell you something. Now, wait a minute. When you are up in age, the right kind of relationship can make you youthful again. That's what I'm saying. And it is bad relationships that age you, mess you up, sister. You grow old before your time, and you actually think nobody cares about you, and then you just eat, get fat, and sit around getting nosy, looking into everybody's business. That's a miserable woman. And you don't have to be that way.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, I think he's fallen out of his tree. But I can go to the back of the line so as not to perforate the continuity of the conversation, because what I'm going to say is going to be divergent from that.
Anybody want to respond to what he had to say, what we've been talking about already?
I want to respond.
I know you are. OG, go ahead.
And as being a member of the Nation of Islam for almost 40-something years, I appreciate what Bo said at the beginning, because she was actually there for the speech or heard it in its entirety. And Aaron, I respect you a lot, but I didn't like what you just said, brother. And that's my opinion. And you didn't even go into what you gonna go into. But I think what the greater understanding of this is anything can be BS if you have the lack of understanding. And if you that group that he's speaking to, then it makes sense to you. Because a lot of women who came into the nation, as a lot of men who came into the nation, the first thing they had to leave at the door was they been a Negro. That's the first thing they had to leave at the door. And when they come into the door, it's like, I don't know how many of you men at your age, but I still at my age, I play flag football. And when I'm playing flag football, I'm not out there with my chest all up and getting ready to battle with somebody. We acting like little kids out there sometimes. And some would say we acting like little boys. But to say that, and that's when you do have the freedom. And everybody knows when a child is a child, it has the freedom of sometimes not knowing it doing something wrong because it hasn't been inundated with a lot of mess in his head. And if you stink, that child will tell you straight off, you stink. Now, the adults might come along and say, you can't say that. But see, this is what we're talking about. And see, when we're looking for something on the outside and looking in the inside, sometimes we can have a lack of understanding what the message is really about. And so a lot of ladies who come into the nation, as well as men, didn't understand the freedom of knowledge of self until they did come in. I'm not saying they couldn't learn it anywhere else. Hell, they could have learned it in the church. Hell, they could have learned it at a Salvation Army meeting. But they learned it there. So when you want to turn up something and you want to turn down something, I would have to ask you, in your lifetime, what have you produced?
You talking to Aaron?
I'm just talking to anybody who's listening right about now.
Oh. Okay. Go ahead, True.
I think that I had introduced the because of the way I heard it, the girl aspect, and I think Illa kind of came on the back end of that, because in the experience of just dealing with the female population, sometimes you may encounter women who over commercialize what a girl is to them and not coming into the understanding of what I've been nurtured to understand what a woman is. She gets a man, she doesn't get a boy. I'm not transformative. So I may act in a way of doing childlike things moment to moment, but my constance is manhood. So I don't particularly want to be around a woman who believes that my job is to now snatch her out of her position that I'm adopting her at to perform as a girl. That's weird to me. That's why I said I needed context. And some of what he was saying and what even Miss Pearl said, I get it. You connect, you're in an environment and an exchange where this man can illuminate you emotionally. It may cause jovial responses, but they're still, in my opinion, is a constant, because I'm living life. So I'm looking to build and scale. I want to be alongside a woman and know that in the moments that I may not have clarity, I can, shift that perspective or hand over the mantle for a second in moments. And she's capable. That's why I said, girl, that kind of made me like, I need more context.
Do you not know that every man has a boy inside of him? Do you not know every woman has a girl inside of them?
Yeah, I'm aware. I think that's what I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so well, that's.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I said in moments, you're going to see that. You said you play flag football. I would not take your manhood away by you performing in a sport. You're still man. But what I hear when a woman or a female is saying, I'll, create an opportunity for me to act as a girl, that to me is an immediate distrust of like, wait a minute, you're grown. Like, why would I want to put you in a position to act as a girl? You're not a girl. You're a grown person.
Do you not know? I try to explain this from the beginning. that when you were a child, you had freedom that as far as the way you thought before you was inundated with how you supposed to act, you had freedom of expression. When something would happen, if somebody was fat, you would say to the person, hey, that person is fat. If that person smell, that person smell. That person got on regular shoes. These are the things you're taught not to say. But as a child, boy or girl, that you wouldn't look at anything different. Let me just give you an instant, and maybe some of you might quite understand what I'm saying. It's a friend of mine. Uncle had 6 fingers. I don't know if you ever seen a guy with like a finger on the outside of the finger. And he went to tell his little nephew, give me 5. And the nephew said, no, uncle, give me 6. And so when he did that, all the kids thought it was funny, but he got his ass whooped. So that's what I'm saying is when you're a child and you might say things that you actually see, when a woman have freedom of understanding and real protection, I think this is where this conversation gets off at. Because I think sometimes we as men have not seen our women in real freedom because we haven't, we say we can protect her, but hell, when the police pull over, we're some of the first one to run away. So I don't think you ever seen, a lot of women have not seen true protection, whether you would probably even see that. Now, you might see that after about 2 or 3 drinks. Hell, but anybody can act silly after 2 or 3 drinks. But I'm talking about that. I'm talking about when a woman believes she got full protection and her man, it don't fear anything but his creator, regardless of what you call him. That's something that will bring sometime that little girl or boy out of a person.
I'll tell you why that's dangerous and why I believe it's dangerous. And I'm gonna pass it to Ella because I know he was waiting. I think this is coming from my experience. I believe my mother is a very solid woman, but my mother also operated from a place of spirituality and awareness. She taught me this, that it was not my dad's job to be the God for her. It was his job to be the man. A lot of women are disassociated with any level of belief system. I'm not necessarily promoting, a particular religion, but she needs to know who she is at the maturation level of claiming womanhood. Now, in a connection in our union, if there's times that, like you said, the protection is provided and it creates in her a safety, a peace of sorts, absolutely. But we're talking about building life. I personally, myself, and maybe men on this panel, would not want to align with a woman who wants to spend her time to try to project herself in an emotional state that is representative of a girl. That would be problematic to me. That's
but you see, you're getting, I think where it's losing at you at my brother. The first thing you said when you said what you said, but your mother came with a certain awareness. Let me just give you the certain awareness our women do. We are aware. Our women are aware. Anytime they go outside and they get ready to get in the car, there go be 2 or 3 brothers trying to let them in the car, or that man is going to give them security to that car. Our women have awareness as soon as it get dark that they are aware there's certain things could happen. Not just because they just might be in a bad neighborhood. They start making telephone calls to brothers and let them know when they go get there and when they go arrive. See, this is what I'm saying. A lot of this, just from listening to the minister speak on these tapes and stuff, you don't understand it because there is certain training comes with that, men and women. And so when that training comes in, there's a certain mindset comes in with that. Nobody is asking no woman, no grown woman come and act like a little girl. But I'm saying when you see freedom, when you see people who are relaxed, it's not like you going for a job interview, brother, where you have to act a certain kind of way. We all have to wear the mask, but some of us so happy to wear it. What he's saying that woman can take that mask off and she could just be herself, her totally self. So regardless of what she might be acting as at that time, it's gonna be positivity. That was the fruit of the message.
But get Ellen now. Go ahead.
I'm trying to follow you, OG, but I think because you're a member of the nation, I noticed with a lot of people that's members of the nation, if anybody has found a flaw in Farrakhan or Elijah Muhammad's speech, then it's, or maybe a disagreement, y'all take it like real personal. And I don't think that's the case here. Even the scripture says, when I was a child, I spoke like a child, I act like a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. So that's the scripture. So obviously there is a point when as men and women, we have to become adults. And I think there's a difference between being able to enjoy things that you once enjoyed as a child and still being stuck in childhood, because most people who still are stuck in that they went through something traumatic as a child that interrupted their childhood. So now they're trying to relive their second childhood. And that can be very dangerous to somebody in a relationship, because at some point I can't fulfill the need for you when you were 7, you're 35 now. So you come from the era, respectfully, OG, you come from an era that was very extremist. Y'all was either extremely absent or extremely enabling. So you have a different perspective of our brothers. And just because we don't see what the minister says, because respectfully, those women are clothed and covered up to the head. So they're not in pure freedom in there either, if you want to be technical about it. Freedom is being able to do what I want to do. They can't do what they want to do. So they have a limited freedom. So that's not even a pure expression of freedom either. That's freedom in Islam, freedom in a religion. But freedom is just freedom. So what I'm saying is, it's a difference between allowing somebody to be able to not be so concerned of how they come off and allowing you to behave like an undeveloped child on my grown time. And I think what you're doing is conflating the two, and it definitely makes women feel good, but it doesn't help us get anywhere. And
I'm not here to
I know you're not here. I'm just telling you.
Well, let me finish, my brother. I thought you had landed that plane or chopper you were flying. Well, I'm not here to make anybody freedom and anything. You know what the real freedom is? When you see our women covered from head to toe, it's freedom of mind. Same way you wouldn't, as bad as you might think you are, you wouldn't go and have $100 bill. Wait a minute, let me finish, brother, before you start shaking your head. Okay, but you're shaking your head.
I can move my head.
Yes, sir, you can, but I'm just making you aware that I know you are shaking your head. So what I'm telling you, you wouldn't go in certain neighborhoods with $100 bills hanging out of your pocket, and you a big grown ass man yourself. So what I'm saying is to have the freedom of mind and knowing your surroundings and having the freedom of mind and knowledge, there's certain things you wouldn't do as a grown person. So it's not that there's nothing 100% correct when you start talking about the nation. We have problems just like anybody else. But you got to understand, brother, we've been doing this ever since 1930.
Bro, I'm not putting the nation on trial.
Okay, but you said from the beginning.
No, because
can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm sorry. I respectfully. The only reason I said that, brother, is because you jumped down Aaron's throat and he didn't even say what he about to say. Because the reason you did it is because you assumed that he was going against the nation. So that's why I said that. Because he never even landed his plane. You said, I don't even like where you're going, even though I don't even know where you're going. Like, that don't even make sense.
Well, could you repeat what Aaron said?
He didn't say it.
Aaron said he didn't have anything to say because what he was going to talk about was going to divert from the point of the video.
No. He said something else. Y'all forget. Wait. Back up. I can ask the man himself. After he said that, he said something else. Could you repeat what you said, Aaron? That man had what?
I said I'm not interested in perforating the continuity of the conversation. Before that, I said it sounds like to me he fell out of his tree.
Yeah, see, that's what I got triggered right, bro. Maybe y'all didn't hear that. I heard it.
Why was that trigger you?
Well, why you think it wouldn't trigger me?
Because you in the Nation of
Well, I
Islam.
just asked you the question.
No,
You feel like-
wait. Stop. It don't have to be if I was in the Nation of Islam. If anybody said anything that you had a connection to, that person seemed like it had fell out of a tree, I don't want that might trigger anyone. If I said, Illa, you fell out of wait a minute, Illa. If I say some of the stuff you say, it seemed like you fell out of the tree.
If you could prove it's crazy, you might be right.
No, Illa. Come on, don't act like you don't have dust trail all over this internet when people say something about you that you're going to get triggered. Please don't do that, brother. Please don't do that.
First of all, David Ruffin, ain't nobody got dust nowhere.
You can call me all you want. You can make all the names, bro. You can't
disrespect you.
I ain't disrespect. You know my name. Why you call me somebody else?
I'm not the one, because I didn't come at you like that.
Bro, I'm just saying, you just called me out of my name. Then why you say you ain't disrespectful?
You sound leaving dust around, so that means I'm dirty.
I'm saying, no, I didn't. I said when dust is a trail. Is a trail.
What?
A trail being in the internet, brother. Well, I mean, and
before. What are you, a trail of what?
Wait. Slow your bro. Wait, brother. Can I tell you something, brother? Can I tell you something, brother? No. Okay. Well, then I'm gonna tell the panel. I'm gonna talk to the panel. I got the floor, brother. I got the floor, brother. I got the floor, brother. No, you didn't. I got the floor, brother.
All right. When you finish, I got the floor.
Yeah. Okay. So, ladies, you might want to close your ears on this one. But if this gonna be a dick contest, I'm gonna take out enough just to win. I'm gonna take out just enough to win. Okay? So no. I'm just telling no. What I'm just saying is, if you want to sit up here and joke, we can joke all day, because that's what I do.
Started, brother.
No, I didn't start on you. I just went against what you said, brother, and you got offended.
No, you didn't.
Ella,
no.
Real quick, if I could, Ella.
Yeah.
What I believe OG was saying when he said dust, he's just referring to digital footprint, not that digital footprint.
No. Well, okay, if you did take it that way, brother, wait, brother. If you did take it that way, the way the man just said, that's exactly. Well, no, brother. Listen, what I'm saying is,
oh my God.
I didn't attack you. I just know that for the last 2 weeks that you have been over the internet and you have a lot of you got a lot of trail over there.
Brother, why?
No, I understand, but I haven't disagreed why. Wait a minute, brother. I have never disagreed why. Matter of fact, what I'm just saying is, you has been popping up over it. You popped up on a couple of my channels.
Why?
It don't make any difference. I agree with why. But no. I'm saying, you took it negative and it really was positive.
Bruh, we're grown, mad. Your brother, respectfully, brother, your name is OG. So that means original, I guess you could say God, gangster. That means somebody who had a thought before I was born. You attended the Nation of Islam. Y'all have knowledge of self. You are not a fool. You said a trail of dust. You didn't say
okay.
No. I'll let you talk, because I'm a word person, and I choose
chemtrail. So you gonna tell me what I mean?
Listen, brother, I choose my words very carefully.
But you gonna tell me what I mean,
brother? I'm not telling you what you meant. I'm telling you what you said.
No, but you gonna tell me about what I said, what I meant. Then, however you want to put it.
I'll let you talk, bro. You said a trail of dust. If I'm not in my right mind, if I hear somebody say they left a trail of dust, dust is not something that's becoming. That's something that we get rid of. You said a trail of dust. And then you said you've been trending. The reason I've been on the internet, because someone popped up on my channel, not because I did something outrageous or I'm out here just causing fights. Someone who's trending in the news happened to just pull up on my panel. I didn't know he was going to do that, but you said a trail of dust. When you say a trail of dust, that's implying that something negative. So that's what you said, brother. Own it. That's what you said.
No. You can. Okay, so I'm gonna say this for the last part of Trey. I'm gonna say this for the last Trey.
We kind of off.
No. But I think we need to say this clearly.
Back on topic.
So if you think I said something negative, which that was not my intention. And I do apologize if you even took it that
I
way.
accept your apology, but you ain't got to apologize. You ain't do nothing wrong.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is I want to clear the air.
Good point.
All
I
right,
don't
cool.
think anybody's gonna take kindly to being referred to or anything that's adjacent to being called Dusty. Like, I understand why Illa took offense to it. It's common sense to me.
Yeah. So, Bo, real quick, I wanted to.
I already don't apologize. I don't think we need to go any further. So
I wanted to
if
ask.
he accept my apology, you know, hey, that's all that I can ask.
So, Bo, real quick, I wanted to ask if you think that we interpreted that particular message differently from what, because there's a split here. I heard one thing. OG sound like he might have heard it in a similar way. Ella and Willie, and looks like True too, if I'm not mistaken, heard it differently when they heard the little girl situation, which sounds weird, but I mean, if you understand the wordplay and the time, it's a different situation, right? So just let us know, what do you think you heard, or what he meant by what you heard?
Okay, so y'all heard girl and you hear immature. Immaturity is a very unattractive thing. You don't want to deal with an immature woman, but that's not what he meant. When he's saying that, there is a part of a woman, and I have these conversations with my friends, and my friends have changed my perspective about like how to approach relationships with men. And there is a certain softness that you get with a woman, like that youthful, unburdened softness from a woman that you get. That's the girl side that he's talking about. That I'm just like, I can lay down all of the things that burden me every day because I know this man has me. I know that I can rely on him. I know that he's going to be there. I do, like, we have conversations. I want to get in the car, turn my brain off, and just let him handle everything. That and there's a lightness to a woman when she can experience that. There is this certain jovialness when she can experience that with a man, and we can just laugh and be really girly and be silly because we're not burdened with things. So that's what he's talking about. He's not talking about this goofy little girl that don't know nothing about nothing. We want to be around a man that makes life so comfortable that we can just be, like, we can just breathe. Y'all want to know why I'm not in my feminine on these panels? I can't trust none of y'all. I don't know y'all like that. My burdens are still here. I'm not unburdened by men here. I'm not. But when I get around that man, that makes that part of me just kind of, I can compartmentalize her and I can set her off to the side, and he makes a safe place for me, a soft landing for me. That's when that girl comes out. So True, I hope you understood me. I know that other nigga ain't gonna understand me. Perfectly fine. We do not have to have these type of conversations. But like, I think that Farrakhan explained it pretty well for me anyway. So I hope that clears it up. But I definitely heard it differently.
Who was that other nigga? Why can't we just be men on the panel? Like,
Hey,
first of all,
there's a divide and conquer tactic.
This the funny thing about it. You don't have to trust anybody on a panel because we're not trying to date you. You need to respect the fact that we have different opinions. The problem is a lot of y'all women go on these panels, you want to be treated like somebody like a girlfriend. We're not in relationships. We're just adults having conversations. And there's no trust is needed because you don't need to trust us. We're just talking. You can go home and live your life. You don't need to trust me. You just need to respect my opinion, and I respect your opinion. But all that this other nigga shit, listen, sweetheart, y'all gotta stop being mad disrespectful because behind the scenes it'd be a whole different case. Like we all men, we all here. We don't have to talk to each other like that. That other nigga, who you talking about? What other nigga? Like that's mad disrespectful.
She was talking to David
Then
Robson.
don't expect softness from women on this panel.
We don't need to be soft.
You all
just be respectful.
expect femininity from
You're
women
not my
on
girlfriend.
this
You don't need to be
panel.
soft. Just be respectful to the
So
conversation.
you want the part of women that is
I
very
don't want
feminine
nothing
on
but
these
respect.
panels.
Hold on,
I
one at a
hear it
time,
from
y'all.
you
I don't
guys
need you to do
all
nothing
the
but
time.
respect.
You all always want that you should be feminine, y'all.
No, we
y'all
need
are
you. No,
hot,
we just want you
y'all
to
are
be in the conversation.
combative.
We know you can't be that. We're not asking. We don't need. You
Why
don't
would
need
I
to be
give that to
soft
you if
to
you're
have a
not the person
conversation.
Hold on.
You need to be a
One
good
mic, y'all.
listener.
One mic, y'all.
This is all I'm gonna say. We don't need your softness in the conversation, Ms. Boheme. That's not what we're requiring. You need that from us. We just need women that can listen and can articulate their views without getting their feelings every time we have a conversation. That has nothing to do with being soft. That has nothing to do with being feminine. That just has something to do with being a good communicator.
Oh, the same feelings that you had about the things that were said because
I mean, I'm just talking about, you said the other nigga.
OG
I'm just saying,
didn't
who are you
call
talking
you
about?
dust at all.
I'm
He
saying,
didn't
but
call
who's the
you
other nigga?
dusty.
Because the last time I was
He
on a panel
just,
before Pearl
I
and them,
don't
you had a long ass
understand.
apology to me behind the
Hold on,
scenes.
hold on. We
talking
can't
about
hear
That
both
is
of y'all.
exactly why
Don't
I
get mad
chose
on
to
the camera,
interrupt
sweetheart.
because
Let's keep the same energy we do behind the scenes in front of the
can't
scene.
control your emotions
No,
right
I
now
can control.
either.
I'm just not fake. Y'all be fake as
Oh
hell.
no, you can't control your
Nah,
emotions,
sweetheart,
sir.
I'm just real. You fake as
Obviously,
hell. Be
because
yourself. Be the
when
same person
someone
you was
is
behind the scene or in
speaking,
front of the
you
scene.
have to constantly interrupt. That is impulse control
Nah, y'all just be saying
issues,
some
sir.
crazy shit.
So that is why I chose to interrupt because that's your
cool. I just said,
MO.
who's the other nigga?
That is what you do. You do it to every single person, especially
all right,
when
so
you
why you
get
apologized to me last time
and
I saw
you
you?
get emotional.
So why you apologized to me last time I saw you? Why you apologized to me? You. Why you do that?
For what?
You tell me, because last time I seen you, Illa, let me tell you, Illa, I'm sorry. I still fuck with you. I ain't even, I'm still,
I didn't
you
say
said
I'm
all that
sorry.
shit. You said all that shit. I didn't ask you to say that. So don't get brand new in front of that camera, sweetheart. I'll keep the same energy behind the scenes in front. I ain't never tell you none of that shit.
The people would you like for me to tell the people what I messaged?
No, because it's not about that. But just don't be talking to me like I'm some nigga and then be apologetic behind the scenes. Just keep the same energy.
Control yourself. Act like a man. Act like a big, strong man and control your emotions because you all are logical, right? And women are emotional. So what I messaged Illa after the disagreement that we had on the panel that he still doesn't see where he could have held some type of accountability was I messaged him. I do not remember apologizing for anything because there was nothing
We
for
was
me
actually
to apologize
behind. It wasn't even a
for.
message. It was before
I
the
don't
Pearl
understand
and
why you
Mark
can't
Brett show.
control
You said it
yourself,
on
sir.
in the
I
backstage.
don't understand why you can't control
All right,
yourself.
you're gonna
Be a
lie from the
man.
world.
Be a big,
All right.
strong man. Be a logical man and not emotional. So I don't remember apologizing. I hate saying that I didn't do something. Now, if I had anything to apologize for, it is how I came at him. And I probably could have said something better to land with him, but I think that he wouldn't have gotten it anyway. However, I did message him and I'm like, I do actually respect your views about the Black community. But when it comes to the views about the issues between men and women, we're like, I wish that he would listen. I wish that we could get on the same page, but unfortunately, he does not like to listen to women. So I did. I wanted to pay him his respect, and I did that strategically because I feel like if you tell people something positive about how you view them, something that you understand and like about them, maybe they might want to listen to you and your opinions. And I wanted to get him to understand that I was communicating effectively with him. But what that showed me was that he does not communicate very well at all, because I was telling him what I heard and not what he meant. And he took offense to it, much like he just did OG. He likes to take offense to things that people are not even saying about him. So yeah, I
Wow.
did message him, but it's still the same energy. I'll
No.
say this out in public. I have no problems with repeating the things that I DM people. I also DM'd Ilkin and told him how much I respected him surrounding Black issues and still vehemently disagree with him surrounding these men and women issues. I will say the things that I DM people in public. You know why? Because I'm a real ass woman. You can never take that away from me. You, sir, are an emotional ass man, and I
Great.
do not hide anything about me from anyone because I'm a real person.
Great. So that was cute, but it wasn't a DM. We were actually backstage before the show, and you literally, because there was other people there, but I don't need no cosign, because one of them was actually on the panel right now, but I don't know if they'll be honest about it or not. But you literally came on the panel and say, I just want to talk to Illa. I'm sorry, Illa. I fuck all of that extra shit. And I don't care. I'm not an ego-driven person, but it's not about emotion. I'm just somebody that's passionate, and I'm just tired of the bullshit that goes on in these spaces, and people try to frame narratives and try to uplift people who kiss their ass and talk to them like they're their girl. Just because you don't talk to a woman and that's your girlfriend on the panel, don't mean she's mean. I know plenty of women in my real life that are giving me everything I ask them, and we're just friends. Like, I don't have no problem with women in real life at all. And y'all women try to make it seem like because women don't get along with you on a panel, that somehow bleeds into your real life, because every woman doesn't think and look at things the way you do. So all I did was, I didn't call you on anything feminine. I just said the way you have conversations. You don't have to be soft. You don't have to be feminine. I just wish you was a little more logical and listened a little more. That doesn't require femininity. That doesn't require you to be soft. It just requires you to be an adult. So yeah, I interjected because you're lying. So it wasn't no DM. You literally told me that on the screen before the show and went out your way to make me see it with the Google eyes and all of that shit. So don't try to get on front of these panels and act like I'm something I'm not. Sweetheart, please, because I don't be DMing nobody, and I'll be giving straight love and straight respect on and offline. I'm just not a sucker, and I'm not trying to get none of y'all number, and I can live with that at the end of the day. I don't need to flirt or none of that shit. I'm straight up and down the middle. And just because men's not calling into your fucking emotions don't mean they're mad or nothing. They're just not treating you like a girlfriend because you're just a panelist and we're adults having a conversation. That's it. That's all.
Bill, did you have a response to that or okay?
Yeah, I did.
So I'm gonna get the J Prince right after that. So go ahead, though. You got it.
This other nigga wants to be so offended by absolutely every single thing someone says. Like, men in general want femininity from a woman. I didn't say him specifically. I'm talking about men in general. Men always want femininity and docileness from a woman. And they have not earned it's not in these spaces. Not in these spaces. Not at all. When I turn up on y'all, it's because you turned up on me. I want men to understand that they command the things that they get from women. And if you get that from a woman, that is you. That is a reflection of you, sir. That is
and if
how
you're left
people
by yourself
handle
as a
you.
woman, that's a reflection of you,
And
man.
you see how he cannot control
like,
his emotions.
You ain't got the
It
rules for
is the
everything.
most.
Like, the hell is you talking about?
It is the most not masculine thing I've ever seen, to just keep
This is just a
constantly
conversation. It's hard for me to listen to dumb
losing
shit. I don't know about
the
everybody else.
control that you're supposed to have over yourself as a man.
It ain't about
Jesus.
that.
Please be
You
a
need to
masculine
sanitize
man
these
and
panels.
control your emotions and your impulses. Do you have a problem with impulse control? You might want to see
I just have a
somebody
problem
about
with
that.
just stupid shit. That's all. Sorry.
Oh, stupid shit. Oh, so
All right, so this is I'm not sure how much further this is
No,
gonna go,
you're
but
fine.
it
Because
doesn't
all
seem
I'm gonna
like
do
it's
is pick at him. You good? You can go on.
productive
You can't
at
pick
this
at
point.
me.
So go ahead, Jay Prince. I know you had something that you wanted to say about
What
that.
up, y'all? What's up, OG? What's up, Illa? What's up, everybody?
What up?
Chicken wings you had, by the way? That's chicken
Huh?
wings. That was chicken wings you just had.
Yeah, I've been trying to eat these same bones. I done messed their chicken wings up. I
You get
had.
them
Have
to the
y'all had
dog, they
some
gonna bite you.
JJ? I bought the JJ season.
Hey, Jay Prince, if you get them bones to the dog, he gonna bite you.
Oh no, the dog can't get my bones.
Yeah, it ain't no
I get my food from the more chicken. Okay, here's my thing. I think that I came to a conclusion yesterday. I said I don't think black men should aim to aspire to be something great if the goal is to make him a woman. Because if you do become great, we don't have enough women to go around for great black men. Why? Because most of these women, y'all think they great, but they not great. Most of these women are hand-me-downs. And one of the reasons why my wife left me is because she got mad at me because I bought her a ring off Facebook Market. And she asked me, why did you buy me a wedding ring off Facebook Marketplace? I told her, and I really feel this way. I said, if I'm getting a hand-me-down bitch, you're gonna get a hand-me-down ring. So
Lock
if
his
you
ass up.
just think about it. Just think about it. If you inspire to be great, right? What type of women will be qualifying for you? Most times at our age, they're gonna have a lot of kids. They're gonna have a lot of resentment towards men. When you hear Bo speak, you can tell that her mom and them done passed down resentment to her about her dad and things like that. These women that don't have a black influence like their father, so they don't value black men presence. And by me grew up in a single mother community, I know for a fact they don't value a black man's authority, or the only authority she respect is the government. So I think these conversations that you trying to beg these black women to get on a black man's program, that's a losing battle. I think that y'all should move forward and understand that the black man, the government achieved their goal. The black man and the black woman is like this. The black woman has more of a Eurocentric spirit that she trying to impose onto the black man. But the black man still have his Afrocentric spirit. So they knocking heads, right? And when you listen to these black women, it only thing she gonna tell you, like most of us black women, black men that grew up in single mother communities, it's funny to me they be making fun of us, telling us we not men, we not masculine, and we out the band, right? But yet we was raised up under your program though. We been listening to black women. And it led us to our destruction. It led us to our inferiority. It led us to it led us to depend on the white man. We've been so dependent on the white man based on what our mamas them taught us to. We so dependent on the white man to the point where we're afraid of not depending on the white man. So this is the reason why a lot of black men is not in these positions, is because our upbringing. When you look at the black man post welfare in them days, they was they had way more wit and way more understanding about manhood and masculinity than us welfare babies. A lot of us welfare babies is similar to black women. And so a lot of times when these black women, they complain about us, they really complain about the women because that's who we are emulating. Not saying that we gay or nothing, but we have picked up those traits of our mamas. That's all we saw. The emotional rampage, the cattiness, the getting ready to fight, the getting violent, and all this other type of stuff, the little picky stuff. We learned that from them. So if they hate us, they really hating the women that raised us.
All right, I think this is going to go left in a second, but before we did it, I had something that you mentioned at the very beginning that resonated with me. It was about the ring, right? You said your wife left you because you told her the ring was a hand-me-down because she was a hand-me-down woman. Like, did she marry you after you proposed with the Facebook ring? What's the chronological order? How'd that go down?
So when we got married, I didn't have no money to buy a ring. We actually got married on my daughter's birthday, and it was a rush job. She forced that marriage on me. I didn't get her a ring till after she put a case on me and she flew back down here, and we was homeless. But I had finesse a church out of $1,600, and so I said that I was gonna buy her a ring. But I knew for the whole time she went seeking. I showed up with the ring. I said, "Why is you upset?"
Lock his ass up.
I said, "You was happy when I gave you that ring." I got her all because I gave her the ring in a pool. We was standing in the hotel, so you know them hotels got pools in it. So I dive in the water, and I came back up with the ring. You know, I had to make it look wet and make it look shiny. She was all happy, hugging me. She went in my phone and found that it was from Facebook Market. And when she found out, she like, "You gave me a ring off Facebook Market?" I said, what do I supposed to give a woman who has been with Tom, Dick, Harry, Jerry, Sam, and Uncle Bone them, Buddha Green them? How do I supposed to? You have all of these men spirits in your womb. If this is what I don't understand about you high value men. Y'all high value men is really, it's pointless to be high value if you want a woman, because if think about it, Trev, if everything around you is brand new, you high value, your money's brand new, your house is brand new, your car is brand new, your clothes is brand new, your jewelry is brand new. The only thing is used in your house is your bitch. That's a problem. The only thing is almost like dunking out a car that got 300,000 miles on it. It's not worth it. So why would I invest $20,000 on a ring on a used bitch?
Jay
Prince,
Jay Prince. I know you bucking for Eddie Murphy, latest movie with that story. I talked to you offline, bro. Come on, let's be real. Let's talk like we talk offline.
Come on,
all right.
I'm keeping it all the way
warm. Oh yeah, I know. Let's still talk like we talk when we talk over the telephone. Now, just 2 weeks ago, you would have said the only reason black women don't get respect from black men, give black men respect, is she get her money at the same back door he get his money from. And that's what you would say. So that would go against some of the things you just said. Let me just take it a little further. Let me take it a little further. All right. Let's be honest. Straight face, no comedy, on stage present. If the white man and the black man go to war today in this country, who wins that war?
White man.
There you go. That's your problem right there, brother.
But no, OG,
that's your problem. Wait. Let that resonate a little bit. Let that resonate. No, you understand it, but you understand it to try to reply to what I just said. Let that resonate a little bit. Okay. You show me a place on this planet where men are in charge of their own self-determination, that they got control of their women as a whole, then you could understand my last statement I made, and you agree with what I would agree with. And until we can get that, man, we can't be asking for a lot of this stuff we asking for.
Right. So I'm not being a contradiction. So what I usually do, I talk on both ends, right? Black men, they know I have came up here and I say, black men, the reason why you are getting no respect because you don't own nothing. You don't own your own military. You don't own your own education system. You don't own your own currency. You don't own your own God. You don't own your own nothing. But however, the woman is whatever the woman go, the nation follows, right? The men tends to please whatever the woman want. So wherever the nation goes, the women go. I mean, wherever the women go, the men go. So if our women is moving towards the white man and his way of civilized, his way of understanding the understanding of life, that's what the men gonna follow. So what I'm pointing out is that the reason why, like I mentioned, the reason why we is so dependent on the white man, because that's what mama and them was dependent on. And us black men became so dependent on the white man to the point where we is afraid to start our own military. Our mamas, these black women could never teach us to be warriors. They could never teach us to rule. They could never teach us to own our own autonomy. They couldn't teach us that. So now, since the government and the black woman sided up to destroy the black male image, right? So now they come up here, and us kids was raised, us people was raised up under that. I can take care of myself, my kids, my damn self. I'm the mother and his father. So when we grow up and we don't have that warrior spirit, we don't have that masculinity spirit because we wasn't raised. I always say, like I asked Judge
AJ,
O'Brien.
real quick, taper it off. Just taper it off. Go ahead.
Like I asked Judge O'Brien, I said, how is it you gonna put black men in a feminine foundation? You put us in a feminine foundation, and then when we get older, we start committing crimes. You want to handle us like masculine men.
Right. Bo, check this out. I think you had some contention there, I gather. I mean, you've had a couple reactions. So go ahead. And somebody got me echoing. But go ahead.
Okay.
Where do you start, right?
I'm not sure why y'all be letting this hustle man / Tyrone Biggums come up here and do this to y'all. But there's no way that a nigga who look like he ain't had a bath in a month is gonna come up here and call women anything. When you speak on my mother, she in the other room, by the way, and she got a lot of words for a nigga like you. But I ain't gonna pull her out the bed because she will destroy you. But my mother taught me nothing bitter about my father. Actually, she did the quite opposite. My mother is the reason why I view men the way I view them, as positively as I view them. My mother is quite the opposite of a lot of the ways I feel about men. She is the only reason why I can sit here and actually talk to men in a conversation and try to listen. I literally actively try to listen. It's just that some of this stuff sounds so ridiculous to me. But she's teaching me how to listen to you. Now, not you specifically, but the other men on the panel. OG, I completely respect you for what you did.
Why do you do that, though?
I don't understand why you are speaking.
No,
because
I'm asking, why do you be trying to
no
divide
one
and separate the men?
interrupted you.
No,
when
I'm asking
you
you.
went on your monologue. I need you to shut them crusty lips up. Shut up.
Ooh, arrest
Because
me, daddy.
the things that
you don't have no
try
value.
to do, the things that you try to do,
You don't got no
women,
value.
Hold on.
came up
Hold
here.
on. Dear Prince, you get a minute to respond. Let her finish up.
Your entire goal coming up here was to talk down about women. Even OG called you out on that. You are trying to be negative, and I didn't fall for that at all. But when he called you out and told us that you don't even talk like this in real life, that's when I was like,
that's a lie.
that is, I want you to
am I lying?
up talking.
No,
you
OG,
don't
am I
even
lying?
believe the things that you
No, don't go
believe.
putting. I
You
don't,
even
Trev, I
believe
don't want
the
no
things
fake
that-
ass
Why
shit
are
off
you doing
saying
this?
that I'm
Why are
doing
you
something
doing
that
this?
he know I
Why
don't.
are you?
And I
See,
haven't
you can't
told
control
you
yourself
in
either.
years.
So Jay, hold on. Hold on. We're
Please
going to give
stop.
you a chance to respond. We're
know
not
I
going to
ain't
let it go.
Because the longer you keep going, the more I'm going to lose my thought, and it's going to take me longer to finish. I need you to stop doing that. However, and see, I don't even know what I was talking about. But you don't like, you come up here literally to just incite people. You want to trigger women. You want to insult women. That's what you want to do. You probably are in some sort of way um a very nice guy to some people. You're probably very different in person. You somebody married you, so you some kind of redeeming quality somewhere. But when you come up here, all you want to do is be combative and tell women how terrible they are and how worthless they are. I don't understand why you would enter a conversation like that and then expect me not to call you homeless, crusty, and stanky because you actually commanded that type of attention. When you come up here and immediately insulting people, it makes me want to tell you that your hairline is terrible and you need to chase it down the street. You need to get some type of grooming routine and read a book, my nigga, because you sound real dumb all the time. And so to be dumb and crusty and rusty, and you sound like you ain't brushed your teeth and I don't know how long. I want you to gargle in the back of your throat. I want you to go and do
You need to
something
gargle
to
this
your
dick that you spit on all
hygiene,
the time when
because
I
I
come over
know
here.
that you around here
Gargle my nut.
spreading dick
That's what
butter
you
to
need to
all
do.
of these
I don't know why y'all
women
ain't killing
that
this
you keep
bitch. She's
messing
ain't
with.
nothing but an old hoe.
So I
Hey,
want you
let's take
to
it.
get yourself
All right,
together.
hold on,
Enter
y'all.
the
We
panel
getting
respectfully. Huh?
Let me
I'm
shoot
sorry.
this nut
No, I'm just
between
saying.
your yeah.
Let's take. Listen, I'm all for your point, but let's try to keep it.
I
Okay,
got you.
You know,
so this is
I'm
what I want
done
to say.
take
here.
away a little. Take away a little in
Okay,
harmony.
okay, I won't do
I
all that.
got you.
First off,
But I
another
want
nigga.
you to no, I wasn't done. Baby, I wasn't
She's about to
done.
wrap it up.
So now, yeah, I was about to.
all she do
My
is run her
apologies.
mouth. She just talking. She ain't
But
saying shit.
here's what I will say. If you came up here with any semblance of respect for anyone, you would probably get more respect.
Okay, that's
That's
it.
all I can
So
say.
first off, another nigga can't tell you something about me, and that's what you just because you can say somebody else called me out. He did not call me out, and OG is telling half-ass the story. I ain't haven't talked to the OG in almost a year plus, and when I did talk to him, we had one conversation about one other thing. And everything I talked to him on here about black men need to do stuff, I came on this platform and said this. So it wasn't nothing fucking new. I talked to the same women same shit that I speak from my experience at the end of the motherfucking day. And can't no nigga tell you shit about me. If
No,
motherfucker,
wait a
you
minute, wait a minute. J Prince. First thing you ain't changed. So wait a minute. I'm gonna respect you, but you ain't gonna call me no nigga, bro. You know I don't get down like that.
I don't give a fuck. Stop
Okay.
speaking for me.
Oh, okay. I didn't speak for you. I didn't.
Hold on. We cannot hear both of y'all
Hey.
at the same
Hey,
time. We cannot hear both of y'all at the same time.
uh,
I don't know what happened. He
Let
dropped off.
Buddy finish.
yeah, let him finish. Yeah, let him finish.
Yeah,
Go
let
ahead
him
and
finish.
finish. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish it.
Every time I gotta get dropped, when I get disrespected.
He didn't drop you. It
I
was
don't
a
think
mistake.
anybody.
He didn't drop you, J Prince.
Well, you stop speaking when I'm speaking.
Okay, I'll do that. But you calling me out.
You need to respect it.
Bro. Number one now. Number one. I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk.
It's my turn.
Wait. Okay, well go ahead and talk.
Well, quit butting in then. I don't need you to speak for me.
Well, stop calling my name.
So I'm gonna get back to you know, because you sit up here with this fake trying to call out. You didn't call out shit. Everything I do and say on the streams, I do and say in my real life. In fact, I got in real life content showing everything I do. That's a pure fact. That's one. But
all right, Charles, make sure we having a conversation, man. I don't want this to be no beefing back and forth. Let's get back to the conversation.
I'm getting to the conversation. What this off expired milk ass woman came up here trying to do. She tried to divide the men amongst the men. This is how women do to manipulate the crowd when she up against men. And since men is dick be too goddamn hard, they be want to fuck this old raggedy ran down old tramp. You will bite into the shit that she offering. First off, it's not when I come up here and I speak about this shit, and when y'all hearing y'all conversations, y'all need to learn the motherfucking truth. Yeah, my dick hard, but when it comes down to telling y'all the truth, I'm gonna tell you the truth real quick. Especially when you saying some bullshit. These women up here having all of these requirements. How women they got all these body counts, all of these kids, and she talking about it wasn't for her mama. She will speak. Who the fuck you think you is? You better learn to speak to men in a correctable way, because if you do it on the street, you're gonna get hurt.
Okay, so have you land?
But no, hold on. But what I'm saying is, these type of women is the women that's teaching. One thing I learned about women, they pass down failure advice to their daughters. So her mama failed. That's why her daddy, she didn't say her daddy was involved. How did I know that he wasn't involved? Because the way she talked, I know her mama was a piece of shit. And she passed down the same shit to her, and she gonna pass that same shit down to her daughter. The thing is, they don't have no respect for you. They don't have no respect for you because of who out the bell. All I'm trying to say is it's a losing battle. Stop trying to get these women approval. Who the fuck is them? What is Miss Pearl and Bodine gonna really offer you? Outside of their fertilities is long gone. It's history.
Jay Prince, I don't even know you. You don't know me. I've never disrespected you on a panel. You don't know my history. Why would you even throw me in there?
No, but what I'm saying is you don't really got much to offer.
You don't know me to tell me what I have to offer.
Okay, what do I mean? Let's have this conversation. What do I mean by offer?
Podcast. You don't know me. That's
Shot clock.
You a goofy.
What do I mean by
value as a man? How dare you?
Let's have the conversation.
No, don't meet me with the disrespect. No. Let's double back.
It's not disrespectful.
All right, I know True want to. Hold on, JP. Hold on.
Before they get
hold on. OG. I know True want to go in there.
Don't make blanket statements.
Yeah, I said cue me up in the back like 30 minutes ago.
All right, well, let's go to. Hold on. JP and Pearl. Hold on, I got it. Let's get Willie in there and True. Go ahead, Willie.
So I don't have. I'm gonna let the niggas argue, but this is my thing, right? One thing that I do want to point out is that if me and DJ have a conversation offline about offline shit or online shit, I'm never going to reference that conversation online when it was had in privacy, when it was had in confidence. That is something that I've learned a lot of internet people do. And it's unfortunate because that's definitely something that I was taught that women do. I'm not going to ever use something that you come to me about in privacy and then use that to attack you or sell your character online because you came to me in privacy. We had a private conversation between me and you, not between, and now that I want to come and just use it against you, I'm going to do it when we got 450 people watching. That was probably some of the most egregious shit I've seen a man do.
Especially if it's not in this full context.
Well, yeah, okay.
Then on top of that,
let him finish.
And then if the man, I like some of the, obviously we know I don't agree with a lot of what Jay Prince said, but there were some things that we said he had a bar for. When bro said that if the only used thing in your house is your bitch, that's a problem. That went over a lot of y'all's heads because of who it's coming from, right? And I give him that. I gotta, give credit where it's due. That was real because again, a lot of women do think that they are entitled to all of these types of men who can do all of these things and go get all of these different women, but think that they are owed his choice. So I get it, and I think where he was going with it. But aside from that, y'all please continue.
Hold on. True next, y'all. Go ahead, True.
Yeah, I'm that. I give give you credit for that, Jay Prince. I even said it in the back chat that you were actually saying some things that came across and landed. I think where you lost me because you got this energy, especially for the women on this panel. I don't know why personally, but you said that they're trying to separate us, and I think that that's actually been what you've been attempting to do. You do it often, actually, and you have some visceral energy about perceived high value men. And respect, if you have your outlook on the world and you believe all women that you're capable of acquiring are trash, that's great. But I don't think that that's fair to just you blanket it across the board, accusing one person of trying to separate us while you actually do it, separating us. You have embodied this approach to where your experience is all experience. You are truth. You said it several times. I disagree with you. I think that you perform well in your region and your ability, and then you come at the men who may outpace you in almost every metric that matters, and then try to depict us and say that we depended on the white man, but then simultaneously will admit that your very existence and upbringing was supported by the white man. So it's very conflating and conflicting, and I don't think it is fair for you to hold people accountable for something you're actually doing.
Yeah, I learned it from women to divide and conquer men, right? I've been acknowledged that I was raised up under the feminine foundation. So these tactics that I use, I learned it from women. As you can see, both did it all. Like what you do is when all the men is on one accord. So what they do is they say, well, Truth Table is an easy man to talk to. But then they say JP or philosophical is, I don't respect him. So basically, in real life, this stuff happens in real life. And what tends to happen? Men end up shot, dead, or in prison because of a woman will come around. But this not a type of woman that's worth dying for. She don't have that look. You know the type of woman we usually would risk our life for, right? She's aspired milk. Most women is like milk. They does a body good. They does a body good until they get old, right? And when you look at these old ass women, only thing she got is bittersweet, and she jealous of her daughters and nieces and shit like that. So only thing I'm saying is there is a difference between niggas and black men. Black men you are butlers. You work for the government, although I use the government. I manipulate the government just like the white man manipulate you black men like slaves, right? The white man didn't have no problem with using black men to build this country, to build his wealth, but he don't respect you. He don't look at you like you one of him because you know how to speak his language properly. You are the embediment of the white man's language. When I look at True Take, I'm about to talk to you, and there's no disrespect at all because I mess with you. But when I listen to you, I listen to a man who's highly educated, right? And it does something to me that a black man, knowing how the education system has been feminine, so the women could be able to learn. So the education system that we have received has been yielded around a feminine structure. And by you sitting up there, you know how to speak his language. You can tell you read all of his pimping, right? And you have been in his pimping books. You read a lot of books. You read all his language. To me, I think black men who willing to accept that white man's education is gay. I believe if you brag on you got a high school diploma, you got a degree, you need a white man's dick print to step your IQ level to make you feel smart. If the white man don't sign on that paper and say you smart, guess what? You're going to sit up here and feel doubt of yourself because you need that white man approval. And this is how majority of the butlers operate. If you don't got a good paying job, if you don't got no good career, if you don't live in a white good community, if you can't speak proper English and woo out the bam, guess what they call you? They call you JP, a degenerate, a pookie, a loser, and woo out the bam because y'all qualifications, I'll end with this. You are being quantified. You are being you qualify yourself based on a Eurocentric understanding. You don't have your own understanding.
Well, I think
okay. So wait a minute. JR, I think it's
Let
very
True respond.
disrespectful
He
for a
can
man
talk
to
the
straight
truth.
out disrespect me and address me before he addressed anybody. And then we play this musical chair, and then so we forget about what he said, how he said it, and when he said it. I think it's fair for me to be able to address some of the things he tried to address me of, and Willie. Um, Under normal circumstances, I will agree along with you about. But you got to understand the situation. The situation is me and Jay Prince has a history of how we conduct ourselves on these panels, and so we have always discussed these type of things, conversation behind, and bring that conversation forward. Conversation we have had behind, we bring it forward. How we conduct ourselves. He might ask me something, I might ask him something. But when we have private things that we talk about, anything private, that's never brought to the front. But I'm talking about, that's why you have to understand there's unique situations when we say things or how we say things. It's not me calling him out. These things that I said earlier were things that he did on the panel. On the panel when he came out and said these things about black men are weak and butlers, just like what he just said right there. Now I understand you want to burn the candle on both sides, but sooner or later it'll have to meet in the middle somewhere. So what I'm saying, I never disrespect J Prince, never called him an N word or whatever. I just don't roll like that. And that's to everybody. Now let's get this thing about Bo. Bo, when I first met her on these panels, I disagreed with most of everything, and I thought she just was an angry woman and everything else. I seen a brother come up here and talk on the channel, and I seen the soft side of her, and he was saying some of the same thing that some of the brothers on the channel had been telling her, but she received it how he laid out the message. And so from that time, I started super checking, saying, Bo, you know what? You're changing me now, because I'm starting to understand you. You do have a soft side. But there's just certain quality and certain qualities of men who can bring the best out of the worst person. And if you don't believe that, then you don't know the history of Malcolm X. If you don't believe that. So what I'm trying to tell you, number one is, Jay Prince, I have nothing disrespect or try to belittle you ever on a channel. And I was amazed how you came at me by calling me the N-word. I don't give a fuck and all that. I have never talked to you like that, brother.
I did feel disrespectful.
What you feeling disrespectful and not knowing the whole history, how we have always moved on these panels. Even when I disagree with you or agree with you, I've always came on the channel. There's nothing secretly that I told that we had a phone call that we don't discuss on these panels. When we do discuss, and you know that, there's only about two things, and we know that is a private conversation. But when we are talking about how you was gonna run your channels, okay. When you was talking about how you gonna run your channels and stuff like that, that's open forum, even though we are having a conversation. All right. I do apologize for rolling on time.
Just so you know, OG, it did sound like you just called Bo the worst person after
he said bring the best out of the worst.
No, but I'm sorry, Bo, if you took it that way, I do apologize. I didn't mean it that way. You know I didn't mean it that way.
Everybody tonight.
So let me respond to. I don't want to go back and forth with the other stuff. I don't want to go back and forth with the other stuff. I just, the reason why I felt that way, OG, because you've been hanging with the ops and they do stuff like that. Outside of that, to get back to the Bo type of person, when you say other men can bring something out of them, as black men, the world don't treat us with that type of grace, right? We operate on how the world treat us in real life. And when they say that black women is the least respected and least protected, that's a damn lie. The black man is the least respected, and I don't want us to be protected, but hell, I like to be protected in child support court and in divorce courts. We don't get no protection. We don't get all this softness, right? So most black men Like myself, when I come up here, I talk to, they don't care about your feelings. When I was in jail, they don't care about how you feel. They're going to tell you the truth. And that's how we was taught. Life in America as black men taught us to be raw. They didn't give a damn about, oh, we got to be caring about your feelings and none of that. That's part why a lot of, instead of calling out black men for being too emotionally avoidant, ask why black men are emotionally avoidant. Most times it's from black women. It's from women that talks and act like both. The moment you start expressing your emotions softly, what you think she gonna call you? Especially when you get upset. Oh, you was crying like a bitch. Oh, why you up there whining? Oh, so they make fun of, black women make fun of your emotions. Only times they want you to be this emotional soft when they get ready to manipulate the situation for you to feel sorry for their ass. OG, I know you getting older. It's like with my aunties and them when they didn't whoop the other kids like they beat the shit out of us. So you getting kind of old, you getting a little soft on.
Hey, J. Penn, I can still whoop your ass. You know that. So don't even start that. I can still whoop your ass. You know that. So don't be talking about that old shit. Don't be talking about that old shit. Don't even think about talking about no old shit, okay? Because you know I still can whoop your ass. So when I can't whoop your ass, then I will get old.
OG and JP. Look at Aaron. I know Aaron haven't said that in a while. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, this has been an interesting conversation. Miss Pearl, how you doing? You all right?
I'm wonderful. I was just responding to the chat. I was telling them, thank you so much for the love and the support for holding me down
worries.
when I was just attacked for no reason.
Yeah, you could have been straight.
I'm good.
Miss Pearl, I didn't attack you.
What you say, JP?
I didn't attack
Hold on, y'all. Aaron has the
did,
floor.
but it's
Let's
okay.
let Aaron go ahead and finish.
Yeah, just doing a temperature check on the ladies. Bo, you awake? You alive? You good? You're in the safety of your own home. You dig? But I wanted to ask you a question, though. It kind of was beyond my ability to reason. It seemed like a contradiction of terms when you said a woman that is very well maintained can also be neglected. Can you give me an example of that? Because I can't square that circle.
Okay. And I understand how that can be confusing. So even the best man can neglect their woman. Because like you can't do everything. You can't be everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like men have a lot, some of the best men have a lot on their shoulders. You all are taking care of a lot of people. You have family, you have your own family, you have your extended family, you have all of that. And so at some point, you probably will have an area that you neglect about your woman. So even a well taken care of woman can still be neglected a little bit. That's just how relationships go. Like you're not going to have the capacity to do things all the time, to address every issue all the time. So it's not a bad thing. It's just a fact.
Okay. Momentarily. Okay. I interpret it as they can exist at the same time ad infinitum. But you're saying nothing is. Oh, okay. All right. I got you. That was the only question I had. Thanks, JR.
So I wanted to ask, why is the only?
Hold on. We got to order.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. I promise I'm gonna act like I got some sense. OG, listen, you was talking and I'm like, oh, and then you was like, even the worst person, and I'm like, oh, oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
That was meant for
It's
you.
just no, it's
It was
cool.
for the overall statement, but it wasn't meant for you. Because I know Saint. So that's that's who I was talking about.
It's all good. I just thought I thought it was funny. But most of the people who talk to me outside of these panels normally know me to be a tad bit different. But I I usually reserve a lot of my respect for those who are to be respected, who earn that respect, who show their worthiness of respect. And I just wanted to say, hold on. I just wanted to say
Damn, your
that
finger big. My bad. Sorry.
I'm tall. I have long fingers. Shut up.
Yeah, I bet.
I just would like to say that the men on the panel that I have a lot of respect for, Trev, JR, Willie, True, OG, DJ. And I'm just now meeting you, Aaron. And I love the way you engage in conversation from what I've heard. But I just want to say, even though we don't always agree, you all always bring a certain level of respect to the conversation, which helps me engage with you differently. And with JP being up here, it makes me respect you all even more, because even though you all can agree with some of his points, and I'm not saying that he doesn't make any sense at all ever. It just always sounds so
Yeah, I'm the uncle
abrasive.
gonna whoop your ass. I ain't gonna
And
baby
so
you right there.
I want you to shut your homeless ass up. But it makes me, damn, it makes me respect you all even more, because I know that even though you disagree with me on some things, you will at least say it in a very respectful way. So I just wanted to give y'all flowers. And then I'm gonna go to some water. Damn.
Y'all seen that movie Devil's Advocate when that nigga in court was trying to talk, but the devil was like, "Nah, shut your ass up," because he put that curse on him. Somebody done put a root on your ass.
Yeah. Jay Prince say he shot across the screen.
It's the pretzels I was eating. I'm gonna stop eating on.
Who the fuck eat pretzels without drinking water on the side? Like you suicidal? You might as well. You eating Popeye's biscuits without no drink.
I don't know how many of y'all raise kids. But
hold on, JP. It's DJ turn.
Oh, okay.
We got an order upstairs. Look up there in the green. Look up there in the green. Look in the
Y'all
green.
done put some order around this motherfucker now.
It's in the green.
Oh man, yo, this is interesting. OG, yeah, I definitely understood what you were saying when you was telling the brother, you know, he was leaving dust around. I tried my best to help out with that situation. I mean, kicking up dust is something that you do when you're moving fast and you're going a lot of different places. It ain't necessarily meaning that you a dusty motherfucker. So you know, hopefully that gets around, but I definitely understood what you were saying. Bo, when I first came on here, I was like, oh Lord, you know, because I seen all the videos. I was like, I don't know how this gonna go, but I can be charming, you know what I'm saying, and I can play the middle of the road and figure out how to, you know, communicate to get what I need to get across, regardless if an answer annoys me. You know, I just got to be patient with it and, you know, smooth it over, and then we can come to a common ground. Jay, nice to meet you, brother. It's the first time I've been on the panel with you. So very, very interesting. I can agree with Willie. You know what I'm saying? We got to check ourselves and have more respect for ourselves if we are only choosing folks that, you know, would be the only used thing in our house. So I definitely agree on that. You got to, if you're going to work hard to get so many different things in your life, you need to make sure that the person that you're going to have with you, even if they are, you know, used, they're going to be to a specific standard to the where they would appreciate it to the utmost. You know what I'm saying? You basically got to get some reciprocation for what you putting out. So yeah, appreciate the convo all the way around, y'all.
I need half of that money from that $1,600 you got, though, Jay Prince. I need $800.
I think we need to start looking at people and judging them based
Go
off
to church.
what we see their results are in life. If you, it's so easy to read people or understand people when you lead with curiosity, and you are able to like look at their place in life where they are. It'll make a lot of their opinions make sense. It'll make their takes on things take sense. It'll make their views, their character, their personality make a lot of sense to you if you understand like someone's results. Anytime that we talk about someone, a lot of the things that we're saying when we're trying to offend someone, or we're just trying to be funny with someone, or things we're just projecting on them because of something they've said. So since we don't agree with what they're saying, we want to attack them. We want to attack the messenger instead of the argument, because we can't attack the argument oftentimes. But when you look at someone's results of where they are, like where they live, what they do, what they earn, who they are around, who they have access to, who has access to them, it makes it really, really easy for you to understand that person when they don't agree with you. Because someone who's not as educated or in the same circle or social stratosphere as True could have the opinion of Jay Prince, because Jay Prince is of the opinion that white education school system has been a huge disservice to black people and black men. It's part of what's kept them oppressed, and I can understand where he comes from. But then also, as someone who does have upper or higher educational degrees, I can see why True also values those as well, because of the doors they open, the things that we are taught, the things that we learn, and the resources that having those degrees gives us access to. But that stems from me understanding their results. I understand what True's results in life are. I talked to True offline. I understand what Jay Prince's results in life are because he shares them. He's funny as shit about how he does it, but he's probably one of the most rawest people we see in the space. As far as he tells the unpretty side and the pretty side, he's funny about both. But when you start trying to understand someone's results and lead with curiosity, then maybe you can either figure out how to improve yours by leading with curiosity, saying, hey, well, how did you get to where you are? True, how did you get to where you are? Or, you know what I'm saying, for women who want to be feminine and soft, ask Miss Pearl, like, how do you navigate these dating streets? Or understand, like, what her life is, because you see how she's viewed. If you want to be viewed the way that she's viewed, then have that problem. And you understand that your result is men think I'm a fucking hyena. How can I have men view me the way they view Pearl or Naomi or what was the Savage from earlier? If you understand the result, it's easier for you to get your desired outcome.
All right.
Good points.
Pearl, you want to say something?
I do. I just think it's important for us to just respect everybody's perspective and their life experiences. We're all Black here, so we don't experience racism, but we do experience classism. Like, you can't invalidate somebody's opinion or what they have to say or what they bring to the conversation because of how you value them. Their experience and what they bring to the conversation still has its own separate validity. So I just feel like if we're going to talk about being adults, because there's a difference between being numerically advanced and being mature. A lot of us are 40, 50, however old years we are. But when we get in these spaces, it's very hard for a lot of us to handle other people's perspectives without being emotional, remaining logical and sensible and respectful. So that can be irritating in itself because, again, we have those roundabouts and we never really get to the meat of the subjects of what we're supposed to be delving into, because now we got our hominids and everybody else want to go back and forth, and then we're doing subs and then we're doing jabs, and I just get sick of it. I come here because I like to bring value to conversations. I don't come here to be disrespected, and I don't come here to see people go back and forth and not be able to just move on. But I get it. We're emotional and things happen. But at the same time, it's like, how many incidents on these panels are we going to keep having these roundabout conversations where we can't get nowhere? And then like next week, somebody's going to be holding in some, and then you're going to want to keep going and going. And it's like, we never get to where we're supposed to be going. Like, if you look at that timestamp, it's been almost 4 hours. I can probably count on my hand like 5 good points. And then everything else has just been us going back and forth. So like I say, some of us just need to understand that two things can be right at the same time. Like, I can put that 6 down on that floor and put Willie and Jay Prince on opposite sides. Willie's going to see a 6 and Jay Prince is going to see a 9. We're not going to argue all day that their perspectives are wrong because they're right. So I'm just wrap it up and say, talk the talk, walk the walk, be respectful, and just treat people how you want to be treated. Like, I feel like I'm in a classroom teaching right now saying that, but it's obvious that something is happening where we as adults, we just keep having these same clashes and situations. I don't know. I love everybody, but I'm gonna land my plane.
Does anybody know like why we had these clashes?
Yeah, you have niggas talking from one side of the tracks because they can't see the other. That's how the majority of the conversation we have where people disagree, just because one is just we're talking about things that are pure speculation and conjecture. If everybody talked from their personal experience, we wouldn't have these problems. Because the first thing we have to understand, we have to do is that you can't invalidate somebody else's experience. But when we talk about things like, for example, taxing the rich, if you ask a bunch of non-rich people, that shit is going to make sense to them, because a lot of non-rich people don't understand how taxes or money work. And they're financially illiterate. So to them, all they hear is, well, if you take less taxes from us and take more taxes from rich people, it'll help me. That's how they think, because they don't know better. Or if you talk to a bunch of men about women's issues, about reproductive rights and all of those things, or you just have a panel of men talking about women being on the rack, or saying being murder scenes and how hormonal they get. None of us think that shit should be allowed, but if you have a panel of women talk about it, they'll explain to you why, like, hey, yeah, man, my oxytocin is kind of off because my receptors aren't giving. I'm not able to have those neurons fired because of my hormonal imbalance due to me being on my cycle. So when people are talking about things from just their own personal beliefs, when it's not actually something that they've experienced, that's what happens.
So if people talk about their personal experience, they should just be like, from my experience, and not saying most or all.
I think if when we're talking about something that benefits us or benefits the conversation, like we're talking about a large group of people, then yes. But you've noticed I'm pretty good at speaking from my personal experience when it's relevant. But when I'm talking about a group of people, I talk about the majority, never the minority. And because when I talk about men, when I say most men are losers, you guys have heard me say that shit a lot of times. I can expand on it. I can support that with information. But I'm not talking about the minority of men, because that's not what they are the minority. I talk about the most people because that gives you the most good. And if we focus on the small nuances, like we talk about hyenas and shit all the time, but that's more so because we have them on the panel, we have them in the chat. But if you notice that when we have the panel where it's comprised of like women that men objectively view as good, women that men objectively view as feminine and soft, like the Miss Pearls and the rest of them, we don't have those conversations. We're not having those talking points because we have the people who make up. We're having the people who actually come from the group that we actually want to have the conversations with. So a lot of the time, we just give too big of a voice to too much of the negative.
JR, there is a reason why you have these conversations. There's a reason why I've been in this space ever since 2012, and on both media, Facebook and YouTube. Reason, I seen this video one time, and I think it was back about 2011 or 12. Earl Nightingale. He has his videos about 30 minutes, and he talk about the percentage of men accomplishes their goals throughout their life and what percentage they won't go. And he used this this sample of two ships leaving the dock, one with a crew and plans and stuff and a destination, and the other one just put into gear to just go end up on a bark or something. And 99% of the time, that one with the crew and plan go end up to their destination. So that brings to the point is, this is why sometimes it is hard for older guys to be on these panels, because not only sometimes we have the statistics and the facts of it, but we have seen these things throughout experience, and we didn't get it right, so we know why it ain't coming out right for you all, because we didn't get it right. And the way y'all are going back is we have already turned it upside down, flipped it over, put every kind of spice to it to try to make it right where we can live with it, and it's brand new for you all. And so that's how we, by saying that we fail, is how we understanding how you are feeling. And not just because you're doing it different from us, we just know sometimes the answer to what you're doing. So That's why I really don't get on a lot of panels anymore, because I don't want nobody to feel like I'm sunning them. You know what I mean? I don't want nobody to feel like I got the answers to all of it. I'm just a student of a student of a student. And one of the things I'm a student of is something been here ever since 1930. And it ain't perfect, but it have made beautiful women and strong men and beautiful men. And so if something is working, then that's what I try to share in my experiences.
So on these panels, sometimes I hear people say, if you don't got the results, then it's kind of hard to listen to you. But then I just heard you kind of say something similar to this, OG, that some people do have the experience and the wisdom, and they give good advice even though they don't have the results. So, like, how is it that we kind of decipher what's good information and what's not good information if the person doesn't have results?
Well, it's just like going to the doctor.
Well, I've just opened it up for the panel. It ain't got to be just you, OG.
Oh, no, this is gonna be short. I ain't got much gas in this helicopter, and I'm gonna land this real quick. It's just like going to the doctor, and he's sitting there with a cigar, a $20 cigar in his mouth, and telling you, if you don't quit smoking, you gonna die within 6 months. Now you can sit up there and say, "But man, you smoking that cigar, but he ain't got your problem." It's your results that you gonna have to deal with. So just because the person is not doing or having the results that you are having, hell, you go run into some kids can tell you something and don't have any results. And if you study them long enough, you can see where you can extract information even from a kid to imply it in your life and move forward. So it's not just what the person has the results. Sometimes the person don't have results and trying to tell you that this is why they didn't get the result by the same passion you going. And I'm gonna land that comment.
Can I say this quickly, JR, to this before we move on forward with the topic?
I ain't got much further move on topic, JP. I'll just let you know.
All right, I would rather just say that a lot of people have this bougie mindset and they feel as though their way is the right way. And the reason why they clash is because they believe that the Eurocentric way practices is the correctable way. And so when you got people like me coming in, I represent a large majority of people. There's a lot of people worse than me. And so I think it will behoove these people to bring their nose to a correctable position on their face and try to learn from each and everything, because it's different experiences that's out there that they have ignored, that they ran from, or they turned their back against. But just because you turn your back against that don't mean it don't exist. And what's so crazy, this still is a part of your race. Pookies like me and worse than me, it's still your race. We still a representation of you. So moving this door to Massa is not going to change it's not going to take away the validity of the problems in from our real community that's really gave us, this outlook.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Jay Prince, and great. You can be the Pookie whisperer. It speaks to the bigger problem that a lot of our community unfortunately does adopt your mindset because they don't resource anything or research anything. We're excellent people, like excellent in just our DNA. Most of the things we do and strive to do it elevates actually everything we touch. What happens is that we, unfortunately, and then one thing I do agree with you that you said earlier, that I think we're afraid. I said this the other day. I think a lot of people who look like us are actually terrified of success, because in order to be successful, you have to be accountable first. And to sustain success, it means that you got to be consistent, disciplined. You have to be self-educated. You have to be aware. You have to sometimes even admit when you're wrong and also admit when you're right. And for whatever reason, there is some cancer that exists so much in our community that it's like, well, let's just adopt the lower level thinking. You trying to please the white man. That's some stupid crap. There is nothing wrong with progress. Progress is not a color. Like, it's not one demographic of people. And you can see this if you get outside of America and actually go, just spend time amongst folks, because they don't look like you, but they're striving to be excellent. They're still striving to progress. So what my problem is with people like your mindset is that you try to push against progress. If you want to be the Pookie dude, cool. If you want to hang and, point the finger at those of us who don't adopt that same ideology, that's cool. But we can't, there's a lot of things that I can do that I know you are not capable of doing. And that should have respect. That should just have respect. I'm not shaming you for operating the way you are. I just find it interesting that those who are not in the position always claim that the people who are in the position need to do what they're doing, yet their results don't speak to what I've been able to produce. Or people
poverty isn't a black issue, and success isn't just a white issue. When people say you talk white because you can articulate your words, or they say, oh, you use slang, so you're talking like you're black. Like it's the same thing. And what happens is like our community, we take advice from people about things that they've never done or they've never taken the time to understand. We have broke people trying to give people advice about how to get rich. We have women trying to tell men how to be men, and then we have men trying to tell women how to be mothers. So we start focusing on what we actually can control, like to your point, True, as soon as you say that there are things that you can do that JP can't do, everybody on this panel thought of 3 things off the top of their head. They're probably 3 very similar things. And the difference is that you don't shame him for the fact that he can't go do A, B, or C. You just understand the fact he chooses to operate in a way that limits him from doing those things because his value system is like severely different than yours. So if you respect the differences between people, I mean, again, looking at their results, you can say, okay, well, cool. He's okay doing this. This is okay for him, but this is not okay for me. But just because it's okay for him doesn't mean that it's, bad for me.
Can I give you a different perspective on why I do that? Because we try to blanket results across the board. True results is imitation of white men. I'm just gonna call it like it is. Progression, I'm not against progression. I'm against what we progressing to. You progressing to become an imitation of white men, of how they see fit. I don't hear in your results. I'm gonna ask you, is your results of your progression that you have progress? I want to ask you, are you a ruler? Do you have your own military? Did you create your own curriculum? Did you create your own God that always looks like us? Do you have your own? Do you create your own laws? So when you talk about you progress, what did you progress in? Under another man's infrastructure that you would never rule in, that you would never be a king in, that another man will still have his foot on your neck. And the only reason why you talking proper English is because he told you that's how he want your nigga ass to talk in his companies. At the end of the day, all of us when you want that job, you have to conform. You have to throw away your nigga lit and adopt that. All us black folks got that that white personality, that white voice. Hi, my name is Jay Prince, the president, and I'm more intrigued about this company because I think this company is very, very fantastic. I have been doing my research on your company, and I think that I can fit. I'm very reliable, I'm trustworthy, and I'm a great team player. So you ain't saying nothing that I don't know how to say. Well, that's our white begging voice, right? So, but you notice white people don't have to do that to you. Only thing I want us black men to do is if you're going to talk about progression, let's have that same power. So when a white man come to us, they have to conform to us. Why is progression? It's always us black men and black women conforming. Changing you now, the black women, they don't give their babies nigga names. They give them Bob, Tony, and you black men is okay with that. So as black men, we can't even go in the real world being our natural self. You can't go wear your dreads. You can't have no bass in your voice, right? And so it's not designed for you. It's designed for you to be sub-Saharan subordinate. Subjective. You are nothing more than a servant. That's what workers mean. You are a servant because these workplaces is not your. Just because you work in corporate, you don't own corporate. You just because you go to the military, that's not your fight. You are being used for their benefit. That's in everything we do here in America, from military, from working to woo out the bam. So I wish you your wit in your education to use your critical thinking to know how to depict that where you stand. And I view that as the white man is the pimp and you black man is the hoe. Point blank, period. I don't care how you don't like it until you create your own infrastructure. You ain't progressing in. Only thing you would progress into how to be a better hoe.
Period. So I have a question, Jay. Just curious. You chastise Bo for dividing the man on the panel, but you've just done the same thing. You've done it, but so basically you're saying it's between the Pookies, who are the righteous black men, and then the Trues, who are the white men who have fallen into the progression. But this is the thing I want to ask you. Say that I agreed with what you're saying and that we need to make progress somehow. Do you think that it would be easier to create my own or use what I've gained by being inside of the white system that you talked about, and then use the financial resources, the ability, the resources, the network that I have to then go create my own?
Well, us black folks never did it.
I just need you to answer the question I asked, not just yes or no. Pick one. Is it easier to do something from inside of to make affect change from the inside or the outside?
I would say no.
Okay, if that's the case, then we can't say that what he is doing is wrong or better, because the way that society judges the right and wrong in this conversation is about who has the best life, who has the most resources, who has the widest ability, the widest reach. And unfortunately, the Pookies are never going to be in a superior position to the Trues.
See, and let me respond to that. That's I 100% disagree with you. First off, black people been making a lot of money for a long time, and they've been in government. They've been in all type of positions, and they never went back to the black neighborhood. So although they say that shit on their way up, but when they get up, they forget all about us niggas. But one thing about us ghetto boys and niggas and thugs, this is what I mean, creating their own. We are out of the black people, the ghetto guys are the most influential. They the most influenced. We have influenced the world based on our own definition, what we see fit. We created comedy through our pain. We created rap music. We created that. We told people how to dress up their cars. We told people how to wear their clothes. We told people how to eat. We told people how to use slang and ebonics. Slang and ebonics drew so many millions into the black community. It's called rap. It's called ghetto gangster movies, right? Our image from the gangsters and the thugs and the criminals, and when you think about the black influential black men that majority of the black people care about, they was gangsters. They was the Crips and Bloods, the GDs and Vice Lords, and those. It wasn't you butlers, right? You butlers, only thing you are doing is trying to be a proper imitation of a white man. This is why majority of the black women don't get they pussy wet when they talk to y'all. Yeah, they say they respect you, but Bo will fuck me before she will fuck any one of y'all. Because I'm different. I brings my own swag, right? In Willie, we is so impactful to the point where the white man tries to emulate us. People in Europe, Africa, all these other places tries to emulate the gangsters and the Pookies and the thugs. They don't try to emulate y'all.
Would you take I'm sorry, go ahead, True.
Yeah, so I'm glad, Jay Prince, that we're having this conversation, because you try to, convey your thoughts by changing your voice. And I know it was a struggle for you. The thing about my people, see, the way I speak is the way I speak. And I'm glad we're worlds apart. I'm glad this is actually occurring, because this has been something that I've talked about for years. The unfortunate part is that you've adopted an ideology that the way you are only able to articulate, that's just your strength. That is the limit. And unfortunately, I don't subscribe to that. That's the issue that people like yourself have with the black men like myself. I don't have to pretend this is me. I'm like this all the time. You can ask Willie or anybody who's ever spoken to me. I don't switch up. There is no duality. That's the unfortunate part. And the reason why our community sometimes does not get the respect, as you said, the military and all those things, which are all great things to subscribe to and try to, institute. But the problem is that we're infighting now. I can't get a brother that looks like you, that looks like me, to even come alongside progress. You'll fight it because you assume that it's trying to be received by someone who's white, which is dumb. That's why I'm saying you need to get outside of your small brain, your small community, and those people who think like you, because the world will tell you different. There's no place on the planet that you can go that there's not going to be a progressive class. That's just how humanity is wired. This is how this works. And so I don't get why.
May I ask you a question, True, real quickly?
Sure.
Let's just use military and people working in corporate.
Nope.
Isn't there when men are getting taught something and educated in something or practice something, shouldn't they take that what they have learned? Because they said you teach a man how to fish, you teach a man, you don't give a man nothing, you teach him how to fish so he can fish on his own. So when you became in the military or you became in corporate, how come you never was taught how to own your own corporate, how to own your own military? You all have served in these things for 20 plus years, but yet you still have not managed to create your own. You still have not managed to create your own corporate. Yet you telling me to go work and be proud to that the white man gave me an opportunity.
But I never said, and I think that's a fair question. I have no aspirations to create a military, but I'll tell you, I have.
What do you have aspirations in creating?
Well, I've been creating and making my own choices for quite some time. I don't have a boss. I haven't had one in a long time, and that's.
Well, tell me something. What have you created, Mr. True Table?
Well, I'm not gonna chew up the mic to tell what I created, but I'm just speaking to the fact for a reason. This is where you're stuck, and that's cool.
I'll do it for you, True. I got you.
Oh,
so you said what did he create? I'll answer for him.
That impacts the black nation.
Not a problem. So of the 360 employees that I've had in the 10 years that I've been in business for myself, 90% of them have been black. Also, of those, half of them have been military veterans. The reason why I say that is because I'm putting black people into a space where black people almost don't belong to the people who are according to the people who are in the space, which is cybersecurity. So there's not. I don't think there's another consulting firm.
Oh, so you own a security company?
In America that's bigger than mine as far as having a black staff. So what I'm doing that affects black people is I'm putting millions of dollars in black homes by creating job opportunities for black people. That's something that, again, thugs, influencers will never ever be organized or disciplined enough to do, because you guys' view ends at the block that you live on. So of the two of us, who is doing more for black people? Someone who's hired almost 400 people who look like him, or the person who is saying that, hey, well, I finessed the church for 1,600.
I would say me, Willie, because I'm teaching my black people to have an independent thought, and at first everything starts with a thought. Your end result is ran right back to putting millions. I don't care how much money you put in black people houses. Still, you ain't gaining power with that. We have seen with rich black men that had money, and the moment they start talking about opening up their own politics, like with Diddy trying to open up his own politician to vote, and guess what? He got charged with a case, basically telling him you better pipe down, right? So you still not powerful. All of this stuff, you basically saying, okay, you put
powerful
money
compared to what? So we have to compare it to like who's involved in the conversation. So let's say that it's me and you and True that are having a conversation.
Gaining power. This is why I don't respect the conversation, because it's making money is not getting power for black people. Especially black people been having money in America for a very long time. And guess what? You still got the march down the street for police brutality, and then the police get to walk off no matter how much money you got. So that's not power, right? So putting money in people's pockets,
what is power to
yielding
you?
Conversation.
What is power to you?
Power to me is the example of the white man. He creates the laws. He creates the vision. Because when that white man put on his coat, guess what you butlers do? Y'all put on y'all shit. Y'all put on y'all shoes and tell us niggas that we can't come, right? And that's what power to me is when they write the laws. When they're God, when anytime your God that people got to work, that people worship looks like them. It don't look our black God. Our as black folks, our God is white. Our education is a white curriculum. Our belief is from a white Eurocentric civilized understanding. Our currency is a white face on that dollar. Our military is white instruction. You got black people work
We live
there,
in a white country,
but it's still the law is still yielded around them. Until we start trying to figure out how we should learn from white people on how to gain power, but education is not going to teach you that. There is not going to teach you to compete with them. The white, this was what y'all black men don't understand. Do you think that these white people who been oppressing y'all so long? I understand that y'all biracial, you got light skin privilege, but do you think they're gonna really give us an education to teach black people how to rule over them? Is you cool?
And
this is something that we have to figure out.
So, but that's the thing. Apparently, True and I have figured it out. Then this is why I say this. Do you know how many white people I make more money than? If I'm in the top 0.1% of people, as far as what they earn.
Your head, Willie. I'm not talking about making that white man.
I'm speaking to your points, what you said, right? And as you said, okay, well, we're butlers for white people. Do you know how many? One of the last time I had a boss I was in the military. True hasn't had a boss in I think it's just as long. So you can't sit here and you say that we don't want to own anything. Well, I mean, I own businesses. I own several things. But like you said, we don't own a military. Do you know what it takes to have your own military?
We should strive.
I just asked, do you know what it would take to have your own military?
No,
like
because
the United States of America has the Army, the Marines, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Coast Guard. Do you know what it would take to have? Do you know what it would take to have a military?
Courage. Yeah, balls and courage. And independent of
you have in your own country or at least nation state, which nobody has.
No black man can do it.
JR, your role model will never go do that. Whoever it is you believe in will never go do that. He'll never have his own currency. He will never have his own army because he's going to subscribe to and ascribe to the rules and laws in the country that he lives in. So where the conversation becomes disingenuous is because that the fact that you have some good points about a few things, right? I agree with you. A lot of things that black people do are things that white folks have made normal and naturalized for us to do because they wrote the book on success because they founded the country. No argument there. The problem that I have is that when you talk like this, there's probably going to be someone listening to this conversation. And unfortunately, it's easier to become you than it is to become True. It's easier to become the people you're talking about than it is to become me. And that's
we don't want that. We don't want no more black men operating like Willie. I'm not being disrespectful, but I don't want, if it was left up to me, I don't want my black man to be focused on making millions and putting money. That's not what I want. I want to share the same power as the white man. I think that this is the white man's house, and he got us living in the basement through the 14th Amendment, right? Why is ain't no 14th Amendment for white men? But yet we have to have a 14th Amendment to be classified as citizens. So, bro, you keep talking on a level because the reason why you keep yielding around that and you just willing to submit to the power because you don't have no fight within you. You don't believe in you. And maybe because you got whiteness in your blood, and so you are biracial people always have been the voice of us to basically like try to conform us to be, okay, slaves be good slaves, masses be good masses, right? You want us to be this peaceful stuff, but yet and still be servants and subjugated. My heart ain't in that shit. And a lot of us black men from the ghetto, our hearts not with that shit no more. We want to be able to. It's got to the point where we can't even discipline our kids. We can't even run our. The reason why we having problems with our women because you don't have power. She know at the end of the day, these black women agreeing with you, but she know at the end of the day when she don't want to listen to True, Willie, or me, She called 911 or go get her white man education degree and say you ain't shit. So I'm not interested in making no money.
Jay Prince, can I ask you a question?
No, hold on, y'all. We
No,
gotta
no.
hold on.
I,
OG. It's been going
I
back
know.
and
I
forth.
just okay. I'm not gonna go back and forth. I just wanted one little question.
No, we gotta listen. OG.
Okay, I got it. I just wanted to know why he got mad at me for what he's doing now.
That's fine. Hey, True, Bo, you want to go?
Oh, that's you.
True, you good?
Oh, I'm lovely. This is, if anything, I hope this is education. You know, it's sad that current day, like right now, we have people who walk around with Jay Prince's mindset and can't separate and understand the contradictions of what they're saying. Like, it blows my mind that the fact that you live in the country that you're combating, you can get a passport and go anywhere in the world. You do not have to be here. You're explaining. It just blows my mind. But you won't respect those people you claim to hate, which I don't share that ideology. The white people, we want to call them white people, do not have to respect you because you're not building anything to be respected. You can't compete. You're not intelligent enough. You can formulate your own thoughts, consistently. But you want to talk about military. It's blasphemous. That's what it's like crackheads talking and complaining about NBA players. People who actually
you are not, black men in America are not competing with no race of a man. Here's why, True. By me saying that you don't have your military, you don't have your corporation, you don't have your own currency, you're not in competition. You don't even have no resources or system for your own race. You're not competing. You think because you got some dollars that you competing, bro, you are not. You might do got more money than a few white folks, but you don't have the power. You don't have that respect. A white man, a cop will still gun you down the same way when they pull you over, not knowing who you are. So you gonna
Jay Prince.
A lot of educated, money worth black men get destroyed. So this stuff that you keep you're not competing with no man. You are at the bottom, and you can't compete with just one person anyway. So we are the only race in America. The reason why our women treating us this way because she know that at the end of the day, she got respect for you until Bo can sit up here and say, "True, you okay?" Boo, 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 boo. But the moment you say some stuff that she don't like, oh, you a weak ass man you talk like a white man, you talk gay. She definitely would tell you that the moment you say some stuff she don't like, because she know at the end of the day, she don't have to listen to you. She don't have to depend on you. In order to get your black woman to moving forward in 2026, in order to get black women to depend on the black man, you have to offer them something more than what the government going to offer them. The government offer them education. They offer them welfare. They offer them independent of a man, gave them freedom to do whatever they want to. And a lot of times I tell you, the black woman respects
You gotta let True finish because you never did finish.
Okay,
I got a response for you too.
White man more than she do you.
Hold on, you gotta let True finish.
We're not. I'm not in the spirit of trying to convince you. I think that you spent decades formulating this cancerous perspective that you have. Now, what it is for me is it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that you can exchange or share a panel with someone like myself, JR, Willie, and others, even the women. You'll feel like you are the standard. My brother, you are far from the standard. You don't begin to exist in where it matters at all. And if you feel that you are valuable, that's great. You can go to your corner, with the marketplace ring and the women that you're able to entertain. Your mental limitation, you couldn't touch the women I've had or entertained or dated, not even close. And so the fact is that you're caught up in this spiral of perspective that is toxic, and you believe that there's a problem with a progressive perspective. I'm not interested in trying to garner the respect of black women only. I garner the respect of people across all demographics. And I know that is a concept that is just, leads past your understanding. It's fine.
True. What you missed is that he said that we should be able to offer black women something that more than the government, more than the resources they're getting, more of the things that'll make them rely on us. The thing is, of the two of you, you could do that with a stroke of a pen. You don't have to go do anything. You don't have to. You wouldn't have to or do anything extra. So it's like he's speaking against the people who can actually do the exact thing that he's saying that needs to be done. That's what we call circular logic.
But I'm more impactful.
Hold on, Jay.
All
Jay,
right,
hold on.
Jay.
Go ahead, bro.
Very good. Go. Can you mute and go throw your temper tantrum in silence? So, unfortunately, I have been surrounded by people who have this same mindset for my whole since I entered school, and I spoke the way I speak now. I'm unsure what the problem is with people who actually know how to enunciate, who like to read books, who love to venture outside of the things that they have learned and have been taught. It is not having a Eurocentric mindset. You can operate in a world that was built and is run by white people, and you can still not have a Eurocentric mindset. You can think differently. Unfortunately, your the way you think is not an independent thought. You actually are still following the white man. You want to do the same things that they have done. You want to have a military. You want to have the type of power that they have. You cannot exist there because it is not the black way. It is not the African way to exist the way the white man exists. We are completely different people than that. You, sir, have a Eurocentric mindset because you want to follow the white blueprint. That is a Eurocentric mindset. Just because we speak the way we speak, and by the way, your code switching is not, it's not switching. that thing was not switching. You just pulled your tongue up into the top of your mouth and tried to do something. I don't know what that was, but it wasn't it. But unfortunately, you follow that blueprint, you're going to fail every single time. You're not going to knock him off of the top of the pyramid because you, sir, do not know how to play chess. You don't know how to maneuver in a way that would help you. Even with all your might, if you gathered up all of your degenerate Pookie brigade, you still would not have the brain power enough to knock that white man off the top of the pyramid. That man has staked his claim, he has dug his heels in, and he will be here for a while. You need to change your game strategy. You don't need to do anything. I'm so sorry. You don't need to do a thing. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing the code switching and stealing from churches and collecting your food stamps. You don't have to do a thing because you and your teaspoon of brain cells will never be able to take over that white man's world.
So what she just described, well, JR, can I respond, man?
Yeah, you got 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Why I gotta get time? She didn't get time.
Well, just because the response is long. Because you've been talking, Pearl been waiting for a minute. So
I just want to rebut some stuff. They saying that true. Anytime women agree with you, because anytime a woman agree with you, that means you speaking from a feminine point of view. You thinking you saying some you thinking that you talking masculine. The reason why it resonated with women, because that's a female approach. You are a safe nigga, right? You like to be safe. You like to be comforted, right? And so what this black woman just got done exposing is that she said that the white man is going to be always the done data. So there's no, and yes, I do want to keep the blueprint I want the blueprint of the white man. Yes, the blueprint on how to rule. That's not the white man's blueprint. That's the blueprint of manhood, of all men. Yes, they conquered. It's their time to shine, to rule, but that's supposed to be all of our goal as men. But yet, if these women is agreeing with you, is because women agrees because they don't speak from a warrior point of view. They speak from a submissive, feminine point of view. And this is why she's able to understand you, because you talking from a feminine point of view and a feminine perspective. You thinking you saying something manly. You have not said zero thing that's manly. You have not talked about or addressed anything about creating your own. The only thing you've been trying to do is convert us to be able to get on our knees and maintain the bow down and to maintain the power, according to Bo, the white man's power. That's the only thing you are conveying. You're not conveying no warrior. You're not conveying no manhood. You're conveying being a bitch.
So JP, check this out. Do you think that there's a see what?
See, Pearl, that's why you gotta start being loud.
Shit,
You
my
can't
bad.
be quiet.
Well, shit, I got skipped just now too.
Trevor, I know how they skip you, nigga. You 10 feet tall, bro.
Yeah.
Stand up or something.
So JP, I get what you're saying. Like, you want what all of us want, but I think the problem is, because I was taking notes. So you were speaking about like the way we speak, our jobs, which is code switching, like the changing in the names of our babies, thugs and gangsters being highlighted and not well spoken as successful people. And then when we do become successful, why we don't come back. And he spoke also about light skin privilege. So I just want to kind of walk it down, because when you highlight those topics, those are like the tip of the iceberg of our symptoms. But below that, right? So JP, you know, we under a very, very tight system of like hegemony, which is like constructed dominance, right? And so I just want to highlight 1492, 1776, and 1865. JP, what am I talking about? 1492, 1776, and 1865. Those are like the three most important dates that surround us. What am I talking about when I say that? So that's the start of the country, right? That's the Declaration of Independence, and then that's the ending of slavery, right? Those are detrimental to our unity, the way we progress, and those behaviors still show up now. So I just want to keep going. I don't know if you are familiar with eugenics, and I don't know if you're familiar with the 1921 Tulsa, Oklahoma, but we're still recovering from that. So even if I left it at 1921, it's still 125 years of separation and just insidious and systemic practices that have happened to us. And then there's just psychological damage as well. So what you're talking about are just the results of a lot of things that have happened. And I know you want the changes, but sometimes it's like, I don't want to say it's illogical, but it could be kind of unrealistic in the ways that you're speaking about what we want without a solid plan, because we still don't have that dominance like you're saying. We're still fighting to do that. But you can't just eliminate us and say, well, because we go and work with these people, we're in their establishments, we're in their places of business, that we're no longer valid, that we're like adopting and adapting their Eurocentric ideas and performing for them, when really we are just playing the game. Can't change it, right? This is the NBA, the NFL, and whatever sport y'all love playing. We're players on that team. So in order for us to even become a coach, you got to learn the game. How are you going to get the point if you're never exposed to their game and who they are? And if we're never coming together and building our resources, we're never going to be powerful anyway. So I get what you're saying, but we got a long way to go, baby.
I love Miss Pearl. I love the way, and Trail, can I please just add this? I love what you brought up. I think that Black people are being more affected about these slave stories than Oklahoma stories. Me personally, I don't believe slavery existed. I don't believe Oklahoma existed. What happened was those stories had a motive behind it. It made us believe that we can't, right? So when they told us a story about Oklahoma, it was a bunch of Black people getting together, and then they created their own business and stuff like that to gain their own independence. And what happened? The white man came and tore it down. Slave stories. And what happened? They told us a bunch of slaves was man broken woo out the band, right? And then look at our leaders, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, them, right? So basically, when we do become leaders, what they taught us was, if you become a leader, you're gonna die. So in 2026, when you look at these stories, and it's crazy that you bring up stories that you never lived in or seen, but yet them stories has a big impact. And what that impact is it was to make you believe that you cannot win, that you don't even think about competing or or beating the white man based on the stories, not based on the stories that actually come from the first slaves, allegedly, or these Oklahoma stuff. The white man narrated these stories and we believed it. I'm no longer believing in these stories that come from our oppressors. Why would our oppressors tell us some stories that's going to encourage us to fight up against them? They going to always tell us stories to make us feel less than, to make us operate in disbelief. It was those stories that got us operating the way we operate today, not the actual fights or the actual rebellions. The stories that made us black folks today operating with so much low confidence, disbelief that we can challenge a white man in any shape, forms, or fashion. And my thing is, I don't want us to operate in that fashion no more and stop listening to the white man telling us how we should be or what we can't do. I don't look at the white man history as
All
if
right.
that was facts. It was only a manipulation to make us believe less than ourselves.
Okay, I just want to rebuttal with just one incident. I just want to ask you if you're familiar with Seneca Village.
I erase all of them stories out of my mind. I'm sorry, Miss Pearl.
Yeah, but that's not a story. That was an actual thriving community, and that's what Central Park in New York is built on top of. Our predominantly, we had a real tight community. And
I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen from losers. Those black men were losers. They lost. I don't want. Only thing they can teach me how to do is lose. Slaves. Only thing they can teach me how to lose. Oklahoma, if they existed, only thing they can teach me is how to lose.
But isn't
right? I
that
don't want to
looking?
listen to nobody that lost.
But aren't you looking at that from a one-sided perspective? So you're telling me that they can't teach you resilience, they can't teach you unity, they can't teach you how to think better or more logically, they can't teach you emotional regulation. Like you didn't learn any of that from your past ancestors or people that you've referenced in terms of.
I think there was characters that made up. I think they was made up characters. I think those characters, I personally believe all of those stories was made up characters, and it got all us black people walking around with angry atomic bombs, right? The white man gave us these stories and done all this stuff. And so I don't, even a lot of those black people wrote those books, but they was just regurgitating what was told to them. Just like y'all doing. Y'all regurgitating some shit that was told to y'all. I believe those stories is the real cancer of the black man, of the black man's mandingo, his pride, and everything about himself. Those stories made him feel like a bitch and in disbelief. So no, I do not. This is why I'm not against education. I'm against the education that's up under somebody else's institute that's yielded to keep us down. Because why is it that the white man and the black man get the same education, but yet white man education is to maintain and up his power? Black man education is to learn how to be subordinate and to be a servant to polish the white man's power. He didn't. None of these black men didn't get the same power that the white man get, and he got all this education. True don't got no power. He don't got zero power. But I guarantee you, a white man do. A white man can get a job quicker than him with no degree.
Okay, JP. And I understand what you're saying. Those more like economic powers, but you do know this whole system was constructed because we're genetically powerful. That's why we got this whole y'all passport bros and interracial dating and marriage is just being highlighted, right? That's not because these white people who have enslaved us feel bad about what they've done and now they just want to promote unity. They literally need us for genetics because they're dying off. Like that's the greatest power that we have. Our genes, our melanin, our essence. We can lead them on. They are doing it. They're successfully doing it. Like right now.
No. You don't know what Miss Pearl. The reason why you are light skinned and you embolden them is light skinned because they told black women and black men that love don't have no color. Love who you love. And they created all of these negative. First, they created a welfare system to get the black men and black women against each other. Then they created love who you love. And so now what's tending to happen is black people don't value creating black people no more. So when they told the dark-skinned woman that the light-skinned like you would be classified as the pretty baby, I'm quite sure you got a lot of hoods and kisses. Your face stayed with a rash because all those dark-skinned women love to kiss you, right? But when my dark ass was born, I got ignored. Why? Because when you think of let's be for real, when you think of ugly is always attached to dark-skinned people. You don't too much see light-skinned people as being ugly, right? But I'm just saying, I don't believe this, but this is what it is. So what the white man have achieved was that the dark-skinned woman gave her degrees in money. So now the dark-skinned woman don't see no value because according to them, majority of black boys is reading at a 4th grade reading level and they gangsters, thugs, and inmates. So guess what she gonna do? It will be a bad business deal for a dark-skinned woman to strive with an education and money in her bank to strive for a black man. So what that's going to tend to do, she going to have to date outside her race. If she wants somebody that's equally yoked, she going to have to date white men and Asian men. This is what they pump it into my daughter's milk, right? They not, and guess what's going to end up happening? It's going to, black people going to look like you, Miss Pearl. And I so hate that black people accept you as black. They accept you as black because once we accept the biracial people as black, we not going to pay attention that they is removing the actual black people from the equation. So the next 50 years, what I looked up, it's crazy that you could Google right now, what will black people look like in the next 50 years? Guess what I saw, Miss Pearl? Everybody of your skin complexion. I have not seen, you do not see nobody of dark skin, dark complected. So yes, and it's crazy that y'all black people this so-called educated, and
That's
y'all
what
don't
the
see.
whole nation's supposed to look like.
Y'all don't see nothing that's going on. Y'all getting played in y'all face because
JP,
they
I
gave
just
y'all.
told you that. What are you talking about?
They
I just
study,
said that.
they study your thirst. They study your thirst. What is Black Truth Table? He thirsting for money. He thirsting for opportunity. You thirsting to be loved. Black women thirsting to be loved. So what the white man did was he gave you that. He gave you that. But if you paid attention, every time black men get successful or Hollywood and stuff, they ends up with a white woman or the lightest woman like yourself and have babies with them. They babies come out bright. So yes, they paying y'all to remove y'all, to eliminate y'all. And y'all think the white man forgot about Planned Parenthood Margaret Sanger speech. No, just because they changed the name, the game didn't change. The game is to still hate the black person before they is born. But now what the problem is, they had convinced you. Y'all educated people don't got 10 kids. Okay, I'll land the plane with this, JR. I guarantee you none of y'all black people have 5+ kids no more. Most of y'all not having kids. If y'all do, y'all got about 1 or 2. You have and then Planned Parenthood, the women have eliminated 18 million black babies. 18 million. If we would have had all of them people, we would have been competing with the numbers here in America with whites.
Right, Jay.
They taught us to eliminate us.
I hear you.
Go ahead, girl.
And paid us to do it.
All right. So if you're saying that, right? So there were some people who were telling you that they're doing very well financially, right? And I think one way to obtain the power is through finances, right? That's one of the quickest ways to obtain power if you utilize it correctly. So I think they would be in a better position than somebody without it. We don't have the numbers and we don't have the means to do it by force. So if you don't think financially is a way for us to gain what it is you're saying we should have, then what method do you see us winning at?
Well, the method we will be with it is one, to stand up for ourselves and come to a unified understanding of what we was put up against, all of these teachings, the stories, the education, the God, and the money. The first method is to take all that stuff and take it to the government and operate and create something within ourselves. That would be the first method. Is as long as you hold on to the money and then the God, it will always have power and control over you. Those are poisonous. Those are cancer to the black race. Money, their God, their education from their perspective, all of that type of stuff. That's they shit. We need to give them back their shit. Even their food is tearing us up. We need to give them back their shit and create. That would be the first step. You don't have to get violent. Women can, like, let's say your woman can destroy you without putting her hands on you. All she got to do is say, I don't want your marriage no more. I don't want to be with you no more. And nothing you're going to be able to do or give her gonna want her back, gonna win her back. That's very powerful. And then we just build from within for what we was taught.
Yeah, so I get that, but you said bring it to the government. What do you mean by that?
meaning that once the government understands that he can no longer manipulate us with his money, giving us money opportunities, giving us that God, giving us those degrees to make us feel like we somebody with because he stamped it and because he say so. At that point, he loses all control. He loses all leverage over us because we no longer value and we no longer worship the stuff that he used to maintain us black folks, to control us, basically treat us like puppets. Because all he got to do is offer you opportunity, and you would turn against your whole race. You would call me a butler or say that you don't know how to speak proper English. You ain't gonna get you nowhere. The white man uses this stuff to manipulate us.
So
All
what
right.
we gonna
So
do when
in
we get the
essence,
money back,
in
JP?
essence, you saying in essence, you're saying we supposed to just like fall off the grid, excuse ourselves from society. Like, what does that even look like? Because people are used to surviving a certain way. What type of methods do you have as an alternative? That's not something you could just throw
We
around really, because it's like where do you begin? What you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out what you have
So
that's
the first
tangible to
step,
say.
so the first step, and this is why I need y'all so-called smart, right? And this is where we're gonna need y'all at. But the first step is to understand that okay, this money and stuff, these beliefs, these stories, it didn't do it's not, it's been tearing us apart. All I'm saying is once we realize that's a problem, because y'all blacks don't realize that's a major problem. This is why we not in control. The moment we become unified, the moment we become with the one like thinking, just like every other race is, we the only race that moves individually. For us to be at the bottom of all people, how dare you think about moving in an individual mindset? You don't have that type of respect from other races of men who are willing to destroy you. You don't have that type of respect yet to move individually. The only reason why white people, Mexican people, and all these other people are powerful because they move in a unit. They move collectively. We move individually. So I think that we should acknowledge, learn from them on how they maintain, and then we can build amongst ourselves. But valuing they shit, that when you get that dollar, they faces on there. Give them they shit. It's almost like if me and Pearl together, and she moved across. We get together. We get a divorce. Babe divorced me, right? She moved across town. But as long as she's still holding on to my money, she's still holding on to everything about me, I still have control over her. Because she still need me in some facets of her life. And all I'm saying is it will hurt me if she say, no, I don't want his money. I don't want alimony. I don't want nothing, because I can still use my money to control her. But if Miss Pearl say that I don't want that from him, that's when it's gonna rip me, because now she don't want nothing from me, and now I don't have no strings to dangle her with. Ain't no strings. That's gonna rip me.
Oh, DJ, your face says it all, big dog. What you got?
Well, earlier I heard the brother talking about the white man and being closer to manhood, and thing that crossed my mind is barbarism is not manhood. Barbarism is just barbarism. So if that's something that
what is barbarism?
Barbarism, like a barbarian.
What is that?
Like a savage, like somebody that's not civil.
I think civil is relative.
Okay, well,
it's based on who
without put it like this, without
civility,
you and I couldn't even be having this conversation.
I think that's false. I think that was told to us.
No,
I think our essence in the human beings, we have conscience.
The essence don't make Wi-Fi work.
Huh?
The essence don't make Wi-Fi work. So the other thing is, I noticed that you talk about folks trying to be like white people, and I gotta call it out. It's questionable to tell folks that they're trying to be like white people or practice Eurocentrism when you're wearing the Godfather shirt.
Yeah, I bought it because it was matching my shoes.
I'm just saying that's it. Lastly, just like the brother Trev was talking about, It sounds like you leaning more towards liberation, and that's very understandable. But you can't have liberation without economics. It doesn't make any sense.
We had liberation before we had economics. Black people existed properly before the white. It seems like since we've been practicing this up under the white man's framework, that's all we see that would work. This is why we lost confidence within us, because we think that the white man
before because you about to go all the way off a highway real quick. You said we had liberation before the white man. What were we being liberated from?
Okay, like when you talk about the black man that created pyramids and they had their own way of doing things, right? Way before the white man came by. In fact, the white man emulated a lot of stuff, a lot of practices of black people existed before slavery. I don't want to listen to people post-slavery. I want to go to the people that existed before slavery, and I want to hear from their mouths. I don't want to hear the white man narrating what took place.
But what were we being liberated from?
Liberated mean they operated in a state of freedom, meaning that they didn't have all of these obstacles from a government.
In order to liberate, you got to liberate from something.
Okay, okay, that's what I'm saying. I should never use the word liberating then when I'm speaking in that point of black people post-slavery.
Okay, now you just talked about the pyramids. It's tough to hear you talk about the pyramids and say that Oklahoma was a story or Rosewood was a story. Those things were literally 100 years ago, and we could barely count back how far the pyramids were. For us to act as if that is absolute fact, but Rosewood and Bruce Beach and Archer and Greenwood,
Lake Lanier
stories, that don't add up.
Well, the pyramids is still in existence, although they did a lot of alterations and
so are the
changing
cities
them.
that they drowned. So are the cities that they burned. So are the cities that they bombed.
The only city that I know that they have drowned is in Egypt. It's called Lake Nasser. They put a lot of those pyramids.
Lake Lanier, Central Park.
No, Lake Nasser in
No,
Egypt.
I'm telling you, two others in your country that you actually live in. Lake Lanier, Central Park in New York, that big ass park.
Have y'all visited those cities that's under the lake?
Yes, and I've seen the pyramids. So
no. I'm saying, did you visit these in America? Have you went underwater and visit those cities?
Oh, okay. So I got you. In Egypt, have you been to Cairo and seen these pyramids?
Yes, I have been in Cairo. So I'm asking you again. In America, you said there's some lake. You said it's some cities in the lake. Okay, I could bring facts now. If we're gonna do that, but I'm saying in America, have you visited these cities in lake, or you just going off what a white man told you?
If I don't visit them, does that make them non-existent?
Who told you about the pyramids? The same white man.
That means you can't argue.
I'm asking the question. If I don't visit them, does it make them non-existent?
It makes it arguable. That means you are the wrong messenger.
No, it doesn't make it arguable.
I can invalidate it, because if I'm arguing with you, right? If I'm arguing with you about these cities that's under the lake, right? You never been there to see this. So only thing you at this point, what you're doing is going off hearsay. You never seen it with your own eyes. You never touched it. You operating from hearsay and regurgitating.
So I tell you what, this is how easy it is to debunk that. I've never been to DC, but I know the White House is there, and so do you.
Okay, I get that part, but what I'm saying is
That's
white man always.
That's
the
it.
white man.
That's
always,
it. That's it.
So you telling me that the white man don't lie?
The White House is there.
I'm not talking about the White House. Are you telling me that do the white man lie or not? Have the white man lied about stories?
The white man didn't tell me about Lake Lanier.
What stories that we supposed to believe? What stories that we supposed to throw away? Y'all saying that the white man lie all the time about stories, but
you know what you're doing is very easy.
What you're doing is very easy. Basically, if it doesn't support your argument, all you do is say it doesn't exist. That is not how you debate. If you want to actually debate, you must disprove, not just say I don't believe.
You know who he's trying to remind me of?
I will always lose on a debate because I don't concede with under the institute of the stats and I would lose a debate because I don't operate from stats and something else because if you look up stats, it's not based on facts and evidence. It's based on theories and it's based off the combustion of a few numbers that other people outside of us, outside of the people who they debating, gather. So it's not debating. It's not based on facts nor evidence. No debates is really based on shit that you can prove. Because if it was something that you can prove with facts and evidence, it won't be no debate.
So why are you debating if there's nothing that you can prove?
What I'm saying is debate is not necessary when you got facts and evidence. In a court of law, the white man's court of law, you need facts and evidence, stuff you can actually prove. If I could come up here and prove something with facts and evidence, there's no debate. So debate is arguing theories. It's facts. It's those stats. Those stats is sometimes can be subjective and relative. You got 90 people operate like this, but it's a million people that they have not asked.
You go into a different highway. We never brought up one stat in this conversation between you and I.
You know. But what I'm saying is, I'm just telling you the framework of debating.
But debating is not based on the framework of our debate. That's not the framework of our debate. I'm telling you that in order to in this debate have some credibility, you can't just say I don't believe.
There's no credibility in theories. It's all debating is nothing but belief based. It's belief and stuff that you can reference. I can find a million people that believe Jesus existed. I can also find a million people that believe that Jesus didn't exist. Just because I can reference something, and a lot of times that stuff would be biased. It's under a framework of biasm. So if we having a debate, if I'm having a debate with you, neither one of us is debating stuff that we done brung evidence or facts. Because if you brung the facts, whereas the debate is not necessary.
Does the White House exist? Yes or no?
Now that's a fact that the White House exists. Guess what? I did not debate you on that because the White House existed.
But wait. You told me that it was questionable if Lake Lanier existed because I haven't been there. But I haven't been to the White House, and we know that exists. So that's what you're talking about.
They have showed us, and a lot of y'all, we got people that actually been there. But what I'm saying is,
people have been to Lake Lanier.
Hold on. Now, hear what I'm coming from. The reason why I believe that Washington D.C. existed because we can actually go there. We know people that live there. They come back and say it's there. Okay, this city that's in the lake, we have not met not one person that lived there or visit there or even live there or work there. Bring somebody that you can prove that say, okay, I lived in a city that's in the lake. You can go down this tunnel to woo out the band.
Wait, it's still Bo's turn because I'm after her, right? I'm after Bo because this is easy.
Bro, do you really want to? You come on, you just go ahead and let Willie just come on.
No, can you bring somebody that visit there?
Listen, we could Google Lake Lanier right now, bro.
No, fuck Google. I want somebody real life. Google is nothing but
fixed that, Jay Prince. I fixed that. I fixed that many a time.
Man, damn. So Google is nothing but somebody.
Hey, PJP, let Bo go.
Hey, Bo, stop disrespecting me, bitch.
Y'all have got to stop letting. It's okay. Y'all have got to stop letting the leader of the people who ate lunch before us and who had class on the basement floor. Y'all have got to stop doing this. That man was in the front line of the classroom from the basement that went to lunch an hour before us. He didn't eat lunch with the regular people. Y'all got to stop doing this. Now, this is what I want to say. People who don't understand, that's fine. People who don't understand.
Stop talking like you some uppity ass bitch. You was a nothing ass whore.
All right, come on, y'all. We almost there. Let's go to finish the
That's
show.
fine.
We almost there. We almost there.
How much we gotta take her disrespect right now?
Okay. Both of y'all
Calm
disrespect each other.
down.
Let's move on now.
Calm
Disrespect this
down.
I
trip.
said both of y'all
Calm
disrespect each
down.
other. Let's move on now. Y'all okay? Like you got your lick back, she got a lick back. Let's move on.
Calm down. It's okay. Now, this is two things. One, an economy existed, several economies existed before capitalism. You cannot have a civilization. You cannot be a part of a structured society without an economy. And it doesn't look like paper money. So that in and of itself kills a lot of your argument. But number two, the people who don't understand history, when people like me bring up things in the past, when Pearl brings up things of the past, when all of us talk about past events, a lot of people, especially like slavery, you want to bring stuff up about our oppression and all of that. We're bringing up specific events because they matter. People always want to put us down for bringing up history, saying that we're playing the victim. And unfortunately, people like that are going to be doomed to repeat history over and over and over. You will die repeating history and never have made a change because you do not understand the value of history. Men understand that athletes, to improve performance, will go back and look at past games so that they can see where they went wrong. They want to understand the things. This is what AI says: analyzing past game film to identify technical mistakes, study opponent tendencies, and refine strategies and practice. That is what history does. History is the games that were played in the past. And if you learn it and you study it, you can understand where your people went wrong, and you can understand the opponent's strategy against you, and you can probably beat them. But you all are going to be doomed to keep repeating the things that people did in the past because what's that going to do? It happened. Now what? Now you study it and you don't repeat it because you all keep doing it over and over and over again. And good luck. Listen, I'm just going to ride this junk out. I'm 45. I ain't got that long. I'll be all right.
No, history is his story. Is what he decided to tell and how he want to tell it. Nobody that's ruling going to tell how
Big dog,
how
I was
y'all
next.
how
I
they
mean,
lost.
they done
I don't
gave
hear nobody telling how they lost.
they done already gave you like 17 minutes of almost uninterrupted. So just you guys know I'm a logic argument, right? You know, I might have been a nerd in high school. You know, one debate, a state championship debate at time or 10. I just want to point out that everything Jay Prince has said is just an argument based on his own ignorance. Just because I don't have proof of it means that it's not real. Anytime that you argue with someone who thinks that way, they have a level of intransigence that you will never ever beat. There's nothing you can do to overcome it because no matter how much information you give them, what facts you give them, they do not have the ability to have their minds change. For example, we can all tell him that fire is hot, and if you touch a hot stove, it'll burn you. But since he's never touched a hot stove, he's going to say that we're lying. Even though we all know that if you touch a hot stove, it'll burn the shit out of you. One of the things that we have to realize is that, when you listen to people talk long enough, you can easily highlight the hypocrisy in the argument. He says that or people in my position or True's position, we're butlers to white men. Well, if we're butlers to white men, with you being on government assistance, that would make you the whore of white men, because you're the one breastfeeding off of white man's dick, because they are paying for you to survive, because you as a man can't afford to live a lifestyle where you don't have to have other people take care of you. But us as butlers, we're the butlers because typically a butler takes care of a home, it takes care of a family, or it takes care of people. If that's the case, then according to your own logic, you were doing everything that you said that we're doing. You talked about saying that we have these white centric, we're doing what white men do. When again, if it wasn't for white men, you wouldn't survive. Your survival, your very existence is tied to what happens to white men. The white men that put power in, the people like True who pay taxes so that you can afford to live. And then you said, hey, well, I bought this Godfather shirt because it matches my shoes. Who told you that your shoes have to match like that? Because in Africa, that's not how they dress. You dress like a white man. You dress like the people because they taught us, they gave us clothes, right, as slaves. So you're doing the exact same thing. So it seems as if the person who really glorifies white men is you because you want to take their blueprint and then have a black man do it. However, unfortunately, it's just talk because you have no power to do anything. You said that True has no power. True can affect more change opening his smartphone than you can with all the influence in your neighborhood and with another 1,000 people who think like you. It's because of his mindset. He has a mindset that's going to be able to get other people on board with it because, one, he actually can support what he's saying with facts and not just personal opinion, bias, and conjecture. You told us that you've been to Cairo and you've seen the pyramids, correct? Like that was, you made that claim, you've seen the pyramids. The crazy part is that when people start talking about, oh, I've been to Egypt, I've been here to do this, one of the things that I know that you probably weren't able to do was you probably weren't able to go inside the pyramids because, one, those tours are expensive, and two, there's a 2-year wait list to get into most of them. So for those of us that have, I've actually been inside there. I've actually seen there. I've been to Central Park. I've actually been to Lake Lanier, and I understand what happened there. And not just because, you don't swim in the lake because they say it's haunted because all the dead bodies and stuff. Not because of that. Because the U.S. Army has done surveys for every parcel of that land, and once they started doing those again here recently, you can still see where the structure stuff, where that stuff in the structure of those buildings, houses, and the city was. So the thing is, like, because you don't believe it because you haven't seen it, well, you won't see a lot with your mindset because your mindset isn't open to seeing things. You don't want to see anybody else's opinion. You don't want to see anybody else's point of view. And then more importantly, you think that what you have going is like the best thing that could be. Your logic has you in a position where you are literally the guy who is 5'2" talking about, I hate basketball players. I hate tall people because they can play basketball. Like your mindset right now is the guy who has one leg that says, you know what, man, fuck soccer players because I can't play soccer. That's the only reason why you can get these points.
Where's the time clock?
Well, I mean, not trying to be funny, but you ask for a time clock is like a fat bitch asking for a salad. You can't do that.
Yeah, so, but every time I get ready to rebut, I get a time clock.
Well, I think I was still under 2 minutes.
I want to address some of your points. You
the thing is, you've already addressed them by presenting the points to us to be addressed. Like the way that you attack Miss Pearl for no reason, and it's all because, again, I get it. It's the same argument based on your ignorance. You don't know what a good woman looks like. I get that. So that's why you didn't recognize when we were talking to Miss Pearl.
How do you know Miss Pearl is a good woman?
You talk because of how she.
How do you know she's a good woman?
I'll tell you how I can make that educated assumption. The way that she conducts herself, the way that she presents herself to the world, and what she puts out into the world from what I've seen of her. So
yeah, you gonna get cheated on all the time. So here's the thing.
I'm not dating Miss Pearl, and the thing is,
wait, bro, you just went. I'm trying to address some of your stuff. One with the welfare, I had paid into the system, so I'm getting my money back. Right. I paid into it, right? They took taxes, and instead of y'all being okay with paying taxes, paying for shit that y'all don't want, I decided to use. I said, "Fuck that! I'm forgetting some of my money back before I die." Right? Instead of have to retire when I got dementia at 65 years old and can't even enjoy my money because I'm mentally insane at that point. That's one. Secondly, you have mentioned some about when it comes to history, like debating and stuff like that. Yeah, so at one, y'all want to cherry pick. If I come up here and I lie, right, and you know I'm lying, you're not going to believe shit else come out of my mouth. But I have not done nothing to y'all in a degree that white people have did, but yeah, you give them all of the credibility. That's why I would ask you, this is just a retort. Why would you give the white man all of that type of credibility, right? Because when I think about education here in America, it's based on the colonizers' point of view in their perspective. They narrating everything. So hold on, bro. I'm not wrong for critiquing everything. So we acknowledge that white people have lied, but they have not told you what story that they lied about.
Just let me interject before you forget your point.
So I'm not wrong to say, white man, white woman, you are a liar. So I want to second guess everything that come out your mouth. I don't care. We talk about the sky. They told us that they walked on the moon. They told us Jesus existed. They have lied about so much. So am I wrong if I say, because it seems like it's okay to do that to black people when black people tell a lie or black people telling the truth, y'all still be extra critical. You have not criticized no white people of nothing they have told you. You know what you did? You believed it. Why? Because you've been believing them and they've been telling you shit ever since you was in K5. Right? They have been your teacher, indoctrinating you with shit. And this is why every time a white man come out with education, you believe it. You do not fact check them. You do not do nothing. Like, for example, if I want to become a doctor, I think the only doctor is Dr. Sebi. If I want to become a doctor, that doctor, becoming a doctor in America is not going to teach me to become a doctor, an actual doctor. Only thing it's going to teach me is to regurgitate and get a certificate to work in certain places like a hospital and practice stuff that only practice is treating. Medicine in America, they don't cure anything. Only thing it does is treats things. It don't cure shit. So what are you doctoring of? Like, so this is why when you put the white man on the pedestal, because you like to say y'all putting white people on the pedestal and y'all seem to think their institution is the correctable institution. The only thing I'm doing, I'm critiquing, I'm making them validate and substantiate everything they have said because they have been known to lie. So I'm not wrong for asking you to substantiate your claim. You asking me to do it, why you didn't ask the people that the white man? You know why? Because if you start,
how do you know that we didn't ask anybody to substantiate?
I'm gonna land it with this. If you ask the white man to substantiate everything they have told you, guess what that's gonna make you feel? It's gonna make you feel stupid because everything you have been taught since you was in elementary school, you're gonna realize you don't know shit and you are stupid.
So let me ask you this. You said that you critique the education system because you know
everything we got, everything we know.
Okay, all right, I got you. So everything you said,
you don't know shit for a fact.
Is bad. So let me ask you a question. What advanced education do you have? All right, because how do you know that?
I don't think neither.
Because I'm using your own logic against you. You said if I can't see it,
education that I have.
So then what you also be able to follow with that same logic is if you haven't experienced it, it doesn't exist. So if you haven't experienced a college education, how can you say that the slantedness from white men exists when you've never?
Right, I'm gonna give you my advanced education. The advanced education that I have.
About the word white man's advanced education. The one.
Right. So my definition of the only thing that I can hold when you talk about history and whatever the case, and just in general, education in general, what I tends to follow is nature. The nature never changed. Nature has been the same today as it was 1 million years ago and is 1 million years down the line. Nature never changed. Even like, for an example, when y'all say languages was different, but we can't determine language. But I know one language that always have been the same, and that was body language. If somebody got burnt, they make a certain facial expression. If they feeling sad, they're gonna have a certain facial expression. Nature is the only thing that you can actually trust. And I don't care if we talk about Egypt because they can lie. So if we're going to talk about what's the truth, nature, the same way that we breathe, we have emotions. Our dick got hard the same way my dick get hard today was the same way that black men dicks got hard 1 million years ago when a fat ass walked past them. This is nothing new up under the sun. Behaviors, our natural behaviors has always been the same. It never changed. The way our behaviors are today and the practice that how we exhibit our behaviors never changed. It always has been the same. Our feelings, emotions has always been the same. Always. So nature is my advanced education.
Okay, so you don't have it. So you're just talking about, again, you're hating from outside of a club you can't get into at the end of the day.
Fuck them universities. That's for white people power. And since you got the white man blood in your system, so biracial people is used to be a buffer. is basically to try to get on the black code by trying to uplift a couple of black people. You know, black people is already mourning for approval from people outside of blacks, right? And so when he come up there, True can change people's lives with the open up his smartphone. He know that's gonna butter. They're gonna make by him being a biracial and he's saying that to this dark skinned man. That's gonna make True feel like he's somebody because the Euro phenotype gave him a compliment. So
kudos.
You don't have a buffer of us niggas. We don't need your validation.
Hey, kudos.
You gotta get some other folks in there now.
Kudos for understanding or being able to get the word phenotype out correctly. But just to be clear, I was raised I had both my parents, they were both black. I've met my grandparents and great grandparents, they were all black. So somewhere there may have been some white somewhere because I'm lighter. I'm as light as you wish
everything black now.
But again,
y'all would call a white man and say he black. Most of them black leaders was your color. Malcolm X, Huey Newton, Frederick Douglass. Why is all our leaders is your color as if the Philippines didn't have nothing to say?
Maybe because lighter skinned people
they always want to hear black people voices from non-black people. This is why Bruno Mars get Grammys, and the people who actually created the music did not even get that type of.
All right, let's go get Aaron there. Let's go get Aaron there, y'all. Go ahead, Aaron.
This nigga retarded.
If nature doesn't change, explain evolution, adaptations, and mutations.
You said what?
If nature doesn't change, explain evolution, adaptations, and mutations.
Okay, mutation is something of a defect. The same way we have defective kids now is the same way they always have defective people. White people came if y'all willing to say that life first started in Africa and everybody was black, at some point, how we got white people, they had to be a black woman and a black man had a defective baby, which they was losing their pigmentation. So two dark-skinned people make so they technically is not a race. They technically is black, but they was born defective. Low melanin and low pigment don't mean you're a race. It means you are a defect. In the consequences of their defectiveness, the natural sun burns them, make them look like boiled eggs.
So nature, what you're purporting, doesn't change. Somewhere in the road made a left.
No, I think we always have had defectiveness at some point, right? So I don't believe in evolution because if that's the case, why monkeys still exist, right? If they said we evolved from monkeys, if we evolved with monkeys, why do we still got monkeys in 2026?
What is an adaptation?
Well, now you got to explain the adaptation.
It's the reason why giraffes are 15 feet tall.
Well, they had people that was that tall as well. Well, was tall, very tall as well.
What happened to them? Where'd they go?
They start messing up the tribes. I think because like dinosaurs, right? When you think of alligators, right? Why do we still have alligators? Alligators is a form of don't they look like dinosaurs?
Yeah, but they don't look like Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Have you seen a live Tyrannosaurus?
No.
So
have you? But if you're gonna have that conversation,
why do y'all bring up stuff that you can't prove?
Because you brought up dinosaurs. If you're gonna have a conversation predicated on the existence of dinosaurs, and I identify a specific kind of dinosaur, how can you question the existence of that dinosaur when you're the one that brought up dinosaurs?
No, I was using it as an example of how the stories that's always getting told to us, right? And so you bringing up stuff that that was told to us in stories. This is what I mean, that black people in America, I'm willing to admit I am stupid. The reason why I am stupid is because everything that I have known was given to me by somebody that didn't have my best interest at all. It's never been substantiated. I don't have nothing that I know in my mind that was actually substantiated. Everything that I learned from school was regurgitated stories. It was nothing that I could actually vividly see, or they have vividly shown me actual facts or evidence. Everything I know is regurgitation and hearsay. So that makes me stupid. If all of our knowledge was from the first grade, from kindergarten all the way to the 12th. I jumped out at night because I got tired of being lied to. The only what I do know is my life experiences. The shit that I have been through, that's how I was able to learn. All this other shit it's a fact that I watched my mama die. It's a fact that I know how to get money. It's a fact that I know how to survive. So I go off what I have been experiences and not know what these stories that I can't even prove. Y'all is fighting for shit.
How do you prove that you can get money?
One sentence. You've been going on, man. I've been sitting here. So we've now discovered the source of your idea that nature doesn't change.
Yeah, nature do not change. Nature always been the same.
You yourself said you're stupid.
Yeah.
Agreed. Acknowledged.
So wait, you said you can prove it.
You also stupid as well.
You get money.
So the reason why I say, well, I think that by me acknowledging that I was stupid, it led me into a different direction when it's come to gathering information and leading out of ignorance. And so when I got led out of ignorance, I started finding myself studying nature, right? And nature giving me more information than actual factual information than any education curriculum. Just because y'all got all of that education curriculum don't make you smart. You've been compiled with a whole bunch of bullshit that don't really.
I got a question. I got a question. Does anybody know the writers of SNL? Because like Saturday Night Live, you need to send this to Saturday Night Live. Like, swear to God, and get paid. Listen, JR, send this episode to Saturday Night Live. I swear to God, they'll pay you for it.
The moment you said nature doesn't change, you fundamentally stuck a grenade in everything you said for the past 2 hours. That means us human beings, members of nature, are never going to change state. And whatever it is you're fighting for is an exercise in futility. And we've always been like this, and we will always be like this.
No, what I'm saying is, see, that's because, Aaron, what I'm saying is, it seems like the education that we've been taught been going against nature. Like fertility always been valued. A woman's fertility always been valued. A woman's nature, it was heavily valued. A man's nature is heavily valued. But we don't practice our nature because our nature has been criminalized. Like, for an example, I don't think that we're supposed to be monogamous. That's unnatural, because if we were supposed to be monogamous, cheating won't exist. It will be we'd be naturally attached to one person.
Hold on, Bo,
but
it might be
clearly cheating been happening forever. Guess what cheating is? It's in our nature to want to fuck multiple people. This is why they created DNA tests, and this is why they created condoms. Condoms had a birthday. We didn't always have condoms or diseases. So at some point, nature, what I mean by nature is it's a combustion of a lot of different angles. But we seem to think that if it don't come from a white man's curriculum, university, building, and get his dick print, y'all don't realize like how powerful the white man got over y'all. Y'all, if I'm telling y'all everything the white man been telling y'all is lies, you want to hold on to his dick so much, and then for y'all to be black men.
No, it's because you're not credible. That's why.
Y'all pleasing the shit out of. No wonder black women sucking their dick, because y'all grabbing it, and because you cannot tell me that all this education y'all got didn't come from white man curriculum. True or false?
No, let's start with the
reason why we
numbers
don't take it from you is because you're not credible. If someone credible that we respected intellectually had these talking points,
the white man become credible
and could prove it, and it'd be an issue.
The same people that torture you and beat you and slave you. I didn't do shit to you.
You said you could prove than me. If you can't see it, it doesn't exist. Right? Can you show us how you get it?
Let's start with the foundation of education, the number system. 3400 BC, Sumerians created the 60-digit, sexadecimal number system. That's how we have 60 minutes in an hour. We use 60 minutes or 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, right? 300 years later, 3100 BC in Egypt, they created the 10-digit number system, 0 through 10. This is the very foundation of education. Everything starts with numbers. Even language itself is algebraic.
He's saying white men didn't do shit.
And that ain't white folks.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I do. Yeah, Egyptians used to have mathematics, numerology, and they studied stuff like that from their perspective. However,
the cradle of civilization and the cradle of education started with people.
Science been around as well, because when you're looking at the pyramids, you're looking at mathematics, you're looking at science, you're looking at engineering, you're looking at reading. You just by staring at a pyramid, you're looking at all of that, right? What I'm saying is the scientists,
mechanical engineer. Yeah, no.
I'm saying when they regurgitate this stuff to us, it get refurbished under their ethnicity, meaning that they put everything from their perspective and they change this thing, they twist this stuff. I do believe there's cures for everything. I think when God created Earth, He created the stuff to heal the earth as well. And in a human form, our healers is women. But that's on a deeper conversation. But when capitalism in America, they not finna tell you what's gonna prevent power and money. It's not just about money in America, right? Because if they cure everybody, it won't be no more hospitals. It won't be woo out the bam. It won't be medication. They make tons of money off medication. They make tons of money by treating you instead of curing you. So if you know for a fact that they have created a system that if these people, scientists and biologists and all this other type of stuff, if they created a system that they know that they got them wit to cure you, but instead of curing you, they treat you. Because if I cure you, that's going to eliminate it's going to eliminate an epidemic. It's going not an epidemic. It's going to eliminate a resource, right? But if I treat you, that's going to keep the bag going.
Well, you just circle back to a point that you was talking about earlier, but the man just told you that education came from us, and then you said that they refurbished it. How do you refurbish counting to 10?
No, well, I don't believe that. I think counting to 10 is under the Euro language, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think they had it like that, but it was similar. But what I'm saying is, I'm not just harping on. I just acknowledge that yes, Africans did have numerology. They had numbers, and I also acknowledge that when you're looking at a pyramid, you're looking at masonry, you're looking at mathematics, you're looking at engineering, you're looking at reading. I have already acknowledged that. Then I move forward.
So that means no. You moving forward. You moving forward, but you have to acknowledge that you were wrong. You have to acknowledge that you was wrong. You trying to be unaccountable. You trying to be unaccountable. You got to be accountable.
Critique white folks like this.
No. You must be accountable in order to have credibility. You can't say something, be disproven. You were disproven. Then you must say, I was wrong.
Bro. I just acknowledged. I said,
you acknowledged he was right, but were you wrong? That's the problem.
Sort of. So by me saying, I said, yeah, Aaron, from that point of view, yeah, you are right. And then I started labeling.
The reason you don't want to say that you were wrong is because it would mean all that you have said for the past 2 hours didn't make no sense.
You don't ask the white man to say he wrong on shit.
Because I don't talk to the white man. I don't talk to the white man. I'm gonna tell you exactly what the issue is. I'm gonna tell you exactly what the issue is.
When you was proud to get that diploma, you was happy to get that white man dick stamp on your paper.
JP, you ready? I can tell you exactly what a white man was wrong. I can tell you exactly what the white man was wrong. Math took a left-hand turn when it became Euclidean. Euclidean math is when math became broken. It's why we have lines of longitude and lines of latitude. Lines of longitude they coalesce. Lines of latitude, they're forever and ever and ever. Because it's three-dimensional space, the idea of a 1 and a 0, it falls apart when Euclid got his hands on math. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. But the idea of education.
I'm not doubting that, Aaron.
I like Big Aaron. Big boy smart.
Aaron, so I'm not doubting that. But okay, I don't think y'all understand where I'm coming from. So what I'm coming from, Y'all think that the education that y'all have received, and y'all put on these suit jackets. The first people who created suits were slave masters to make people what slave masters used to look at slaves to make them feel. It said like when you put on a suit, it make you feel like you above everybody and people around you is beneath you. That's what that suit shit represents. You forgot that suits really came from white men and white men to point his finger down at slaves. It make you put your nose in the air. And this is why I'm saying, Big Aaron, no disrespect, but not subconsciously, but unconsciously, you are practicing behaviors from your slave master, and you really don't understand. You really can't acknowledge it because you are trained. Every America is trained to operate from a white man's point of view. This is why when y'all talk about civility, you coming from the angle of what they said is civil. Civil is not across the board, across the globe, because we have practices here, but in different countries, they practice something totally different. We operate under the
Give an
framework.
example of what you're talking about. Give an example of what you're talking about. You can't just say they do something totally different somewhere else. You have to be specific. What do they do?
I'll be specific.
Hey, go ahead and finish this because we're about to close out. So y'all go ahead and bring this to a close.
So specifically, like, okay, and let's say Mexico, they see little girl. I don't want to get off into that, but like, okay.
All right, we done.
No. I'm saying they practice. Hey. People have different beliefs, like on the way how they treat relationships, how they value system of relationships is totally different from the West, the culture, right? Could we all concede with that? Western women and in relationships is totally different on the practices in other countries. It's not across the globe.
Wait, are you saying in other countries like Mexico?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, like, for example, when that truck driver went over there to another country and she started raising her voice at a man and she went to jail for raising her voice at a man. Here in America, a woman can raise her voice, beat, stab, shoot, and get off. She ain't going to jail for raising her voice.
That's an exception.
No, that's not an exception. That's the rule. Women can't raise their voices at men.
A woman can't raise her voice in Mexico?
A woman got to wear those things, the Muslim things over their face. Okay. Women can't just walk around in countries with their titties showing, they pussy showing, and their ass showing. They can't just do that in other countries. Am I telling the truth?
In certain countries, you're making it seem like
I just illustrate in other countries, they don't operate from the same framework as America.
Okay, certain countries you can't yell at the
Let me give you an example. And
I said it's an exception. I said it's an exception. That means one. That means an outlier. You can't
ask you, is the American way is the way of life? I mean, is the American way is the truest way? Let me ask you that.
You're changing the debate.
No, I'm asking you because why would we debate this? Let me ask you, let me see where we stand. Is the American way is the only way?
No.
Is American education?
I don't think anybody believe that.
Education?
What?
Is American education is the only education?
These questions don't make sense, but no.
Is American education accurate?
In what way? In what way?
America is a continent, not a country.
Is American education system in its entirety accurate? No, don't do no laugh because you laughing don't make me look silly. You laugh because you can't answer the question.
She's right. But the question, listen. If you want an actual answer, you need to ask an actual question. You can't say, is American education correct in its entirety? You need to be more specific if you want an actual answer.
So everything that based on our education, based on our curriculum system, is that system from we all went to first grade to 12th grade, and some of y'all went to college. Is that education that everything you have learned in school, is it correct?
No.
It's not.
Which country in America? Because it's
I'm talking about United States of man. I don't want
North
to. I don't want
America,
to talk to
South
no dumbass
America,
broad.
it's two continents
So
of
wait. So
America.
wait.
Trev,
So which
no broad.
which country?
She gonna submit. She gonna submit to whoever
Trev,
dick
you know
is
that
in
basketball
control.
podcast when he ended, he
No,
be
so
like,
wait,
"Hey, it's been out the mud.
bro.
It's
You just
Rashad
acknowledge
McCants."
that American education is not the correct education.
It's a lot of
Can you
American education.
Okay, can you substantiate everything you have learned in America in the system, in the school system?
Bo, don't answer that. He ain't substantiated.
I'm not answering
nothing.
Y'all
Go
be
ahead, Miss
answering
Pearl. Go ahead,
this
Miss Pearl.
idiot.
I really smoked y'all. But it seems like I'm in a room. It's like I'm in a room full of, if I go into a room full of gay people talking about women, of course I'm gonna look dumb in that room. But that don't mean that I'm wrong. I'm wrong because I'm that room.
You're
just because
smart.
y'all think that y'all put me on here, no, I go somewhere else that believe what I believe in and feel right. So I'm in a room full of smart.
It's the people that ate lunch before us. It's okay. You got to go to the people that ate lunch before us. Y'all went to lunch.
Listen, I ain't got nothing against the
JR.
You got a lot of weight.
JR. First thing I would like to say before I leave, because we're coming up with Ramadan, Savior's Day. I found out. I went back and looked at some pictures of David Ruffin. He looked pretty good, so I didn't take that as a diss. A man been almost for 4 years from 70 years old, so I can say that wasn't not a diss. I do apologize for the brother that I thought that was a diss. And JR, see, this is why I say you got to do things in conduct. Jay Prince know I love him, brother. He know I love him. Every conversation we ever had, I might have irritated him a little bit. Not me so much, but I think it was Bo that mentioned me that might have irritated him. But this is what I was saying earlier. And Aaron, I would like to say to you, I would have loved to hear what you had to say about what you heard when it came down between what's the name? It was just the falling out the tree throw me off a little bit. But I always listen to what you have to say because you come with, I think you come with genuine understanding and try to break it down. And so I would have loved to hear you earlier what you had to say about that video. But Jay Prince, when I was saying this earlier, and you took it as a diss, and you don't motherfucker, and all that, and you just expressed everything that I said, and because our conversation has always been a continuation of how we see things go on panels. The private things that we and you discuss, I have never said anything on any panel, but these kind of like talking points, I just, when we had conversations, I was just saying, there's a lot of truth in what you say. And the reason why I know there's a lot of truth in what you say, because brother, I used to be you until I came into the knowledge of self and to the knowledge of others. And once I came into the knowledge of self and others, I was able to articulate to myself why would I approach this conversation, because you got to understand, all fruit don't come into ripeness in the same season at the same time. And I learned that. And so, brother, I'll never turn against you because some of your talking points is things that I believe, but I have a way of being able to look at them and say, well, how would I accomplish this? I want the black woman and the black man to win. I want us to go back on top of that hill. And where we can have self-preservation and we can have self-determination without any influence from the outside making us feel like we weak. So
I wasn't talking stupid, OG.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Jay Prince.
No, I'm asking because they laugh and make like
Jay Prince. Jay Prince. You got to understand. You just got to understand. Some places you go. Your conversations go be welcome. Some places you go, and how you do it too. Now you got a little comedy in how you say things. Cause when you start talking about you took $1,500 from the church, what no people gonna fall on their knees and start praying, they're gonna start laughing. So that. You know when you say that, cause them little bitty eyes you have, You know when you get ready to tell a good joke, and you know people go laugh. So, but JR, thank you very much, and I hope everybody have an amazing day tomorrow. And peace and love, and always strive for the truth.
Peace and love to you too, sir. Thank you.
All right, OG. You said what, JR?
Go ahead. It's on you.
Man, I had one of arguably the single most difficult dealings with people on Twitter today. I mean, on TikTok today. And I kind of wanted to extend the question that I asked on TikTok to everybody on the panel and see if y'all would be able to answer the question. Y'all,
brother, can we see you? Why you so dark?
Man, because I don't feel like cutting this damn light on, man.
Oh, okay, so, I got you, sweetie. Go ahead.
All right, y'all ready for the question?
Yes, sir.
How would you, and this is to the individuals, y'all, this is your world. How would you get a deadbeat dad? Hold on, wait, not a deadbeat dad. How would you get a deadbeat parent to want to be a parent to their children? A, punishment. B, incentivize them. C, fill in the blank.
You don't.
It's nothing I could do. That's something that's intrinsic. Either you want to be a parent or you're not. If I punish you, that's still not going to get you to do the things that you want to do. You're only doing it to avoid punishment. And if I incentivize it, you're not really being a parent because you're a dedicated individual and you want to help that individual. You just doing it for whatever benefit. So, nah, if you ain't all in and you ain't real about it, I don't want you to be a part of my kid life. Like, that's not going to work out. So, no, I'm not going to do nothing.
Well, don't
not going to incentivize you to be no.
It's not you. So, Miss Pro, it's not you incentivizing the parent to take care of your kid. It's you, the governor, you, the judge, jury, and executioner of your world. You see, there's a bunch of kids right here. They need their daddies. All these daddies over here saying they don't want to be dads. It's your world. Can you come up with a scenario, a solution that would get these dads who are deadbeats to want to go over there and take care of their children?
I mean, now that you framed it that way, the most productive way, of course, we would rather use sugar than vinegar, right? Or honey. So you would have to incentivize them. That's the reverse psychological method as opposed to punishment. That's like what they're doing now. If you don't pay enough, you don't pay your child support, you go to jail. But that kid is still without that father, and they're still not able to make the money to pay the child support. So only person that's getting paid in that system, in that situation would be the system. So that's a lose-lose. Kids still lose, father still lose, mother still lose. In this situation, you're going to have to think a little more further before the dad is even a deadbeat dad and start thinking about preventive methods.
No preventive. No preventive. They already.
No, they already here.
They already here.
I can't think of nothing else right now. I have to incentivize.
All right, what would you incentivize?
I got one, and I have brought this up many because I'm in an organization. My child say, "Daddy." One of the things I found out do work, and it's not 100%, is force that dad to spend time with that child on a supervision. And I'm talking about maybe having a building or something that you have all these dads and all these children in this building where there would be things to do and force them to spend time, like you force them to pick up paper on the side of the freeway when they do something. So what I'm saying is, one thing I do know about people, when you are forced to spend time with even things that you don't like, that you get some kind of connection. Now, would that make a perfect parent? No, but it's a door opener.
Okay.
I will say this. Two things. I will either, if I'm going to have a government system, I will make them have the system 50-50. Like they both got to live in the same house. Whoever she get kids by, I don't care if she got 3 to 4 different baby daddies. They all got to live in the same house. They all gonna get the same income. They all gonna get the same everything, the same rights. Ain't no big U's and big I's, right? Or my second option, I take all the government assistance away, because that's gonna make the women think before who she just having kids with, and she gonna choose wisely when she know for a fact that the government is not gonna rescue her. So that's gonna force a woman to depend on the men that she give kids by. I think
right,
the government helps them to keep the kids away.
all right, Jay Prince, I got a follow-up question to that. All right. So are you, just so I can reiterate, are you suggesting that you will take government assistance away from the mom to get the dad who's a deadbeat to want to be a dad?
I think that I think the real deadbeats is the moms who delete their kids, abort their kids, baby delete. But I think that most men wants to be in their kids like they not deadbeat. Is just
Hold on,
it's
we're not talking about guys that if a man wants to be a dad, then they wouldn't technically be a deadbeat because you wouldn't have to do anything to get them to be a dad. We're talking about the dad that is a deadbeat and don't care to want to be in them kids' lives. Your goal is to get that dad who's already a deadbeat to want to be in a kid's life. And I accept your solution when you said
I would say I wouldn't try it. It should be something naturally within them.
So you would leave.
I wouldn't try to make somebody do something they want to do. It has to be naturally within them. And I think that a lot of times, if you could have systems, it creates a distance. And I understand that distance. What we call them deadbeats. I think that dads will like to operate and raise their kids from their timing and not from the mama timing or system timing. It should be something that of his own.
All right, so I got a follow-up question to that. All right, so in your world, your goal was to get deadbeat dads to become parents. You said there is nothing I can do. You looked at the situation. Hold on, wait. You looked at the situation and said, I'm not gonna do. You can't make somebody do what they don't want to do. You can't get them to do something that they don't want to do. So I'm gonna leave them to their own devices and just say, go ahead and be deadbeats. Would you say that you failed at your mission then?
No, because I think within any parent is in a nature to it's gonna double. It's gonna a lot of them gonna resort on their own timing. I don't think it's in nobody's nature to just 100% neglect their kids. Because a lot of times those men that are deadbeats, they are great stepfathers that these women cherish and praise.
Right. So your job is, we can't argue their nature. All we know is that they don't want to be dads.
Well, why do they become stepdads? Those
No,
deadbeats become the best stepdads.
I'm not talking about the stepdad. I'm talking about the guy that don't want to be a dad. Your goal is you see the kid without his dad. So yes, this is your world that you're in. You president of J Prince Land.
Right.
You got a plethora of deadbeat dads that don't want to be dads. You got a plethora of kids that got deadbeat dads that don't want to be dads. You look over at the dads and say, all right, I need to get these dads to want to be dads. And you said, Joe, and I'm willing to accept your solution where you say you can't do anything about it. You just gonna let them go and be deadbeats because you can't make nobody want to be dads. You can't get them to want to be.
What?
Then if your mission was to get them to be dads, would you say that you failed at your mission?
Yes and no.
All right.
I would say yes and no because they still dads, but I would fail. Since I didn't get them to be dads, I failed.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else want to answer that? Yeah, I would choose answer C. All right, give us your plan. What you got? Conduct a study to figure out why exactly they're deadbeats and then eliminate all deficiencies that led to that answer. All right, give me all right, so humor me real quick. All right, so you did the study. What did your study come up with? 50% of them economic deficiency, the other 50%
You just said sex, no vetting.
yeah, well, yeah, all right, yeah, let's say 25% that and then 25% childhood related. You know, they dissociate from the whole idea of being a parent. All right, let's start with the economically deficient. All right, vocational rehabilitation. You said what? Vocational rehabilitation.
Simply a trade.
So send them to trade school. whatever it means to get them educated and able to be productive in a way that they're earning an income that can substantially take care and support the child.
What if they tell you, I already don't want to be a parent, I also don't want to go to trade school?
That's why I said whatever it takes to get them to be productive. It doesn't have to be a trade school. What do you want to do? Go to college? I mean, you got to be. You're now telling me you don't want to be a productive citizen in society. You want to live out in the woods, because now what you're doing is you're changing the parameters of the deficiency that I've discovered. You're changing my answer.
I was
You have to have some reason. You have to have some semblance or desire to want to sustain life, right, and earn an income. I would lean into that. They just don't make enough money to take care of the kid. So what they do is just rehabilitate their vocational ability so that they can now earn more, have more earning potential to take care of the kid. Simple.
So, all right, I got that's cool. I'm willing to accept that. All right, so to add on to that, would you charge them to do the vocational schools?
Oh, because whatever they're doing, their labor in and of itself is going to go back into the you know what I mean?
In society,
they're going to be a more effective employee in the workforce.
No, fair enough. I was just asking, like, if your solution was like, all right, well, if these dads don't want to be deadbeats, because these dads don't want to take care of their kids. So in order to get them to want to take care of their kids, the 50%, they financially deficient. All right, so we're gonna do vocational school or trade school. So
yeah, whatever
when
it
you
takes
come
to
to
make them, yeah.
So when you come to them, you like, all right, I see here that you are financially deficient at taking care of your kids. All right, let's get you to drive trucks. You know, we're gonna teach you how to drive trucks.
That's fine.
What's your plan of action to get them to go to trucking school?
I mean, you got a career counselor for that. I'm not a career counselor.
Okay.
Like this
Sweeney,
professional.
Sweeney, I'll give you one pretty simple.
All right, go ahead.
A or B, meaning you will get one or the other. If you refuse to be in a child's life, you pay child support. If you are in the child's life, you receive child support as a man. Simple as that. So you're incentivized. You have the support to actually obtain your goal.
Who you getting the child support from?
The government.
The government, the same. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Fair. Hey, I think a lot of dudes would be like, "Hey, look, I'd rather be with my kid and get paid than to not be with my kid and gotta pay."
Right. You know what I'm saying? That's a grave disparity. You either in a hole or you in a surplus. I think a lot of people would choose to be the father. If you look at Asia, they're taking similar measures already because of their declining birth rates. They are not as simple as month to month, but they're giving crazy tax benefits. They're giving free healthcare for like the first year, including childbirth, which is extremely expensive and everything. So when they want people to have children now and take care of their children. So what they're doing is they're already giving incentives. You have Singapore, South Korea, Japan, China, all of them they have terrible birth rates. So I think it would be the same thing. They're trying to persuade people to be parents, and you throw some money at it, you'd be surprised what people do.
Glad you just said that, Smooth. Sweeney, I'm going to need you to clarify an inconsistency in your question. When you first asked it, it was a deadbeat parent. Now it seems as though the vernacular has gone to deadbeat father.
Well, I get that we kind of default to father, but you don't have to keep it on the father. It could be whichever parent.
All right. So if that's it's a parent. It could be man or woman. All right, my answers will stay the same.
Okay.
I think I know you go say something, JR, but just
I'm trying, man.
I know you're trying to get out of here. I understand. I see some gray hair growing in your beard, bro. I understand that.
It is gray hair growing in his beard.
But anyway, sometimes we don't understand the power of bonding. We don't, and that's why I choose to do it the way I choose to do it, because in the end of the day, you want that person to want to be there. Not because it's some kind of financial gain. is to have the bond and to want to groom and get close to that child, to instill some positive things in that child to make that child a productive citizen. And I learned that from being a cat. I had a neighbor who was going to Germany for a week, and I can't stand cats. And she said, "Would you feed my cat for me?" I was like, "Damn, I don't like cats. I don't like the way they smell, the way they stuff smell when they use the bathroom." She was saying, "Can you please, because I don't have anybody else." So about the first 2 days, I just went in there and did what I needed to do. About the third day, man, I started sitting around on the sofa and just checking out the cat and seeing what the cat was doing. You know what I mean? Right. And then, look. And then the fourth day, I started bringing a laser light, had the cat jumping all around the goddamn place. So we built a bond. So I know the habit of the cat. So I think that's what bonding is a very important of cleaning up this mess.
Do you think, Sweeney? Do you?
No, we got to go. We got to go, man.
What was his point on this, though? What was his point?
What was your point, Sweeney?
There is no point. Y'all made the point. It's the question for y'all. It ain't a question for me.
There you go. Go ahead, Miss P.
All right, we got K. Lewis, 9125 with the $20. Capitalism is a product of colonization. Ikane with the $2. I don't think she hates Black people. She's a feminist. K. Lewis, 9125, $2. Pretty is a problem. Big Ant, 1171 with the 10. Respect to Miss Pearl, True, Willie, JR, and Trev on the Bill Cosby sweater side of the game. Funny. The Ghost OG J Speed with the 5. It's not a faith, it's a way of life. When a woman knows she's fully protected with a man who doesn't have fear any other than Allah, he gets the best of her. Big Ann again with the 10. This question is for JR. Do you think there will be another person with the statue and foundation of Farrakhan in the future?
Yeah, I think it's going to be OG Speed.
Don't want that job.
I'm going to say this. AMAC with the 5. Sometimes even a masculine man can let his inner child out because he feels safe and heard from his woman too. That's extreme stoicism. It's not masculinity. Stoicism. Sorry. Ikane again with the $2. Girls show immaturity. Women show maturity. Mont and Deja, $4.99. You can't talk money without speaking good English, Jay Prince. Every other country requires you to learn English. You foolish if you don't perfect it. Dr. Straight Gutter, $4.99. Jay Prince for president. Poor listening. Treat conversations as a competition, failing to understand others or missing context. Wise Nose Chronicles with the $4.99. JP is talking about Black liberation, not economics, Willie. Simon Hectic Live 050, $10. Thank you. Wise Nose Chronicles again, $4.99. DJ, every advance Black people made in this country was powered by Black people, not money. Broke people at that. Big N again with the 10. Bo and JP are the same people, except one is female and the other is male, and one talks slow as hell. I didn't say it, they did. Freedom Flow TV with the 5. The woman that gave Jay Prince a child had to have an extra chromosome. No way a normal woman let that man put a baby in her.
I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. If you guys want to show some support, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I want to thank Jay Prince, OG, Miss Sweeney. Big Aaron, good to see you over here, brother, man. I always see you over there on HAMP. Very intelligent brother, man. You're welcome anytime. So feel free to stop through.
Appreciate it.
Thank everybody that wasn't in the chat. You guys are just watching. You may be working. Catch us on the replay. We appreciate you guys' support as well. Y'all make sure y'all enjoy y'all weekend. Y'all be safe out there. And make sure y'all brush y'all teeth before y'all go to bed.
Yeah, you got some kids, dog?
Yeah.